In my previous life, I was framed and my family was destroyed. I died in a dungeon without even a complete body left. As soon as I opened my eyes in this life, before I had time to be happy, the school beauty blocked me at the classroom door and forced me to apologize to the male protagonist. The point is, they could actually hear my inner voice. I didn't know that, and I was criticizing them in my mind every day. Reveal their secrets. By the time I found out, it was too late. Part 1. Song Mo, you go and apologize to Chun-Shi right now. I was still in a dream, but the shrill female voice split my sleeping consciousness like a sharp blade. In an instant, I opened my eyes suddenly, and what I saw before me was not a cold dungeon, but a bright and clean classroom ceiling. The sunlight poured through the window, shining warmly on my face. At that moment, I almost had the illusion that I had survived a disaster. My heart suddenly shook as I realized a fact that could not be ignored. I was born again. In my previous life, I also woke up at this moment, but in that life, I was pulled back to reality from a nightmare, and all I saw was despair. I was originally just a supporting male character in the novel, a minor character whose fate was manipulated by the male protagonist and destined to have my family broken up. At that time, I refused to accept my fate and rose up in resistance, suppressing the so-called male protagonist to the point where he couldn't even raise his head. But what happened in the end? What he got was a complete defeat and revenge from a group of crazy women. I was seriously injured in a car accident and tortured in a dungeon. I died in agony without even taking a full breath. I didn't expect that God would give me a chance to start over. It's even more outrageous than winning the lottery. This time, I don't want to get entangled with them about any plot, nor do I want to compete for that ridiculous bit of luck. Since I know that this broken world is a cool novel, why don't I find a quiet corner and live a free and easy life? Isn't it better to stay away from those crazy heroines? Isn't it more interesting to find a normal girl and live an ordinary life than to fight wits and courage? Just like being in a stinky ditch, can't you just change the way? Why do you have to dig for gold in the ditch? Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted my thoughts. The desk in front of me was slammed hard, and the books fell to the ground. I subconsciously looked up, just in time to meet those angry eyes. An Inua, the daughter of the family in Shanghai, is worth hundreds of billions, but her temper is more difficult to deal with than anyone else. She was glaring at me angrily. She asked me why I locked Chun-Shi in the toilet for an entire afternoon, and she looked like she wanted me to kneel down and apologize on the spot. Huh, I sneered. Why does this plot look so familiar? Even the routine hasn't changed. It's so cliché that it's laughable. I slowly bent down to pick up the book on the ground, dusted it off, and looked at her as if I was looking at a clown. The shock in her eyes made me feel a little proud. It seemed that she didn't expect that Song Mo, who was so arrogant at home, could be so calm. I said calmly, "Student, you have to provide evidence when you speak. I have been in the classroom the whole time and have not even been to the toilet." She was so angry that her face turned red. She gritted her teeth and accused me of lying, saying that Chun-Shi heard my voice with his own mouth, and how dare I still be stubborn. I mocked in my heart. A dog licker is just a dog licker after all. Even if you are rich, you are just Chun-Shi's follower. This and Inua, on the surface, is a rich lady, but deep down, she is played around by Chun-Shi. It's so pitiful and ridiculous. A bootlicker like her can't even get a hair from others, and she has to give away money and family resources. Her face froze instantly, and I knew she had heard it. It's not an illusion. She can really hear my thoughts. Okay, this setting is quite interesting. I'm beginning to look forward to the next performance. She glared at me, shaking with anger, but couldn't utter a word in rebuttal. She could only curse me as a bad person. I shrugged, nonchalantly. If you think I'm bad, then so be it. You don't have the final say anyway. The gratitude for surviving the disaster surged in my heart, and I closed my eyes to feel the warmth. It's great. It feels so good to be alive. No car accidents, no basements. It's so comfortable. And Inua was obviously stunned, as if he was shocked by my voice. There was a hint of confusion in her eyes as she looked at me, as if she realized that I was no longer the Song Mo in her impression. System binding successful, respected traverser. Your life achievement system has been credited. A sudden electronic sound rang in my mind. I was stunned, and then my eyes widened. System? Is it true? Is there really a system? The information flowed into my mind quickly, and I instantly mastered the structure and usage of this system. It has both the achievement system and the skill proficiency system, which can be called the standard configuration for time travelers. One can quickly improve skill levels, and the other can give rewards based on achievements. If this isn't a cheat, what is it? I was ecstatic in my heart, but my face remained calm. This time after being reborn, God finally gave me a cheat. I picked up my school bag, glanced at an Inua, and said in a flat tone, "Nothing else. I'm leaving first. The last thing I want to do now is to fight with these plot NPCs. They are troublemakers, a chain of traps around Chun-Shi that will explode if touched. I have stepped on them enough in my previous life. I am not afraid of them, but I know very well that sometimes escape is not cowardice, but wisdom and a strategic retreat. I just want to go home and figure out how the system functions, the proficiency system and the achievement system, which is my capital. If I master it quickly enough, maybe I can use it to break free from Chun-Shi's suppression and get rid of this fucked up script. But before that, I must not step into the traps set by those women. I cannot make a single mistake. After my rebirth, my view of the world has changed. Everything seems to have unlocked a hidden perspective, and even the air has become clearer. I walked among the crowd with an innate indifference, like an alien who did not belong to this class. When people look at me, they just think I'm a stranger, but they can't help but look at me a few more times. This face, combined with my disillusioned temperament, is my greatest weapon. And this is exactly what Chun-Shi hates and fears the most. I, the supporting male role, am more like the male lead than he is. He has a rather feminine face, and his eyes always have a bit of petty shrewdness. No matter how you look at him, he looks like a little pet kept by a rich woman. In my previous life, I tried many times to snatch resources from him and even steal his girl, but I ended up being beaten to death by a group of women. Thinking about it now, it was so tragic. They protected Chun-Shi more desperately than they would their own lives. It was like a collective mental disorder. Tisk, no wonder Chun-Shi is so popular with rich ladies. Maybe he eats this kind of weak and submissive food. The taste is really strong. But now, I am not here for revenge. I am here to control my destiny. Revenge? That is just a small account to be settled. I have tried to use hard work to fight against the oppression of the plot, but the result was that I was the one who died the most miserably. I can't cry, and I can't act like a pitiful woman. Stop. You can't leave. An Inuwa suddenly rushed up and opened his arms to block me like a wall. I ignored her, stepped aside, lightly touched the girl's shoulder next to me, and whispered, "Excuse me, move aside. There's a fool blocking the road ahead, so I can only go around." She was originally just a spectator, but she didn't expect me to talk to her. At that moment, her face turned as red as a boiled shrimp. "Oh, okay. She quickly moved aside. I didn't even look back and walked towards the back door with ease. "Song Mo, don't go." An Inuwa almost yelled from behind, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. I was too lazy to respond, and I walked steadily, as steady as an old dog. The angrier she got, the more amused I found her. I know that she has been a proud princess who has been pampered since she was a child. When she tasted the feeling of being ignored for the first time, she naturally exploded. Sure enough, the next second, she rushed over, hugged my arms, and tried her best to pull me back. The soft mass on my chest pressed against my arm, and I silently evaluated in my mind. Probably, see. She looked confused, as if she was calculating the variables in my voice. After 3 seconds, she suddenly let go, her face frighteningly red. Well-developed, soft and elastic, C is excellent. It won't be a problem to get a D after giving birth. She jumped away as if she was on fire, her lips trembling, and her eyes scolded me for being shameless 1,000 times. But I guess this bargain will end up going to that idiot Chun-Shi. TSK, what a waste of talent. She was so angry that she was shaking, as if she wanted to hit me with her high heels. Unfortunately, I was too lazy to even look at her. "You must apologize." She still didn't give up, her face full of justice. Chun-Shi is an orphan who has been bullied since childhood and has a very fragile heart. He is about to develop UU syndrome. I almost burst out laughing and couldn't help but sneer. "Brother, if you are really so fragile, you should just lie down and be a tool instead of causing trouble everywhere." Jade syndrome? He is flirting with the school doctor in the infirmary, but an Inuwa is here to defend him. It is a misfortune for the Modu family to raise such a licking dog. An Inuwa clenched her fists. I knew she heard it, but she still tried to argue. "I'm just sympathetic. Chun-Shi and I have nothing to do with each other." I sneered and continued to walk out of the classroom. An Inuwa finally exploded. "I think he locked you up. Don't even think about leaving unless you apologize." I stopped, turned around, and approached step by step with a sharp gaze like a knife. She took 2 steps back, her face pale, and I stood in front of her, only 5 centimeters away. "This scent, is it milk? You're not really weaned, are you?" She was about to retort, but was interrupted by my cold question. "Are you so sure that I was the one who locked Chun-Shi in the bathroom? If you have wronged someone, how do you plan to make it up to them?" She stammered. "If it weren't for you, I would apologize to you." I snorted coldly. "Apologize? Are you worthy? Let Chun-Shi come out and apologize in front of the whole school." Her face froze, and her lips trembled. He said you were the only one in the bathroom. A good dog, eager to protect his master, who gave you the bone. Hear my voice." An Inuwa's face turned pale. I took a few steps back calmly, actively distanced myself from an Inuwa, and my eyes were as cold as a pool of stagnant water. Her angry look was particularly glaring in my eyes, and I didn't even bother to hide my inner annoyance. If there were no system, I would probably explain everything honestly now and get out of this troublesome plot as soon as possible. After all, I couldn't fight against the inescapable plot inertia of my previous life, so I could only run away with my parents as soon as possible. But now it's different. I hold the system in my hands. If I continue to be so cowardly, I might as well die and let others travel through time. I stared at an Inua for a few seconds, and I was already thinking about how to play this script in the future. If I can grow to that level and make the women behind Chun-Shi unable to do anything to me, how much trouble can he make? The guy in the previous life seemed harmless, but he was actually a top-notch green tea girl who had countless ambiguous relationships while maintaining his innocent setting. What he is best at is luring people. He keeps all the women around him, but never really takes responsibility for any of them. What's even more terrifying is that each of those women is a tough guy, and each one is more powerful than the other. I said casually, "Didn't you ask me to apologize? Let's go and confront Chun-Shi face to face. I don't talk nonsense or play the good guy. I'll just confront them head on and see who is lying." And Inua was a little discouraged and obviously depressed, as if he didn't know how to face me all of a sudden. She has been the object of everyone's pursuit since she was a child, and has never been disliked so directly, let alone listening to my inner complaints. But she still said stubbornly, "Okay, let's confront him face to face." She seemed to think that once I faced the witness, I would be slapped in the face and would admit my mistake in disgrace. I'd like to see how many sentences she can last. In the crowd, a girl whispered, "Maybe it really wasn't Song Mo. I remember he just went to the bathroom. I also don't think he's the kind of person who would do such a thing." And Inua exploded on the spot and glared at the girl. "Are you defending him just because he's handsome?" As soon as he finished speaking, a dog immediately echoed, "That's right. Being handsome doesn't mean you're a good person. Most good-looking people are unreliable." I laughed so hard, turned around to look at the boy, and said coldly, "Don't worry, I'm not reliable, but you must be extremely reliable." And Inua was almost led astray by my expression of trying to hold back laughter. His face turned red and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. She tried hard to hold it in. Her expression was so stiff that it seemed like she was about to lose her memory, and she looked like she was struggling with advanced math problems. The boy was speechless, not knowing whether to stand or retreat, and finally, he could only pretend nothing happened and squeeze into the crowd. I shrugged, ignored it, and walked out. "Hey, where are you going?" And Inua chased after him nervously. I turned around and said in a leisurely tone, "Aren't you going to look for Chun-Shi? He's wiping his tears in the school infirmary." I almost got nausea after squatting in the toilet for an hour. "It's so pitiful." I added, "Oh yes, boys are so fragile." But the frequency of his tears made me think Lin Dayu was possessed. A burst of laughter broke out in the crowd, which made me feel inexplicably happy. I have to say, I really can't control my mouth. I can imagine the frightened look in Chun-Shi's eyes when he sees me appear. It should be quite exciting. And Inua's face turned livid, and he glanced around viciously. "What are you laughing at? Can you have some sympathy? Chun-Shi is an orphan who has been bullied since childhood. He has been psychologically fragile for a long time. If you laugh like that, his Jade syndrome will get worse." As soon as she finished speaking, her laughter got louder, as if a nervous point had been pressed, and she couldn't stop it. She was so anxious that her eyes turned red. "What's wrong with you?" I pretended to move closer to her and spoke in a softer tone. She looked at me with gritted teeth. "Don't be a hypocritical nice guy." I said seriously, "No way. You are also pregnant? Do you want me to go with you to get diagnosed? You can exchange your thoughts with Chun-Shi. Maybe you can comfort each other." She was so angry that she squatted on the ground, her short hair covering her face, her shoulders trembling slightly, but she couldn't help but shed 2 tears. I sighed and thought to myself, although she is a little silly, compared with other heroines, she is not bad. I didn't want to go too far, so I reached out and pulled her up from the ground. "Okay, let's go. Don't keep your Chun-Shi waiting for too long." She glared at me fiercely and said stubbornly, "I'm not as fragile as you think." I smiled helplessly and shouted to the crowd, "Let's go. I'm going to see a doctor. I think I have EU syndrome too." Hearing this, the crowd burst into laughter again, and an Inua wanted to curse again. Laughing all the way, we finally arrived at the infirmary. I pushed the door open, and the first thing I saw was a young man with medium-long hair leaning against the bed. The way she cried so hard was even more exaggerated than in TV dramas. He seemed to be deaf and didn't hear us come in. He was still wiping his tears. When he finally raised his head and saw me, he was shocked and stepped back as if he had been electrocuted. It wasn't until he saw an Inua standing next to me that he relaxed a little. "Chun-Shi, I brought Song Mo to you." And Inua was about to speak. Chun-Shi immediately interrupted and said in a crying voice, "I'm sorry, Song Mo. I'm not complaining. I really am not. It's because the monitor cares about me too much." I said a few more words because I was afraid she would worry. "Please don't blame her. She really means no harm. It's all my fault. If you're angry, come at me, don't blame her." He cried so aggrievedly that his face was almost twisted into a knot. If I hadn't suffered losses in my previous life, I would have almost believed the performance on this face again. I stood at the door of the infirmary, watching Chun-Shi's wonderful performance coldly. A group of people walked into the room, and the footsteps were so noisy that Chun-Shi couldn't have failed to hear them. Yet, he looked so pitiful, as if he had suffered a great injustice. I sneered in my heart. This guy was acting from beginning to end, and he acted so conscientiously. He is a complete drama queen, and is good at using weakness and helplessness to win people's favor. I know his green tea tricks too well. In my previous life, I was deceived by this mask and was indirectly pushed into hell by him. But now, I am no longer a fool who can be manipulated by others. If I hadn't taken into account the inertia of the plot and the group of heroines around him who would sooner or later have something to do with him, I would have slapped him twice. I admit that Chun-Shi is the protagonist, but no matter how despicable the drama is, I can fight back in the simplest way. To put it bluntly, if beating someone once doesn't work, beat them again. At this time, an Inuwa looked at Chun-Shi with a distressed expression and seemed about to cry. She believed his pitiful appearance and even thought that he was depressed because of his difficult life since childhood. Hearing this, my heart was moved. It turned out that an Inuwa was listening to my inner thoughts again. She actually misunderstood that I wanted to hit Chun-Shi? What a joke. This sissy is so good at acting. She gets mad at me when I get a little emotional. Sure enough, she couldn't suppress her anger. Song Mo, you still want to deny it? Did you threaten Chun-Shi? If you dare to retaliate against him, I won't give you face anymore. An Inuwa said, gritting her teeth. I can feel her hatred. In her eyes, I was just an undisciplined little bully who took advantage of my background to bully the weak. Of course, she didn't know that I was just a background figure in the plot. Her family is a truly wealthy family in Shanghai, and her father's personal assets alone exceed 300 billion. If we really start fighting, she won't take me seriously at all. I once again complained about her stupidity in my heart. Can't you see? Chun-Shi was not wronged at all. He was just pretending. I barely said a few words to him before he started yelling at me for being a bully. This woman believes it faster than anyone else. She is so stupid. Although I was furious, I still kept a smile on my face and had no intention of arguing with her. My eyes fell on Chun-Shi, and I said calmly, Student Chun-Shi, there is no hatred or grudge between us. Why did you frame me? Chun-Shi shuddered, lowered his head, and responded in a low voice. You are right. You have never bullied me. I had expected him to answer like this. Sure enough, he was waiting for me to admit my mistake first so that he could pretend to be a good person. But I didn't give him the chance. Just as I was about to respond, an Inuwa suddenly exploded in anger and glared at me like a mad lioness. You disappoint me so much. Is it so hard to admit your mistakes? You don't say it, but you're cursing me in your heart. She angrily accused me and said I was calling her a stupid woman. I had no expression on my face and just looked at her quietly. At this time, the students around didn't dare to speak. The girl who had spoken for me before also tactfully shut up. After all, no one dares to offend the family easily. I can see that these people are not afraid of the truth, but of power. I remained calm and had experienced worse humiliations. This was nothing. I looked at Chun-Shi coldly and sneered in my heart. This dog protagonist comes with his own equipment at the beginning and can act. He is truly the king of actors. An Inuwa couldn't bear it any longer and took out his cell phone to make a call. I guess he was preparing to file a complaint and make me kneel down and admit my mistake. I watched her movements and finally said, Don't I even have a chance to explain? She responded disdainfully. The evidence and witnesses are all here, and you still want to quibble? I'll give you one last chance. Apologize to Chun-Shi now and immediately. I smiled and asked her coldly, Why do you ask me to apologize? She said that she was the class monitor and had the responsibility to protect the weak. I nodded. That's really impressive. Without saying anything more, I asked Chun-Shi directly, What time did you go to the toilet at noon? Chun-Shi was stunned for a moment and whispered, I went there after class at noon. I heard Songmo's voice and tried to open the door, but it was locked. I sneered after hearing this. Interesting, then let me tell you, I didn't go to the toilet at noon. Chun-Shi panicked and hurried to explain. Impossible. I really heard it. If you don't check the surveillance, you will know. I was delighted and just waiting for him to say this. Okay, let's adjust the surveillance. At this moment, his face suddenly turned pale. He was obviously extremely guilty. The next second, he fainted on the hospital bed with a bang. Chun-Shi, wake up. An Inuwa was anxious and grabbed his shoulders and shook him hard. She quickly shouted, School doctor. Call the school doctor. The infirmary was instantly in chaos. After a while, the school doctor came. An Inuwa asked worriedly, Doctor, is he okay? I stood aside and complained silently in my heart. He is pretending. She was used to listening to my thoughts, and her expression became even more dissatisfied. In her heart, I am a villain who likes to make malicious assumptions about others. No matter what Chun-Shi said, she would believe him first. After the school doctor checked, he shook his head and said, No big problem, just low blood sugar. This school doctor is called Lin Weiwei. She has a hot body and pure looks. She is one of the heroines in the novel. It was through this fainting that Chun-Shi got in touch with her. From then on, he went to the infirmary every few days and tried all kinds of ways to seduce her. Lin Weiwei glanced at me and seemed a little surprised. Did she hear me say pretend to faint in my heart just now? I remained calm, but my inner voice came out again. Lin Weiwei is indeed the poster child for big-breasted, brainless girls. She can't even tell that she's pretending to be dizzy. Her face suddenly fell. Although he didn't hear what I said, he obviously understood what I was thinking. She gnashed her teeth in anger, her eyes full of, whoever has big breasts is brainless. It is actually very simple to tell whether a person is pretending to be dizzy. If it is more complicated, you can use instruments to measure it. If it is simpler, just blow air into his eyes. If he is really dizzy, he will not move, and if he is pretending to be dizzy, he will instinctively close his eyelids. I heard that Lin Weiwei is a graduate student in the medical school. Oh, it's hard to believe. She couldn't have gotten in through connections and got a diploma at the same time. Lin Weiwei is from the Lin family in Magic City and is as famous as the Yin family. But she was not interested in business. Instead, she liked to study medicine and worked as a school doctor in a low-key manner. At this moment, my inner voice rang out again. She seemed to be staring at me with a strange look in her eyes. I guess he was frightened by the way I spoke, without opening my mouth. But now she is more angry with me. They said she relied on connections to study and became stupid? The woman looked unconvinced and was determined to find an opportunity to turn the tables. Lin Weiwei put on a professional posture, glanced at Chen Shi, and frowned, as if she had discovered something unusual. And Inua immediately asked nervously, "Doctor, is there something wrong with Chen Shi?" Lin Weiwei replied coldly, "There's nothing wrong with my body." She had just said half of her words when she suddenly leaned over and blew into Chen Shi's eyes. Chen Shi's eyelids tightened suddenly. The secret was exposed. I sneered in my heart, as expected. It would be strange if this guy really fainted. Lin Weiwei seemed shocked as well. She originally thought she had discovered the truth, but her defense was immediately broken after hearing my inner voice. I teased her that she had learned too much, and she got so angry that she rolled her eyes. She glared at me fiercely, and I was still confused and didn't know what I had said to irritate her again. Lin Weiwei's expression turned cold, and she turned her gaze to Chen Shi on the bed and said sternly, "How long are you going to pretend?" Chen Shi was so scared that his shoulders shook violently. And Inua was surprised and didn't understand why the doctor was yelling at him. Lin Weiwei was merciless. The infirmary is for treating illnesses and saving lives, not for people to perform. Do you really think I can't tell you're pretending to be dizzy? Her anger was like a scalpel, precise and cold. And Inua also began to doubt. Could it be that Chen Shi was really pretending to be sick? Chen Shi was panicking. Being exposed would mean all his efforts would be wasted. He had spent so much effort to gain in Inua's trust, and he couldn't let it go to waste because of such a small matter. This guy reacted very quickly, pretending to just wake up, slowly opened his eyes, and asked weakly, "Doctor? Did I faint just now? I can't quite remember. I just remember someone was very loud." Lin Weiwei didn't say anything, just looked at him coldly. Now Chen Shi felt relieved and took the opportunity to turn around and apologize to an Inua. "Squad leader, I'm sorry to have made you worried. It should be hypoglycemia." An Inua waved his hand and responded gently, "I'm glad you're okay." I didn't say anything, just lowered my head and read the message. I sent a message to Xia Ro, the classmate who had spoken up for me. I asked her to help me adjust the surveillance. A few minutes later, she texted back, "Song Mo, I adjusted it. The surveillance video shows that you just went out to wash your hands. You didn't go into the bathroom at all." I thanked her and asked her out for milk tea tomorrow. At this time, Chen Shi was still performing. I pulled an Inua over and handed her the phone to watch the surveillance video. "Look for yourself and see who is lying." An Inua stared at the video, his expression gradually becoming complicated. With the evidence right before her eyes, it would be self-deception for her to find it hard to believe. The footage showed that I just stood outside and washed my hands, and I never went into the bathroom from beginning to end. In other words, there was no way I could lock Chen Shi in there. She looked stiff and embarrassed. It seems that she really misunderstood me. I looked at Chen Shi and said indifferently, "Do you still think I locked you up? You've been blaming me from beginning to end, as if I owed you something." Chen Shi immediately put on that pitiful face. "I'm sorry. I really just misunderstood because I heard your voice." I interrupted him coldly. "Stop. The surveillance video clearly showed several students entering and exiting the restroom. Why didn't you ask them to open the door?" He was suddenly speechless and his eyes were evasive. But soon, he put on an aggrieved look and started crying. "I don't dare. I'm an orphan. No one likes me. Everyone bullies me. I'm just unlucky. I deserve to be locked in the toilet." His voice was as soft as cotton, but every word he said was like a knife piercing into people's hearts. To be honest, this kind of performance is indeed easy to make people soft-hearted. And Inua had a conflicted look on his face, and finally stood up to accuse me. "Song Mo, haven't you cleared yourself? Why are you still being so aggressive? Chen Shi is just a misunderstanding. He is a victim." I didn't answer, just smiled softly. I actually understood a long time ago that the real world is not black and white. In this absurd society, no one talks about the so-called reason. Everyone only cares about which side you stand on and who you are tied to. And it is obvious that an Inua has made her position clear. She is the eldest daughter of the Yin family, and behind her is a force that I cannot contend with at all now. No matter how much I explain, it's all in vain. At this point, I didn't want to waste any more time arguing with her. I responded nonchalantly, then turned and left the infirmary. "Missin, I have to go home for dinner, so I won't accompany you anymore." As soon as I turned around, she heard my thoughts. And Inua is really stupid to the extreme. In her previous life, she was fooled by Chen Shi and could be called the most brainless bootlicker. Even the innocent Lin Weiwei is more sober than her. Chen Shi was flirting with family while using family resources to start a business. And Inua was willing to pay for it and act as his tool. The expression on an Inua's face suddenly changed. She finally realized something was wrong, and the messy clues in her mind seemed to suddenly connect together. So I was reborn? This explains my abnormal words and deeds, and those thoughts that she thought were outrageous. If everything is true, will she really fall in love with Chun-Shi in the future, and even become a tool for him to manipulate at will? And that Chun-Shi who looks weak actually has a very deep mind and very sophisticated tricks? She stood there, wanting to chase him out to ask for clarification, but in the end she resisted the urge to take action. She returned to the ward, took out an apple and a knife from her backpack, sat by the bed, peeled the apple, and distracted herself. And Inua did have a crush on Chun-Shi. The first time I noticed him was because of his seemingly broken eyes, which made me mistakenly think that he had a miserable past. When she learned that he was an orphan, she felt even more sympathetic and gradually got used to taking care of him. She always thought that she was doing a good deed and helping a poor person. But after today, this feeling began to change. She peeled the apple and handed it to her, but Chun-Shi smiled and handed the apple back to her with a bite taken out of it. Enoch, you try it too. And Inua was stunned. As the daughter of the Yin family, when has she ever eaten something that has been bitten by others? Especially after hearing Song Yimou say just now, Chun-Shi is not as simple as she appears to be. She was still hesitating, so Chun-Shi smiled bitterly and took the initiative to speak. I am being abrupt. After all, you are from the Yin family. How could you possibly accept the apples I left behind? Actually, I just wanted to share with you the little things I have. This apple is really delicious. He spoke in a low tone, with a hint of grievance, as if testing her bottom line. The former Inua would have probably softened his heart long ago. But today, she suddenly felt that Chun-Shi looked a little fake. She lied for the first time. I have my period today, so I can't eat cold food. Chun-Shi, don't think too much about it. We are classmates. She deliberately emphasized the word classmate. Chun-Shi's face froze slightly. He realized that this woman had changed. And this change started from Song Yimou. He sat back on the bed, thinking about the source of all this. Lin Weiwei stood aside, looking at the direction I left with complicated eyes. She is now almost certain that not only can my voice be heard, but I am also a reborn person. This discovery is amazing. There was a strange light in her eyes, as if she had discovered some huge secret, and she was eager to try it out. She had never been interested in money. After all, the Lin family's wealth was enough for her to spend for several lifetimes. But she couldn't just sit back and watch the secret of this fate, especially the words in Song Mo's heart. Lin Weiwei was also one of Chun-Shi's concubines in her previous life. She instantly locked onto Chun-Shi, who was pretending to be sick and pitiful on the hospital bed. She felt absurd and sick to her stomach when she thought about how she had been cheated by such a person. Bah! How could I, Lin Weiwei, like someone like this? She secretly made up her mind that she would never jump into that pit again in this life. Then she turned and walked to the door, saying in a calm voice, Inua, come out for a moment. The Lin family and the Yin family are old friends, and the two families have close cooperation in the business world. Lin Weiwei felt that she should give Inua a reminder, but whether she listened or not was her business. The two of them came outside the ward, and Lin Weiwei lowered her voice. As a friend, I remind you that your good friend is not sick at all. It's all acting. He doesn't have any Jade syndrome at all. I've seen too many people who pretend to be decent, but those who are truly sick don't have the energy to do such things. And Inua instinctively denied. You misunderstood. He is not my boyfriend. We are just ordinary classmates. Lin Weiwei raised her eyebrows and looked at her. Do you believe this? If he was just an ordinary classmate, would you turn against Song Yimou for him? Would you take care of him like this? And Inua was silent. She herself began to doubt whether her emotions had crossed the line. Lin Weiwei continued to ask, what happened today has nothing to do with Song Yimou. But you've been targeting him from the beginning to the end. Don't you have any idea at all? And Inua responded in a low voice. I just misunderstood. Lin Weiwei sneered. Yeah, you have so many misunderstandings. She shook her head and said no more, then turned and left. But she knew that the storm had just begun, and she would never let the story repeat itself the same way as in her previous life. After getting rid of the hypocritical green tea guy and the emotionally out-of-control licking dog girl, I didn't stay any longer and went straight to the school parking lot. I bought that car with my pocket money during the summer vacation when I was 18. At that time, my family wanted to assign a driver to me, but I thought it was too troublesome and simply refused. After getting in the car, I drove all the way back to the Song family, swiped the access control panel skillfully, and parked the car in front of my villa. As soon as I entered the door and changed my shoes, I prepared to go upstairs to study the system I had just unlocked. This thing is my trump card for turning things around, so I have to hurry up and figure it out. Just as I was about to go upstairs, a gentle voice came from downstairs. Xiaoma, aren't you going to eat? It's Song Wanru, my adopted sister, and also an orphan adopted by my parents. In her previous life, she was a gentle and considerate good sister until she was approached by Chun-Shi and eventually became the fuse for the Song family's downfall. She happened to be studying horticulture at the time, and in order to seduce her, Chun-Shi specially studied several books on botany. He pretends to be crazy about flowers every day and speaks better than anyone else. Soon, Song Wanru was fooled by him and even leaked the Song family's business secrets without any precautions. How could I be soft on her again? It's not like I haven't reminded her and warned her that she had ulterior motives, but she never believed it. I also think that I am a younger brother who is jealous of my sister being pursued. What a joke. I never had that kind of feeling towards her. She is just the person who let the wolf into the Song family, and she is a hidden danger that I must guard against. I stood at the stairs and heard her voice, but I didn't feel a trace of warmth, only indifference and irritation. Compared to being schemed against by outsiders, being stabbed in the back by your family members is truly heartbreaking. I sneered in my heart, but my eyes showed no fluctuation. My parents adopted her because they wanted to give me a sister to take care of me, not to divide the family property. These years, she has been free and has been relying on her family for food and clothing, but she has never really cared about me. When I warned her that she was in danger, she not only didn't believe me, but she leaked all the key information to him. When I was at the height of my fame, she came to ask me to talk about brotherhood. When I was in trouble, she watched me being trampled without even a word of greeting. Why keep such a person? I will find a chance to get rid of her from the Song family. I raised my head and responded calmly. I ate at school. I'm not hungry. Then he closed the door and locked it. The moment the door was locked, I could feel Song Wanru's loss as she stood outside the door. This woman has a gentle appearance, long hair, and a girl-next-door temperament, but I have long seen through what she is thinking in her heart. At this moment, she heard the voice in my heart and her expression froze. She couldn't believe that the little brother who used to call her sister when they were little now hated her so much. And you also say she is disgusting and an ungrateful person? Still want to kick her out of the Song family? She felt like she was thrown into an ice cellar. Standing there, I felt cold from my heart to the soles of my feet. It seems that this sisterly and brotherly relationship of many years was all just an illusion of self-admiration. She began to doubt whether the family love she had maintained since childhood was just superficial. But soon, she calmed down and sorted out her thoughts. Suddenly, I discovered something strange. She didn't even know the Chun-Shi I was talking about. Nothing happened to the Song family, and she didn't leak any secrets. As she thought about this, an idea suddenly occurred to her. These things simply don't happen in reality. A word popped into her mind. Rebirth. Combining all the things I said and the reactions I got, she became more and more certain. I must have lived my life again. Thinking of this, her emotions became complicated. If this is true, then maybe she really did something wrong in the past and really hurt me. Thinking of this, she no longer had the mood to eat. He tapped his chopsticks a few times at the table, shook his head, and said, Sister Lin, I don't want to eat anymore. Back in the room, she tossed and turned on the bed, her mind full of the word Chun-Shi. Finally, he sat up suddenly. No, I have to find out. She wanted to find out who this Chun-Shi was. At this moment, I was concentrating on checking the system interface in the room. This is my biggest trump card in my new life, the life achievement system. It is divided into two sections. One is learning and growth. The other is social achievement. The learning system makes my learning ability extremely powerful. You can increase your proficiency by reading books, doing things, or being taught by others. Proficiency levels are divided into novice, beginner, expert, master, and extraordinary. If I practice a certain skill to the extraordinary level, I can gain power that is not possessed by ordinary people. For example, if one's cooking skills are extraordinary, not only can one make delicious dishes, but one can also make people fall into specific emotions and even achieve the exaggerated effect of glowing cuisine. This is an existence that completely transcends the scope of ordinary human capabilities. The second system, the achievement section, is more realistic. It assesses my status through social influence, and after completing stage tasks, I can get corresponding rewards. The achievement levels are divided into 4 stages from low to high. Rising to fame, a household name, respected by the whole country, and known to everyone. The first stage is to reach the level of a big internet celebrity. The second one is the fame of superstar Chen-Long. The third one must be respected nationwide, like Mr. Yuan. The last one has to be recognized by all the people like an international leader. Although I don't know what rewards these achievements will eventually give me, just looking at the difficulty of the tasks, I know that the value must be beyond my imagination. In my previous life, I was trampled to pieces by women like Chun-Shi, like crushing mud. But in this life, with the system, I have the confidence to fight against the inertia of the plot head-on. This time, even if it is fate predetermined by heaven, I will go against it. This time, I will not give in, and I will never fail again. Who says supporting roles can't make a comeback? I, Song Yimou, want to show everyone that destiny can be rewritten. I have been a very hardworking person since I was young, and my grades have always been acceptable. But I have never had such a strong desire to learn as I do today. I casually pulled out a piano music book and had just flipped through a few pages when that familiar electronic sound suddenly rang in my mind. The learning system has been officially activated, and the personal section has been refreshed. I immediately clicked to check it out. Name, Song Yimou. Skills, business proficiency, learning basics, piano basics, driving basics, singing basics, cooking novice, skateboarding novice, painting novice. You read piano books and learn piano skills. Your proficiency level is +1. It can increase a little every 10 minutes. A few hours later, I watched the values on the system panel change. Introduction to piano, 88 out of 100. I watched it for another 2 hours and successfully upgraded to piano mastery, 1 out of 1000. I didn't expect that my proficiency would increase tenfold from entry level to mastery. It's already 12 o'clock midnight. I felt as if the pent-up emotions in my body had found a breakthrough, and an impulse that had been suppressed for a long time surged up. I originally wanted to play a lullaby by Schumann or Brahms, but I just couldn't calm down. Emotions are surging, like a volcano about to erupt. I changed into my pajamas, tiptoed out of the room, and went to the piano room on the second floor. My parents haven't come home yet, and besides the nanny, Song Wanru is the only one at home. Even if she heard it, what could she do? I sat on the piano stool, closed my eyes, and placed my fingertips on the keys, but I didn't press them down. Memories came flooding back. In my previous life, I was very careful, cautious in what I said and did, but ended up with a miserable ending. Those who were once close to each other turned against each other faster than turning the pages of a book, including Song Wanru, who was also the person who made me completely disappointed. They were once as close as family, but they turned against each other at the critical moment. I wanted to play a soft tune to calm my emotions, but in the end, I chose Beethoven's Symphony No. 5. 10 fingers are as fast as the wind, shuttling between the black and white piano keys. Every note seems to be venting the resentment, and every paragraph seems to be fighting against fate. This is not a performance, it is a cry of the soul. The melody is suppressed at first, and then explodes rapidly, like the roar of fighting on an ancient battlefield. Emotions soar and plummet, then bounce back again, like rebirth after being shattered. At this moment, I am not playing the piano. I am venting all my resentment and anger. Even if the whole world betrays me, I will never give in. At this time, Song Wanru downstairs couldn't sleep all night. She never imagined that her brother, who was once her closest to her, would hate her to this extent in his heart. She was not afraid of losing money, but of being kicked out of home. This home, where she has lived since she was a child, is her deepest dependence. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep, when she suddenly heard the sound of a piano. It was gentle at first, then turned into anger and passion, waves of emotions hitting her heart. As a student at the Conservatory of Music, she is no outsider. She could clearly feel that it was not just a simple technique, but the embodiment of emotion. She threw back the quilt and quietly got out of bed, not even daring to use her cell phone to light up the room, for fear of disturbing this exquisite performance. She walked downstairs and saw that the piano room was brightly lit. The tall figure on the piano stool is like a mountain. Even in pajamas, his aura was calm and awe-inspiring. His fingers are slender and nimble, like elves jumping on the piano keys. The face was hidden under the bangs, looming. Song Wanru was stunned. She didn't even dare to breathe, for fear of ruining this rare scene. What came to my mind was the younger brother who once had a face full of innocence. The music came one after another, like an accusation or a struggle. She seemed to see a young boy who was betrayed and hurt again and again. But he did not fall down. Instead, he stood up and tried his best to keep the light in his heart. Even if everyone around him betrays him, he still fights stubbornly. The song ends and the crowd quiets down. At that moment, everything was silent, like the silence after a wound is torn apart. Song Wanru could no longer hold back her tears. She didn't know what she would do in the future to let her brother down, but her heart was already overwhelmed with regret at this moment. The piano stopped playing and the lights went out. Song Mo's footsteps were getting closer. She hid behind the sofa, covered her mouth tightly, and cried silently. In the dark night, she huddled in a corner like a shadow shattered by reality, enduring an unprecedented impact. She waited until she heard the door close before she slowly got up. A slight sob came out of his throat. She could no longer sleep peacefully during the long night. She was not crying for the present Song Mo, but for the family member in the future whom she might push away. And I returned to the room. I felt that the resentment accumulated in my heart from previous lives had been completely vented through that performance. My mind is especially clear, and I feel a lot more relaxed. The strengthening of the system not only improves my skills, but also helps me release my repressed emotions. I glanced at the system panel. Piano Mastery, 101/1000. Just one song played with full passion, and the proficiency soared to an astonishing level. If improved at this pace, every skill can be sublimated emotionally. I laughed. Having a system is like holding a sword. Last time I was overwhelmed by fate. This time, I want to control my fate instead. Today I have a long rope in my hand. When can I tie up the blue dragon? Just do it. Chapter 9. No. Can you really answer this question? Early the next morning, Song Yamo had a good sleep. Come out of the room refreshed. After washing up, I sat at the dining table and had breakfast. Soon, with a creak, the door opened. Song Wanru also came out of the room. She rarely stayed up late, but she didn't sleep all night. She appeared in front of Song Yamo with two panda eyes. This made Song Yamo a little stunned. But think about it carefully. Did I disturb her sleep last night by playing the piano? Then she couldn't fall asleep, so she looked so listless. Song Yamo felt relieved. He thought that he was not a very magnanimous man. Although he was not vindictive, he would definitely take revenge. Well done. It would be great if she could make a scene. I will play the piano every night from now on. It would be best if she could not sleep every day and move out of the Song family on her own initiative. Song Mo therefore arranged for himself a learning task of playing the piano every morning in the early morning. After all, only Song Wanru's room was closest to the piano room, while the nanny's rooms were quite far away. Song's father and mother are busy with work and do not live in the Song family villa near the school area. It couldn't be better if it only affected Song Wanru. Hearing Song Mo's inner voice, Song Wanru's eyes rarely showed a doting look. My younger brother is so cute. He's so cute even when he's playing tricks on people. It would be a pleasure to hear Song Mo playing the piano every night. She has always loved music. Song Wanru didn't sleep all night last night. She finally figured it out. No matter what I will do in the future, at least those things have not happened yet, and I still have the opportunity to make up for it. As long as I change my brother's view of me and let him know that he is the one I love the most, can I repair the relationship between me and my brother? After figuring it out, Song Wanru was mentally exhausted, but she was no longer as distressed as she was yesterday. Instead of always being sad and self-pitying, she might as well take the initiative to change everything. Song Wanru, believe in yourself. Brother, be careful on the road. Facing Song Wanru's concern, Song Mo acted very indifferent. He didn't even say in response and walked straight out of the Song family villa. Drive to school. After Song Mo left, Song Wanru rubbed her eyes, called her counselor, and said she wanted to take 3 days off. She should take a good rest first. Then, I started to investigate. Who was the person called Chunshi in my brother's mind? Walk into the classroom. Song Mo felt that 2 pairs of eyes were always watching him. He raised his head as if he noticed something. One of them was Xiao Ro, the girl who helped him run errands and adjust the surveillance cameras. Song Mo responded with a smile as a greeting. One is an Inua. Her expression was very complicated. She bit her lips lightly while looking at herself. She seemed to want to speak, but was too embarrassed. In university classrooms, you can sit anywhere you want. The class hasn't officially started yet. The teacher didn't come either. Song Mo randomly found a seat where no one was around and sat down. He randomly took out an advanced mathematics textbook from his school bag and started to brush up on his proficiency in Introduction to Learning. Song Mo had done an experiment and found that reading a mathematics textbook was most helpful in brushing up on his proficiency in learning skills. Song Mo was watching intently. Suddenly, I felt someone tapping my shoulder. Song Mo. He frowned slightly, his face showing dissatisfaction at being disturbed. You know, the more focused you are, the faster you will gain proficiency. He turned his head and saw that it was an Inua. What is this dog-licking girl trying to do? An Inua originally wanted to apologize. After all, she made a bet with Song Mo yesterday. If Song Mo hadn't locked Chunshi in the bathroom, she would have apologized to Song Mo. Although an Inua is the eldest daughter of the Yin family in Magic City, but she is still a decent person. Normally, promises are not broken. But after hearing Song Mo's inner voice, an Inua started to get angry again. What a dog-licking girl. Song Mo is still so annoying. He pretends to be gentle and refined on the surface, but he is always cursing people in his heart. He is totally a hypocritical guy. Song Mo, I misunderstood you yesterday. An Inua suppressed his anger and said this. Just apologize and leave. Song Mo, love whoever you want. I really don't want to see you for a moment. Song Mo said, oh, lightly. Feeling restless. Why doesn't this woman leave after she's finished talking? Don't you know that disturbing others' studies is a very annoying thing? Really? Do I really have to ask her to chase me away? I really don't want to have anything to do with this top-licker girl. Can she have some sense? An Inua's face turned pale. Then the blood rushed up and her little face turned red. His fists were clenched tightly. Song Mo, that's enough. Are you annoyed that I disturbed your studies? Are you still trying to kick them out? Okay. I just want to make you unhappy. See what you can do to me. An Inua said sternly. I said before that if I misunderstood you, I would apologize to you, so? Sorry. Her sorry was just a literal sorry. There was anger in his voice. No apology at all. Song Mo didn't mind either. Haha, it's okay. Song Mo nodded slightly and replied casually. Then he lowered his head again and focused his eyes on the advanced mathematics book. So you came here to apologize. I thought Chunshi had instigated you to cause trouble for me again. You should just leave after apologizing, right? Go away. Don't delay my reading. Knowledge is power. Song Mo quickly became focused. Isolated from outside disturbance. An Inua was dumbfounded. No, you really like reading so much. I'm in your way here, right? You can't wait for me to leave, right? An Inua was at least a celebrity among the freshmen and the undisputed beauty of the School of Economics and Management of Shanghai University. How could she have ever been despised and looked down upon like this? Song Mo actually disliked her. I really dislike him and even feel that being around him is a hindrance to his studies. An Inua's stubborn temper really came out. She plopped down on the seat next to Song Mo. Take out your textbook. With a sullen face, he opened the book and pretended to read. Isn't it just reading a book? What a boast. I watch it too. However, she knew every word in the advanced mathematics book, but when they were combined together, they became something she could not understand. The first part is fine and is similar to the derivative, but later on, it really became a mess. An Inua was dazzled, then looked at Song Mo, whose eyes were clear and focused. He actually turned a page very quickly. In a short period of time, he had already finished the first 2 chapters. Humph, why are you pretending? I've never seen anyone reading a book like you. And Inua believed that Song Mo was definitely pretending. Song Mo came back to his senses from the world of mathematics when he heard an Inua's voice beside him. He looked at an Inua in surprise. No, why is this woman still here? It's hard. The fist is hard. An Inua was very angry. What did it mean that this woman was still staying here? It turns out you never cared about my existence at all. Then when I was pretending to read a book just now, wasn't that just a performance in vain? So many brain cells have been wasted in vain. Song Mo frowned and wanted to curse, but considering the other party's identity as the eldest daughter of the Yin family in Modu, he still patiently said, Student in Inua, I know you are the eldest daughter of the Yin family in Modu, and I also know that it doesn't matter whether you study or not. But can you provide a good environment for people who want to learn? And the class has started now. Please listen carefully. Song Mo's inner voice also rang out. If he wasn't the eldest daughter of the Yin family in Modu, I would have scolded him a long time ago. If he doesn't learn it himself, can he let others learn it? Also, it's really unlucky. Why is she sitting next to me? Don't be a slut again. A licking dog is going to go against me for her master Chinshi. And Inua was so angry that his chest heaved. Song Mo, you can't hide your little thoughts at all. I know you very well. If you continue to be so arrogant, I will really use the power of my family to take you in, believe it or not. You're still blaming me? Did you listen to the class carefully? And Inua had a dark face and sneered. You keep flipping through the book here. Do you really understand it after reading it once? If you have the ability, can you write down the questions assigned by the teacher on the blackboard? Song Mo shrugged indifferently. Oh, actually I didn't understand it, so I just flipped through it. Don't worry about it. After saying that, Song Mo no longer paid attention to an Inua. Start reading quietly again. I feel bored inside. It's annoying, let's change seats after class. An Inua's lungs are about to explode. It happened that at this time, the high mathematics teacher was asking, who among you can solve this problem? It doesn't matter if you can't write it all out, just tell me your thoughts. An Inua raised his hand immediately. The advanced mathematics teacher was surprised and asked, Student in Inua, can you do it? I won't. She answered with confidence. But, Song Mo can do it. It was at this time. Song Mo has been studying advanced mathematics for such a long time that his proficiency in the learning basics skill, which he had accumulated to the point of being on the verge of a breakthrough in high school, has been raised to the level of learning mastery. Learning mastery, 1 out of 1,000. Song Mo will. The advanced mathematics teacher breathed a sigh of relief. He thought an Inua was going to come up and answer. Don't be so confident that you come up and do the questions without even understanding them. She will be embarrassed then. It's not easy to do it myself. He really doesn't want to mess with these second-generation people. The advanced mathematics teacher never asks the second generation to answer questions, and he also tries his best to get them out of the final exams. It's not easy. He uses 2 pens to mark the test papers. A red pen, a black pen. Then please ask Song Mo to come up and answer. Although Song Mo is also considered a second-generation kid, he gives him a very good impression. He has been studying hard, and his level is not low. Even if you don't know how to do it, just give it a little guidance. Finally, give a few words of praise. A happy ending was achieved perfectly. Song Mo put down the textbook and glanced at an Inua. I said this dog-licking woman had bad intentions, and it turned out to be true. An Inua swallowed his anger. You can curse as much as you want in your heart. I want to see what you do when you make a fool of yourself later. Aren't you good at pretending? Now I'm giving you a chance to show off. Why don't you show me what you can do? Song Mo stood up and walked to the podium calmly. Pick up a piece of chalk. It was finished in no time. The advanced mathematics teacher looked at Song Mo in surprise. Absolutely right. Is this kid really good? Not bad. Song Mo's writing is fast and correct. The advanced mathematics teacher hasn't finished speaking yet. Then I saw Song Mo start writing on the empty space on the blackboard. The advanced mathematics teacher paused and looked at Song Mo's handwriting carefully. Just by reading the beginning, he knew what Song Mo was doing. Good job, you didn't embarrass me. It actually took 3 solutions. There are 5 solutions that the advanced mathematics teacher himself knows, and 3 of them are not in the textbooks. Song Mo finished writing quickly, flicked his slender fingers lightly, and the remaining chalk made a parabola in the air and fell into the chalk box. There are 3 solutions, one of which has never appeared in the textbook. All correct. The calculus teacher who originally intended to praise Song Mo actually showed his appreciation for his talent. Instead of praising him profusely, he nodded slightly and said, yes, all 3 solutions are correct. Song Mo has a solid foundation. Song Mo is not ostentatious either. Amid the worshipful gazes of his classmates, he walked down the podium in a very low-key manner. When walking to your seat, he glanced at an Inua out of the corner of his eye. His eyes were calm, but an Inua felt that there was contempt in them. Song Mo, you are such a bastard. An Inua was very dissatisfied. Song Mo just happened to be good at math. She just doesn't believe that Song Mo has no weaknesses. The advanced mathematics teacher began to explain Song Mo's 3 solutions in detail to the students. But at this time, a person pushed the door open from the back door. Chunshi had a bandage on his head and looked pale and weak. He looked around the classroom, looking for an Inua. The campus bell of Manhwa University has a strong presence. Therefore, it was found quickly. Chun-Shi was happy, but suddenly, Chun-Shi's pretendingly pitiful look turned into a sinister and vicious one. It's like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, sending the signal to attack. Song-mo, hee. Chapter 10. An Inua recognizes Chun-Shi. It's all Song-mo's fault. If it weren't for Song-mo, now an Inua still cares for him as attentively as before. Not only did Song-mo embarrass him in public, he now wants to steal an Inua, the school bell. Chun-Shi's eyes were cold. Just wait, Song-mo. I will make you pay the price. Chun-Shi's expression changed. He pursed his lips, which were cracked due to not drinking water. He gathered his emotions, and tears gradually flashed in his eyes. Feeling that it was about time, he walked into the classroom. It is usually not necessary to report being late in college to avoid disrupting the teacher's lectures. Therefore, many teachers will announce in advance that late students should enter through the back door. Chun-Shi sat in the empty seat next to an Inua. The sound coming from beside caught an Inua's attention. When an Inua turned his head and saw Chun-Shi, he was very surprised for a while, especially when he saw tears in the other's eyes. She actually felt a little ashamed. I couldn't help but want to distance myself from Song-mo. Chun-Shi's method was indeed brilliant. He didn't say a word, but suddenly rushed in and took the initiative in the situation. Chun-Shi bit his lip, his eyes looking sad. Enoch, why are you sitting next to Song-mo? Didn't you tell me that Song-mo is annoying and self-centered? Don't you like him? Song-mo also noticed Chun-Shi's presence at this time. This damn thing is here again? Haha, it's the same as in the previous life. Even if I don't bother to pay attention to it, this thing still lingers around. This idiot must have seen an Inua sitting next to him, so he panicked, afraid that I would snatch away the dog he trained, right? Hey, some fun. Although an Inua had already made some guesses, he was still surprised when he got the definite answer from Song-mo's voice. Song-mo is indeed a reborn person, so his bad impression of me actually comes from his past life? The same goes for the stereotype of Chun-Shi. An Inua recalled Song-mo's thoughts yesterday. He was hit by a car, and his body was bloody. He was locked in the basement and tortured and humiliated. Could this have something to do with him and Chun-Shi? That's why Song-mo hates himself and Chun-Shi so much. For some reason, ever since hearing Song-mo's inner voice, an Inua felt that Chun-Shi might not be as simple a boy with a miserable life and a sensitive heart as he knew. So, when I saw Chun-Shi's pale face and dry lips again, and saw the helplessness and loss in his eyes that were like a sword of accusation, I didn't feel as heartbroken as before. Chun-Shi, is he pretending? From Song-mo's inner voice, we know that Chun-Shi is probably pretending just to arouse his sympathy and let him help him all the time. An Inua frowned slightly. Can't I sit next to Song-mo? Hearing this, Chun-Shi's face turned pale. He really looks like a zombie, pale and dead. His face was ugly, his lips twitched slightly, and he said, Yeah, I know. You misunderstood. I don't want to control you. It's just that Song-mo is not a good person. Song-mo's eyes moved away from the advanced mathematics book and looked at Chun-Shi teasingly. Strange, Chun-Shi. Weren't you always afraid of me before? How come you dare to say in front of me that I'm not a good person now? Chun-Shi didn't reply. He just looked at an Inua with pleading eyes, as if he really cared about her. Song-mo looked at the two of them as if he was watching a show. Let me guess what an Inua will do next. She definitely can't stand Chun-Shi's look and will quickly console me by saying, Chun-Shi, don't be sad. I'll change seats after class, and then she'll start explaining, and maybe even glare at me at the end. I bet a bag of spicy noodles that an Inua will definitely react like this. Even if it's not, it's definitely close. Song-mo discovered that an Inua didn't glare at him at the end. Damn it, this little girl started glaring at him directly. Huh, why did it feel like the little girl heard me scolding her? Her eyes became more and more ferocious, like a tigress. An Inua really wanted to kill Song-mo with her eyes, but in order to prevent Song-mo from noticing any flaws, she forced herself to look away. She raised her eyes slightly and looked at Chun-Shi, very puzzled. Student Chun-Shi, do we have a special relationship? I could sit next to you before, and now I can naturally sit next to Song-mo. We are just classmates. Song-mo's high school grades are very good. I sit next to him and can ask him if I don't understand something. Is there anything wrong with that? Chun-Shi's face looked ugly, and now he felt even more embarrassed. There was a panic and confusion in his eyes. What kind of magic did Song-mo use to cause such a change in an Inua's attitude towards him? You know, one day ago, an Inua is also a good squad leader who takes care of him meticulously. It can even be said that he is a reserved dog licker. Chun-Shi still wanted to make amends. Enoch, why do I feel like you've changed a lot? Did Song-mo say something bad about me? You must not be prejudiced against me just because of what others say. Enoch, you are my only friend in school. Hearing this, an Inua's expression was somewhat touched. When Chun-Shi saw this, the tears in his eyes fell down and his voice became tearful. I don't have any family. You are my family. I always treat you as my own sister. An Inua was moved. But she looked at Song-mo and wondered why she didn't hear his thoughts this time. Can these two scumbags who lick women just die and be disgusting? Damn it, can't I just read a book properly? Finally, I heard Song-mo's voice. An Inua's expression suddenly changed, and he looked quite fierce. She said to Chun-Shi coldly, It's class time. If you have anything to say, can we talk after class? After saying that, she turned her attention away and started listening to the advanced mathematics teacher explain the exercises on the blackboard. Hateful. The teacher has already explained the solutions in the previous 2 books. I can't understand what you are saying now. And Inua hesitated for a moment. She looked at Song Yemo, who was reading a book. Should she ask him? But when I think about Song Mo's opinion of me, it can't be said to be unfriendly. It is simply derogatory to the extreme. She snorted at Song Yemo. I won't ask him. There are 2 similar examples in the book. I'll look at them myself. Song Yemo felt puzzled. Did she just humph at me? She's really sick. And Inua gritted his teeth secretly, and he wanted to hit Song Mo's thigh with his clenched fist so hard that you would curse me in your heart every day. Snort. Chun Shi kept glancing at an Inua out of the corner of his eye, and saw her series of small actions because of Song Yemo, and her expression was gloomy. Chapter 11 Song Yemo couldn't beat a woman. Enoch, I feel like you hate me. Did I do something wrong? If it were before, you would never sit next to Song Yemo. When the get out of class was over, Chun Shi finally found an opportunity. He called an Inua out. He asked an Inua with pitiful eyes. An Inua was very annoyed. Maybe she did have some feelings for Chun Shi in the past, but that was mostly out of sympathy. After all, Chun Shi is indeed a person who is very good at taking advantage of his own weaknesses to arouse women's overflowing sympathy. But whether it was what happened yesterday or Song Mo's inner thoughts, it all showed that Chun Shi was actually a hypocritical person. And Inua no longer wanted to care about anything concerning Chun Shi. She was not his biological mother, so why should she always take care of him and everything? Seeing that Chun Shi was still pestering me, and Inua crossed his arms and said in annoyance, Chun Shi, you are also an adult man, not a child. Can you do something of your own? Can you not hang around me every day? We are just classmates, don't think too much. I have also applied for the school's poverty subsidy for you, and helped you with various petitions. You can't ask me to run around for you all the time, right? It's my freedom to sit wherever I want. And Inua's voice was not small, and many students in the classroom heard it. College students are always at the forefront of the action. Although many people had already moved their feet and pricked up their ears to listen to the quarrel outside. But at this time, Chun Shi had already left in shame. He used his Jade syndrome as an excuse to take leave frequently. Hey, tell me what happened. I didn't hear it just now. What else could it be? It's that Chun Shi. The squad leader has helped him so much, but he still wants to blackmail the squad leader and restrict his personal freedom. What kind of restriction is that? It seems that the monitor is not allowed to sit next to Song Mo. Does Chun Shi want to make me laugh to death and inherit my meal card? The other squad leader feels sorry for him, but he is not his mother. Is it his business? He looks like a pretty boy, and he has beautiful thoughts. When Chun Shi passed by, he heard the discussions in the class. His face immediately turned dark, and he left in a hurry. I feel so much hatred inside. Song Mo, I want you to pay the price. When an Inuo returned to the classroom, he did not see Song Mo in his original seat. Glancing across the classroom, I realized that this guy had actually changed his seat. What's the meaning? You feel disgusted sitting with me, an Inua, right? An Inua looked at Song Mo, who was teaching Xiao Ro how to do her homework in the front of the classroom, and he took out his cell phone and sent him a message like this. An Inua, Song Mo, you are a guy without quality. You are a bastard who likes to curse people in your heart every day. Crossed out. Read it the information. An Inua, Song Mo, can we go out for lunch together at noon? I want to make up for my previous misunderstanding of your behavior. After an Inua sent the message, he kept staring at Song Mo in front of him. Song Mo took out his cell phone, looked at it, and then put it back in his pocket. An Inua looked at his phone. I have read it, but didn't reply. Song Mo, you are really capable. She silently kept this grudge in her heart. Song Mo, just wait. Next time if you send me a message, I will leave you alone for 2 hours, and then not reply to you for 2 hours even if I have read your message. This will drive you crazy. Chun Shi walked on the asphalt road of the school. Looking hesitant, he finally took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, is this Sister Lung? No, it's not about the money. Sister, I was bullied. The typical voice of a puppy, mixed with choked and suppressed crying, made the woman on the other end of the phone furious. Then, Chun Shi started to complain. Finally, he slowly said, Sister, I'm really grateful that you listened to me, but you must not cause trouble for that person. Song Mo's family still has some influence in the Magic City. The woman on the other end of the phone sneered. The Song family of the Demon City. I understand. I won't bother him. Xiao Shi, you should stay in the house I rented for you these days. If you are in a bad mood, don't go to school. Be good, be good. Song Mo stretched lazily. It's so relaxing to study for a whole morning. Xiao Ro, goodbye. He waved at Xiao Ro, who was packing her textbooks. Xiao Ro was the girl who helped him check the surveillance yesterday. She looked shy and waved goodbye. Song Mo, goodbye. Song Mo lazily carried his black school bag and walked towards the school parking area with a carefree pace, preparing to look for his car. Song Mo, an Inua stood in front of Song Mo and said angrily, You clearly saw my message. So, Song Mo actually treated her as heir? Song Mo glanced at an Inua. Strange, looking at the noise in the corridor today, it seems that this woman and Chun Shi have had a falling out. Isn't this woman Chun Shi's diehard licker? In my previous life, I couldn't resist the pressure from the women behind Chun-Shi, so I told an Inua in front of me about the ambiguous relationships between Chun-Shi and many other women. However, in my previous life, not only did she not be won over, but she also said that I had a dirty mind. Could it be that she has grown a brain recently? It's hard. My toes are hard. And Inua really wanted to take off her leather shoes and step hard on Song Mo's face with her white silk feet that she had worn all day. You only grew a brain recently. And Inua said stiffly. Don't misunderstand the relationship between me and Chun-Shi. He and I have always been classmates. Moreover, after the last misunderstanding, I will not help him in the future. Oh, that's great. Song Mo was calm. He walked around a little and wanted to get out of the classroom. And Inua's white and tender palm directly grabbed Song Mo's wrist. I just said that to express my apology. I want to treat you to a meal. And Inua said word by word. Song Mo, you must go. Song Mo frowned. You're sick. He shook his hands casually, thinking he could break free easily, but he didn't expect an Inua's wrist strength to be so amazing. And Inua smiled proudly. She has been learning Taekwondo since she was a child. Now I have reached the black belt level. It's not the kind of fancy moves, but someone with real skills that my father paid a lot of money to hire. Song Mo looked at an Inua in surprise. I couldn't help but ask, did you grow up drinking milk? How come you are as strong as a bull? And Inua's face darkened, and he exerted even more force with his hands. She almost kidnapped Song Mo and forced him to follow her. Wait and see how I stuff your mouth with food later. Chapter 12. Lung Wanxiu weighing 250 pounds. A high-end Chinese restaurant. It was an Inua who chose it based on Song Mo's thoughts. She suddenly came to her senses. It is actually very easy to control Song Mo. Wouldn't it be easy for me to hear Song Mo's inner voice, grasp his true thoughts, and understand his various preferences? I, an Inua, only need to make a slight move to make Song Mo so confused that he loses his way. Missin, what exactly do you want to do? I really don't have the time or interest to compete with you. If you have any dissatisfaction with me, just say it directly. Can I change it? And Inua picked up a piece of pork ribs and gave it to Song Mo. Just eat it. Can't you keep your mouth shut even when eating? Song Mo hesitated. And Inua thought he was embarrassed, but when he heard his inner thoughts, he was almost furious. What is an Inua's intention? He actually gave me some spare ribs? There were ripples in Song Mo's heart. Could it be? This woman wants to poison me to death. So cruel. And Inua really wanted to ask Song Mo to eat her stinky feet. Eat her slightly sweaty white silk feet after walking all day. Just put it in his mouth and beat him if he dares to spit it out. Still want to eat ribs? Eat your ass. And Inua forced pork ribs into Song Mo's mouth, but her tough attitude made Song Mo worried, and he refused to open his mouth. Song Mo was a little panicked at this time. Damn it. What should I do if I can't beat this woman? I won't have to restart right after my rebirth, will I? I miscalculated. Who knew an Inua's fighting power would be so strong? And Inua was discouraged. She put the ribs into her bowl. He poked his chopsticks in the rice, raised his head, and glanced at Song Mo with disappointment. Song Mo, am I really that kind of bad woman in your heart? Song Mo was stunned. The thoughts in his mind were very strange. Did this young lady take the wrong medicine? Song Mo laughed. Missin, although you misunderstood me yesterday, didn't you apologize? And you also invited me to dinner. I am really grateful. You're quite a nice person. Song Mo's idea was to fool an Inua as quickly as possible. Asking others what they think of him in front of others, isn't it just to get others to praise you? An Inua sighed softly. I feel very unappetizing. Forget it. Seeing that you are still reluctant to eat, are you afraid that I will poison you? I won't force you, just go. Hearing this, Song Mo looked at an Inua suspiciously. What the hell is she thinking about? An Inua didn't say anything, just buried her head in her bowl, and she couldn't see the expression on her face. Song Mo hesitated slightly, then stood up and left quickly. Song Mo, an Inua called him. Song Mo turned around and saw an Inua's serious expression. I will definitely change your stereotype of me. Song Mo smiled awkwardly in his heart. Why are you laughing? Because it's ridiculous. Lung Wanxiu hung up the phone with Chun-Shi. He massaged his temples slightly, his eyes cold. The Song family of the Demon City. Song Mo, you bully me. Lung Wanxiu is the president of the Lung Group. She is 28 years old, 175 centimeters tall, and weighs 250 kgs. She is a real fat woman. In the previous life, the person Song Mo was fighting for was her. Song Mo painstakingly helped her lose weight, encouraged her to exercise, and eventually she succeeded in losing weight and becoming a great beauty, helping her regain her confidence in her appearance. However, when Song Mo needed her to help him bear some pressure, she abandoned Song Mo decisively, turned to lick Chun-Shi, and even leaked Song Mo's location information. And this was the direct cause of Song Mo's death in his previous life. Chun-Shi is a poor student sponsored by Lung Wanxiu. The agreement between her and Chun-Shi is that she will sponsor Chun-Shi free of charge to complete his college studies and bear all his expenses during his studies. Lung Wanxiu has hope in her heart for Chun-Shi, who looks like a puppy but never despises her. She thinks Chun-Shi is the only person who does not despise her appearance. Lung Wanxiu frowned slightly. The Song family in Magic City is not small, Not to mention that the Lung family's real sphere of influence is in Kyoto. She just came to Shanghai to open up the market. Even a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Lung Wanchio made a phone call. Secretary He, please help me check the detailed information of the Song family in Magic City and Song Mo of the Song family. His personal information, no matter how big or small, I want to know everything. Yes, Director Lung. When he returned home, Song Mo saw that Song Wanru had asked the nanny to prepare food, as if she was waiting for him to come back for dinner. He frowned slightly. He sat down and ate with a cold look on his face. Brother, try this. Song Wanru picked up a piece of steak and gave it to Song Mo. At the same time, he poured Song Mo a glass of red wine. Song Mo refused. Don't pick up food for me. I have my own hands. I don't drink either. Drinking will cause me to get in the way. I have things to do later. After saying these two words coldly, Song Mo looked at the steak that Song Wanru had picked up on the plate and directly changed the plate. Seeing Song Mo distancing himself from her like this, even though Song Wanru had already prepared herself mentally, she still couldn't help feeling depressed and a little aggrieved. Brother, why do I feel like you are angry with me? Did my sister do something wrong? Song Mo smiled. I only remember that I was the only child of my parents, but I didn't know that I had an older sister. Song Wanru's gentle face turned pale in an instant, and she said with some heartache, Brother, don't talk like that. I'm really sad. When Song Mo heard this, his expression changed instantly. He ate his meal quickly in silence. Sad? What kind of sadness is this? Wasn't I sad when I was betrayed in my previous life? Wasn't I sad when I was tortured to death? This bitch always pretends to be so pitiful. I would rather she meet Qinshi earlier and get out of my house. The most urgent thing now is to protect myself. When I am free, I will make her get out of my sight, even if my parents object. Song Mo's inner voice was filled with strong malice and resentment. His emotions were somewhat out of control due to Song Wanru's stimulation. When Song Wanru heard the inner voice, her face turned as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. She didn't blame Song Mo. She just hates her future self. Hate that unfounded Qinshi. The relationship between me and my brother was originally good. If it weren't for that vicious Qinshi, how could my brother hate me so much? Song Wanru entered the room with tears in her eyes. She didn't cry out loud, but just kept wiping the tears that were rolling down her eyes. Song Mo was so busy eating that he didn't even bother to look at her. After dinner, then he went straight to the piano room on the second floor. Chapter 13, Build Momentum. Quick short video. Song Mo's top priority now is to protect himself. Although I don't know the reason, the conflict between me and Qinshi seems to have escalated, so I am in a very dangerous situation. It is also unclear how many heroines the grandson has hooked up with now. Fortunately, the woman who was the most ruthless and acted most recklessly. They probably haven't hooked up yet. If Song Mo wants to protect himself, the most important thing is of course to develop his own power and build his own business empire and power empire. Then, you need to improve your personal strength to ensure greater safety. However, for now, what Song Mo deserves most is fame. A person with fame is better than a person with money and power. Even harder to kill. If I can make a significant contribution to the country, that would be the best. My idea is to start with military industry and people's livelihood, such as aerospace research or breeding super wheat. The latter is best, which can be exposed to the public and increase my popularity. Or, if I can solve the difficult mathematical problems in today's academic forums, it would be best if I could become the pride of China and the pride of the academic world. But scientific research cannot be completed overnight, and it is not easy to improve your proficiency in learning, so the fastest way is to start with art. With the help of short videos on Kuaishou, I can achieve my goal after my talent is established. Song Mo sat on the piano stand. Caress with both hands. A new round of practice began. The graceful piano music was heard again. After Song Wanru, who was crying silently in the room, heard it, she gradually stopped crying and began to listen quietly to Song Mo's piano performance. There was no longer any hostility from last night in Song Mo's piano music. In the pleasant piano music, he gradually began to reveal his expectations and yearning for the future. Maybe as time goes by, when Song Mo stood at a new height, he could truly let go, because in the midst of laughter and conversation, the enemies were reduced to ashes, and the past was nothing but a cloud of smoke. When you stand at the highest point, the hard rocks at the foot of the mountain are no longer in your sight. As Song Wanru listened, she couldn't help but smile. She has been under a lot of pressure these days. She always feels guilty towards her brother and wants to restore the relationship between the siblings. Even though Song Mo never liked her, she still felt very happy after seeing her brother getting better and better, and the guilt in her heart was less. Brother, one day you will understand your sister's feelings. You are my relative, and I will only love you. My brother plays the piano so well. Even my own teacher is no more than this, right? My younger brother is so awesome. After practicing the piano, Song Mo returned to the room, took out his mobile phone, and logged into WeChat. Song Mo, Xiaoro, do you have time recently? I have something I want to ask you for help. Xiaoro, yes. I always have time. Xiaoro, classmate Song Mo, what's the matter? Song Mo, can you edit and shoot short videos? Or do you know relevant people? Xiaoro, I know a little bit. but I know a senior who majored in new media communication and is very knowledgeable about photography and editing. Song Imo. Can you invite her to come to our college? Xiaoro, sure. She and I are very familiar with each other. Song Imo. That's good. Let's go to school to discuss it in detail. Xiaoro, yeah? Cute little bear emoticon. In today's era, traffic is king. When it comes to the software with the fastest dissemination speed and the greatest influence, Kuaishou short video stands out among all media software. Song Imo is relying on Kuaishou short videos. Quickly increase your popularity. Song Imo has a clear understanding of himself. His appearance is at the ceiling of the abstinence type, and his figure is also good, and his straight posture is perfect. In a world where looks matter, as long as you have a good-looking face, you only need a little bit of talent, and netizens who have never seen the world will be amazed and praise you to the sky, and even regard you as an idol or a white moonlight. What a coincidence. Song Imo has an impeccable face. And very talented. Although the Song family also has a new media operating company and will sign some internet celebrities, Song Imo wants to develop in school. A top student at Shanghai University, a beautiful campus life, a white moonlight in memory, and a miraculous art performance. With these elements put together, it's hard not to be popular. Afternoon. After class, Song Imo came to a cafe in the school, waiting for Xiaoro and the senior student who knows a lot about photography and short video editing. Song Imo. Xiaoro cheered softly. Song Imo stood up and saw Xiaoro and a girl wearing a white sun hat walking towards him in the distance. Song Imo waved. Wait until the two of them sit down. He looked closely at the two women's outfits. Xiaoro was wearing a pair of denim shorts that perfectly showed off her long legs. She was wearing a white t-shirt with a heart logo on it, and her chest was bulging but not too tight. Her oval face had dimples when she smiled, giving people a youthful feeling. The senior schoolmate next to her was dressed completely casually, wearing a sun hat, white sun-protective clothing, and black casual polyester trousers. She had a camera slung around her waist and had a rather cold expression on her face. The two people are at least 50% similar in appearance. Dang dang dang. Xiaoro introduced. This is Miss Xiaoyu, the legendary photographer at Magic City University. She has a photography and editing account on Kuaishou with more than 200,000 fans. Of course, the most important identity is that she is still my elder sister. A smile also appeared on Song Mo's cold face. He looked at Xiaoyu with gentle eyes and extended his hand. Senior Xiaoyu, it's nice to meet you. The two shook hands lightly and separated immediately. Song Imo got straight to the point. I invited Xiaoro and Xiaoyu to come here because I want you to help me run my personal account. What I want specifically is, after some explanation, Song Imo said, because we are at school, I don't want people from my company to come in and disturb my classmates' studies, so I want to hire senior sister Xiaoyu and classmate Xiaoro. The basic salary is 10,000 per month, is that okay? A monthly salary of 10,000 yuan is actually not too much for Xiaoyu, who has more than 200,000 fans. But salary is secondary. Song Imo also allowed Xiaoyu to take any footage of him she wanted and put it on her personal account. This condition is truly generous. I agree. Xiaoyu didn't think about it for too long. The first time she saw Song Imo, she actually had an impulse in her heart, which was the instinctive impulse for her beloved photography career. Record everything beautiful. It's been a pleasure working with you. Song Imo smiled slightly. The smile that came from the heart made Xiaoro on the side a little stunned. Chapter 14, The Eyes Watching from Behind. Can you play the piano? Xiaoro looked at Song Imo in surprise. I know a little. Song Imo smiled slightly. He opened the door of the school's piano room. There was no one there at this time, which was perfect for him to shoot a short video. Xiaoyu carried his equipment with him. It was she who suggested that we could shoot a group of videos or pictures about Song Imo today and post them on Kuaishou to see the response. Song Imo couldn't ask for more. He sat on the piano bench and pressed his fingers lightly on the keys. This piano was much worse than the one in Song Mo's own home, but a master would never complain about the environment. Besides, for Song Imo, the piano didn't make much difference. He pressed the keys lightly, familiarizing himself with the tone of the piano. Are you ready? Song Imo asked Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu had already taken her position, and while Song Imo was adjusting the sound, she couldn't help but press the shutter and took several pictures. I'm ready. Song Imo changed into a well-fitting suit, his expression cold, his slender fingers dancing on the piano keys. Xiaoro stood in the distance, watching him blankly. Xiaoyu was concentrating on taking pictures. The sound of the piano was also recorded. What Xiaoyu didn't expect was that Song Mo's piano skills were exceptionally good. Although she didn't understand piano, as a layman, she thought it sounded good. On Kuaishou, as long as laymen think the video sounds good, it is enough, because most people just watch it for fun. Furthermore, Song Mo's appearance plays a significant role. The song is over. Song Imo stood up, smiled at the camera, and bowed slightly. Finally, don't forget to wink mischievously. Then he walked over to Xiaoyu and wanted to see how the photography was going. As expected, the photography is excellent. Xiaoyu is indeed talented. Let me see too. Xiaoro squeezed in, eager to see the final result. In the picture, the sunlight shines into the empty piano room, and the light is full of high-level beauty under the simple Tyndall effect. A piano comes into view, and above the piano is a pair of slender and beautiful hands. Just a pair of hands gives people a feeling of elegance and makes people imagine that the owner of these hands must be outstanding in appearance. When the elegant piano sounded, the scene suddenly changed, and Song Mo, dressed in a neat suit, appeared in the picture. His abstinent face was as cold as an iceberg, his dark eyes were as bright as stars, and his expression was focused. The graceful piano music is sometimes fast and sometimes slow, with perfect rhythm control. The leisurely piano performance can calm people's minds. No matter what you are doing now or whether you are encountering any troubles, it will not prevent you from calming down and listening to this hearty performance. Although the short video has not been edited yet, the angle is well controlled and the camera movement is impeccable. Xiaoro narrowed her eyes into crescents and turned into a lovelorn girl. Song Mo, you are so handsome. When have my internet sisters ever eaten such fine bran? If I post it online, it will definitely go viral. Xiaoyu also nodded slightly. After editing, the final film will be better by adding some suspense, adjusting the changes in light and shadow in the video, and using contrast reasonably. I think it will have a more amazing effect. I'll work overtime tonight to edit this video. Should I send it to you then? Just send it to Xiaoro. She is in charge of my account. Xiaoyu was responsible for photography and editing. Xiaoro was responsible for the operation of Song Mo's Kuaishou account, and Song Mo provided funding. By the way, Xiaoro, please accept this bank card. Song Mo took out a bank card and handed it to Xiaoro. Xiaoro took the bank card. This is our team's operating funds. You can use it to buy traffic and Douyin. There is 1 million in it. If the money is not enough, you can come to me again. Xiaoro's hand holding the bank card trembled. 1 million. Although it is known that the assets of the Song family in Shanghai are over 10 billion, for Song Mo, the young master of the Song family, 1 million is just a drizzle, but Xiaoro's family is only well off. She's just in college. Only 19 years old. Suddenly, Xiaoro's heart was pounding with such a huge sum of money in her hands. She said anxiously, "How about you take it back, Song Mo? I'll ask you for as much money as I need when the time comes." "It's okay, just take it. You can use it to reimburse your usual food and lodging." Song Mo waved. Xiaoro is too kind after all, and her true nature as a student girl is fully exposed. If it were those women in society who have experienced the ups and downs of life, how could they say such things? Don't waste the money you earn. Song Mo has tens of millions of liquid funds on hand, not counting the real estate inherited from his father and mother. 1 million is just a drop in the bucket. Song Mo once again explained his purpose to Xiaoro. "I want to make short videos on Kuaishou and Douyin just to gain more popularity, not to make money, so don't save money on operations. As long as the money is spent wisely, you can always ask me for more if it's not enough." Yeah. Song Mo had said this much, and Xiaoro didn't act pretentiously. She playfully performed the standard military salute she had learned during training. "Yes, boss. Your little employee Xiaoro will definitely not let you down." Girls of Xiaoro's age always have a kind of lively and fresh beauty, like a fish. "I found a Chinese restaurant and treated them to a meal." Song Mo originally wanted to send the two girls home, but Xiaoro and Xiaoyu's families are not in Shanghai. They both live on campus. So we said goodbye. Song Mo walked out of the restaurant and waved goodbye to the two women. He drove home, but he didn't notice that in a tea house in the distance, on the second floor, there was a pair of eyes watching him leave. And Inua frowned, and her pair of white silk feet, wearing luxurious custom-made white flat shoes, were hidden under the tablecloth and bent into a cute arc. Strange, Song Mo obviously didn't like to hang out with girls before, but why is he having dinner with two girls today? One of the girls was very familiar to an Inua. She was Xiaoro, the class's arts and literature committee member. She was also the girl who spoke up for Song Mo before. Does he want to fall in love? And Inua has been paying attention to Song Mo recently. She always chooses to sit next to Song Mo during class. However, Song Mo always sits with Xiaoro, which makes her lose the opportunity. And Inua also needs to save face. She can't just put on a brave face and rush to curry favor with others, right? But Inua couldn't help but keep an eye on Song Mo. "I want to hear his voice every day, even if it's someone scolding yourself." But every time I saw Song Mo, he was in class. This guy's thoughts are all mathematical formulas. A nuisance. And Inua stuck out her tongue at Song Mo's departing back. "Don't say anything. Just look at the appearance. This woman is quite cute." Chapter 15. Can I die for you to see? Song Mo returned home. Ignore Song Wanru's existence as usual. Practice the piano until 12 o'clock. Okay, time to go to bed. Xiaoro said she has uploaded the video to Kuaishou. Song Mo was thinking in his heart, should he be able to see results in a few days? Whether the internet can take off is sometimes a matter of one night, and it all depends on the word luck. Of course, there is also ability. What ability? The ability to pay. Song Wanru, who was hiding downstairs like a thief and watching Song Mo playing the piano, was confused. Did my brother date a girl today? The name Xiaoro has appeared in his mind many times today. Is she the one my brother likes? Song Wanru felt inexplicably lost. My brother has grown up. Even if he doesn't have a girl he likes now, he will always fall in love in the future. I really don't know which girl would be so lucky. Thinking of this, Song Wanru was really a little broken. Song Mo seemed to have really treated her as heir. He was too lazy to even curse himself in his heart. His own name had not appeared in his mind all day. If I continue like this, will I really become a stranger to my brother? Song Wanru felt that she couldn't let things go on like this anymore. She had to take the initiative. Even if her brother hated her, it was better than being forgotten by him. After hesitating for a moment, Song Wanru bit her lip and walked towards the room upstairs. Song Imo felt relaxed after taking a shower. At the beginning of my rebirth, I was too angry and couldn't rest well. Now I feel much more comfortable, mainly because I don't have the anxiety I had at the beginning and I feel more confident. Song Imo just lay down on the bed. Then there was a knock on the door. Who? It's me. Song Wanru's nervous voice sounded. Song Imo frowned and said coldly, I'm going to sleep. There was silence outside the room for a while. The door unlocked with a click. Song Imo doesn't have the habit of locking the door. Then a somewhat timid figure walked into the room in the darkness. Song Wanru groped her way to Song Mo's bed in the dark and tentatively touched Song Imo on the bed with her hands. What are you touching? Song Imo slapped her hand away. He simply turned on the light in the room. The room suddenly became as bright as day. Song Imo said angrily, Song Wanru, why don't you sleep so late at night? Are you sick? He glared. But under the light, Song Wanru's eyes were filled with tears. Brother, if I do something wrong, you can hit me, scold me, or punish me in any way you want. But please don't ignore me, okay? Song Wanru choked up and cried. I haven't been able to sleep well for 3 days since you treated me like this. Sister is so sad. Big drops of tears fell and hit the back of Song Wanru's hand. Song Mo's expression remained cold. If you can be forgiven just by shedding a few tears, what is the point of laws? If I forgive Song Wanru just because she cried, how can I be worthy of my past life self? Among the women in my previous life, there are only 2 people I hate the most. One is Lung Wanxiu and the other is Song Wanru, because they were both close to me, but they abandoned me without exception. They didn't really harm me, but they trampled on my heart. Do you want me to forgive you? Song Wanru, unless you also taste the pain of my previous life. This woman is so pretentious. Now I wish she could hook up with her so that she won't disgust me all day long. After hearing Song Mo's inner voice, Song Wanru was heartbroken and couldn't stop crying. Is it really impossible to win my brother back? She hugged Song Imo desperately, her voice hoarse and choked. Please, please. Brother, is it okay for you to hit your sister or scold her? Song Wanru grabbed Song Mo's hand and slapped herself with such force that her cheeks turned red after 2 slaps. Song Imo frowned, pulled out his hand, and shouted angrily. Song Wanru, how long are you going to make trouble? You don't have to pretend to be a good sister. To be honest, you didn't do anything wrong. It's me, Song Imo, who disgusts you, right? Get out of here now. Song Wanru hugged Song Imo tightly. No, don't. Brother, can you give your sister a chance? Is it possible that you misunderstood my sister? My sister clearly did nothing. Song Wanru's words touched Song Imo. Song Wanru was indeed not wrong in this life, because the time had not come for her to make a mistake. Looking at the other party's tearful face, Song Mo's mind was shaken for a moment. But soon he said coldly, I told you to let go. You didn't do it, but I experienced it. Feeling the momentary hesitation in Song Mo's heart, Song Wanru felt like she had grabbed a life-saving straw, and infinite strength surged throughout her body. How could I really let go after listening to Song Imo? She cried and talked about Song Mo's childhood. Brother, do you remember when you were little? At that time, I had just been adopted by my parents. I was both happy and nervous. My parents told me that I had a younger brother and that I was the older sister and had to protect him. I've always kept it in my heart. I've always been paying attention to you since you were little, but you've never been bullied, so I never had the chance to protect you. And I always felt useless. It seems that my brother doesn't need my sister's protection at all. I am ashamed and always feel that I am just a fake. I always feel guilty when facing you. Song Imo had a blank expression on his face and remained indifferent. Song Wanru's tears dripped onto Song Mo's pajamas. Sister is so sad. I don't know what nonsense I am talking about, but... Brother, do you really want your sister to die to feel at ease? Okay, then go die. Song Imo finally smiled. He looked straight at Song Wanru, as if he wanted to see through her heart. If you die in front of me, I will still treat you as my sister. Song Wanru felt cold all over. Her hands and feet seemed to be frozen, and her heart was so cold that it ached. She was frightened for a moment. Who isn't afraid of death? But after seeing the sarcasm and ridicule in Song Mo's eyes, she almost lost her mind. Song Wanru kissed Song Imo desperately. A passionate, ardent kiss, without any sexual emotion, like saying goodbye to something you cherish most. She was afraid that she would regret it, so she grabbed the fruit knife on the bedside table and cut her wrist. Song Mo's astonished eyes came into view. His brows were extremely flustered. Song Wanru felt as if all her strength was being drained away, but she burst into laughter instead of crying. I told you not to feel sorry for your sister. Sister is really a bad person this time. I will punish you severely. I'll punish you by making sure you never see me again. The vision gradually blurred. Song Mo's angry roar rang in my ears. Song Wanru, are you fucking crazy? Chapter 16. The relationship eases and the Kuaishou account rises. Because the previous chapter was blocked inexplicably due to the modification symbol, it is waiting to be released. Song Wanru opened her eyes from her coma. All I could see was incandescent light. She was not lying in the hospital, but still at home. The Song family has a professional private medical team. It costs several million to maintain him every year, and in an emergency, this is the fastest rescuer Song Mo contacted. Awake, Song Mo said coldly. If you want to die, you can just leave the Song family and die. Do you want to kill me by dying in front of me? Although his words were still unkind, Song Mo's heart was filled with complicated feelings. She actually committed suicide. Why is Song Wanru so crazy? Is it just because I ignored her for 3 days? She obviously doesn't care about me. Song Wanru smiled gently, not worried about her health at all. She said softly, Brother, you promised me that no matter how much you hate your sister, I will die in front of you, and you will still treat me as your sister. A man should keep his word. Call me sister now. Song Mo had a sour face. The light in Song Wanru's eyes gradually disappeared. Will you never forgive your sister even if you die? She was really going to despair. Elder sister. It was a harsh sentence, but it saved Song Wanru from a desperate situation. Her eyebrows narrowed instantly, like a crescent moon. Song Mo sighed, held Song Wanru's hand, and said, I thought about it. Although I have suffered a lot and have resentment in my heart, since God has given me a chance, everything can be changed. Sister, I know you may not understand, but you don't have to understand. Anyway, let's just get along like before. Song Wanru's suicide had a profound impact on Song Mo. He decided to give Song Wanru a chance, and also give himself a chance. The closed heart finally opened up a little. However, I still hold a skeptical attitude. After all, Song Wanru has not met Shinshi yet. People are always fickle. Even if she is a good sister now, what about in the future? In the future, maybe she will hate me for being so cold today? Or will she laugh at me now? That's fine too. Then I will truly break off all ties with her. Song Mo thought indifferently in his heart, but a pair of delicate hands tightly clenched his hands, and Song Mo frowned subconsciously. Song Wanru squeezed him so hard that it hurt, and every word she spoke sounded like she was swearing an oath. Song Mo is Song Wanru's younger brother. He is the person Song Wanru loves the most. No matter what happens in the future, it is like this now and it will not change in the future. Her gaze was brave and sincere. Even the ice in Song Mo's heart was shaken. Song Wanru. Ding ling ling. The phone rang, and Song Mo lowered his head to avoid Song Wanru's burning gaze. He said, I'm going out to answer a phone call. Go ahead. Song Wanru let go of Song Mo's hand, looking relaxed. Song Mo couldn't help but said, don't be stupid again. Luckily, you didn't cut your artery when you cut your wrist, and you happened to be at home, so the doctor arrived in a few minutes. You're not seriously injured, and you're in a coma only because you're afraid of blood. But you still have to take good care of yourself. Look how exhausted you are. I'll take a few days off to take care of you. Just be good and don't think too much. After nagging for a while, Song Mo couldn't stand Song Wanru's eyes that were shining like stars when she looked at him. Went out to answer the phone. After he left, Song Wanru clamped the quilt with her slender and smooth legs, rolled around happily on the bed, and laughed foolishly. Hee hee, I knew my brother still loves me. As long as the rift between the siblings is eliminated, she, Song Wanru, and Song Mo can still be a loving family. Song Wanru suddenly frowned. She lay down properly again and clenched her left fist to encourage herself. That's not enough. I have to hold on to such a good brother tightly. The grudge in his heart has not been completely eliminated. I must let him know that his sister loves him the most. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. Song Wanru, come on. On the balcony. Song Mo picked up the phone. It was Xiaoro calling. Boss Song. The data is taking off. I only invested 10,000 yuan in Douyin, but from last night till now, the number of views has reached 1 million. The number of fans has also increased by more than 10,000. It's still rising. Boss Song, please come to school as soon as possible. We will shoot another set of short videos and strike while the iron is hot to build this account as soon as possible. As long as self-media seizes an opportunity and operates properly, it can become an instant hit. This is the experience summarized from many successful cases. Song Mo said, I will stay at home in the next few days and will not go to school. You and Xiaoyu, come to my house when you have time after school. I'll send you the location later. Okay, then I'll talk to my sister. Xiaoro agreed. By the way, come to my house for dinner today. I'll be waiting for you. No, my sister and I. It's settled then. Without giving Xiaoro a chance to refuse, Song Mo hung up the phone. He took out his mobile phone and searched for his personal account on Kuaishou. The account name was Moishangyan Shao, and it had tens of thousands of likes. The number of fans increases every once in a while. The comment section is also very lively. I love eating burgers. Sisters, come and gather. I found a new kind of brand. Iji Zayasangsu, the abstinent and cool handsome guy is playing the piano for me. In ancient times, this treatment would only be enjoyed by the eldest princess. Gay tyrant. Damn, we are both men. Don't my muscles look good? I'm just playing the piano. Why are you making so much noise? The eldest lady has arrived at Chengshao at Weiwei Xiao Do Ball at 18-year-old sexy, and at one Rodisheng at Nangzhou, at Shuangfug at Langa, and Basuri at Shunfeng, at Dengshi, at Biakin, and at Mengshi. The weather is so nice. Is there a military parade going on upstairs? Why don't you at me? Is it because we don't know each other? KKK, this looks familiar. Why does it look like the piano room at Shanghai University? The little girl selling nuclear bombs. This is the piano room of Magic City University. How could there be such a person in our school? I love Li Qingzhao so much. From our school? Call the troops. Within 3 minutes, I want all the information about this man. At Qingfeng Paosher at Gun Sti Moimei, Nug at Chunyu, Yuso. Song Imo glanced at the comments and then exited Kuaishou. Actors please people, and although they can quickly rise to prominence, their status is still low after all. He needs to connect himself with something on a higher level, such as traditional culture, the pride of China, and the pillars of the country. In other words, being handsome and talented can certainly win you a lot of recognition, but it may not necessarily get you taken seriously. Having traffic and being famous are two different things. If he were an international piano master, a singing superstar, a miraculous doctor, a scientific research giant, and the pride of the Chinese people, everyone would be proud that he was a Chinese compatriot. He has become the open light of China. No matter how much power and capital he has, who dares to touch him? Chapter 17, Brother's Girlfriend? Song Imo didn't come to school today? And Inua looked at the empty seats, feeling confused. She came to class today. He looked very bad. His face was frighteningly pale, but why did it look like he was wearing makeup? It was a bit exaggerated. His eyes were gloomy. Seeing that Song Imo was not there, She came to find an Inua today, but an Inua didn't want to deal with him anymore, so he ignored Shi. He made himself look bad and left without saying a word. An Inua didn't pay much attention to him. She bit the pen cap, looking lost in thought. Song Imo, this bastard, he really doesn't want to deal with me at all. If I don't talk to him, he really won't even look at me. When has the campus beauty of Anhui University been ignored like this? If the mountain doesn't come to me, I will go to it. It's all your fault. You were the one who cursed me in your heart. I can't let you off like this. An Inua was bored and took out his mobile phone to check Kuaishou. As I was scrolling, I saw a video from the same city. It seems like he is from his own school. An Inua did not swipe away, but looked curiously. He saw a beautiful light in the empty piano room, and a pair of slender and beautiful hands were quietly resting on the piano keys. The first scene at the beginning was full of atmosphere and attracted her. As the piano played, the camera slowly moved up, revealing a black, straight suit, a clean white lining, and a delicate and handsome jawline. It was actually Song Imo. This made an Inua very surprised. Song Imo can actually play the piano? And he plays it so well. Looking at the aloof Song Imo in the short video on Kuaishou, an Inua curled his lips. He was still as pretentious as when he was facing herself. Who are you showing your sour face to? Until the end of the video, Song Imo smiled. His clear eyes seemed to look through the screen, looking at an Inua with a smile, and bowed slightly. Plop, plop. An Inua's heart was beating nonstop, like a deer in a pounding state. I didn't expect this guy to smile so beautifully. He doesn't have the deadpan look he usually has. But it's just average. There are so many handsome guys on Kuaishou. It's just average. An Inua clicked the follow button with a hypocritical look in his eyes. At the same time, he scrolled to the moment when Song Imo smiled, took a screenshot, and saved it. I looked around and no one seemed to notice, so I glanced at the saved pictures. One glance takes 2 minutes. Lin Weiwei was slacking off in the school infirmary. Being a doctor is her hobby. It wasn't until she started working that she realized that work was a very effective way to destroy her hobbies. Fortunately, as a school doctor, I have much less time than doctors in the hospital. Lin Weiwei was playing with her mobile phone when she suddenly exclaimed, "Huh. It was him?" I was thinking whether I should go find him after get off work. I didn't expect to run into him on Kuaishou. Lin Weiwei learned about Song Mo's basic information, including his phone number, through the school medical registration. It's a pity that 2 days after sending the WeChat friend request, there was no response. Lin Weiwei was so angry that she almost called him. But she is the type of person who takes things as they come and does things calmly, so she finally calmed down. Song Imo didn't know that he could hear his inner voice, so he should not alert him. He should not rush into it for now. He should find a suitable reason to get to know him and become friends with him. Now hurry up and follow me. Afternoon. Sisters Xiaoro and Xiaoyu came to Song Mo's house. Looking at the luxurious villa in front of me, Xiaoro exclaimed, "Wow, sister, look at how much this villa costs. It looks so high-end. There's even a swimming pool and a back garden." Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at her sister in anger. "Look at how ignorant you are. As soon as someone reveals a little bit of their true colors, you're tempted by money and want to hook up with a rich man." "Sister, I'm not that kind of person." Xiaoro glared at Xiaoyu angrily. "I'm just expressing my feelings. Having enough food and clothing is enough. I don't envy others. I think you have a distorted outlook. I didn't say anything, but you judge me by your own standards." Xiaoyu crossed his arms coolly. "Oh, so if you're not after money, you're after people? Do you like Junior Song Imo? Do you like his character, his talent? Or do you lust after his body?" Xiaoro blushed. "Mind your own business. You're all single after graduation." The two girls rang the doorbell while they were playing. Song Imo went out to open the door and welcomed the two women in. Because the time was agreed in advance, the food was ready when the two women arrived. Xiaoro happily changed her shoes and went into the house. What a feast. This girl is not restrained and is not polite at all, but Song Imo quite likes dealing with girls like this. "Don't be so polite. Isn't another meaning of politeness being distant? Xiaoyu changed her shoes and nodded slightly to Song Yimou. Come in and sit down. Song Yimou entered Song Wanru's room. This good sister took a nap and slept for the whole afternoon. Sister, get up. 2 of my friends are visiting our house, and they came to help me out. Song Wanru opened her eyes dazedly, and before she came to her senses, she opened her arms naively. Brother, sister wants to hug you. Song Yimou let her hug him twice. Talk to Song Wanru again about the friend coming to the house. Ah. Song Wanru finally came to her senses a little. Friends? Male or female? They are 2 female friends. Song Wanru woke up instantly. She hurriedly pushed Song Yimou away and said, Hurry, hurry, go entertain your friends. I'll clean up and change my clothes first. Song Yimou went out reluctantly. He was very familiar with the so-called changing clothes. In fact, it involves choosing clothes, changing clothes, putting on makeup, spraying perfume. The whole process takes at least 20 minutes to complete. My sister just woke up. Let's eat first. Song Yimou greeted. Song Yimou, you have a sister? Xiaoro asked curiously. Song Mo's sister must be very beautiful, right? Then let's wait for my sister to have dinner together. Xiaoro was very positive. Song Yimou smiled and said no need. The food wouldn't get cold for a while, so let's eat first. Faster than Song Yimou expected, Song Wanru came out of the room 15 minutes later. She was wearing a bright yellow home dress, elegant in design, and came out with a beautiful smile. You are my brother's friends, right? It's rare to see friends who are invited to his house for dinner. It seems that my brother values you too very much. Song Wanru's words were very well said. They are of similar age and get along well with each other. At the dining table, Song Wanru asked Xiaoro Xiaoyu in a gentle voice, and her words gave people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. Xiaoro quickly fell in love with this sister. Xiaoyu felt it was a bit strange, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Song Wanru roughly figured out the relationship between Song Yimou and the 2 sisters and felt relieved. Chapter 18, You Should Be Internationally Famous. After dinner, we chatted on the balcony for a while to digest the food. So the short video shooting began. Song Wanru watched with great interest. During this time, she found Song Mo's Kuaishou account and followed it. After watching the previous video, she felt quite proud. My brother is awesome. He is handsome and plays the piano well. Xiaoyu set up the photographic equipment. Song Yimou tidied himself up, then sat on the piano and started playing. Xiaoro stood beside Song Wanru and watched. Song Yimou took a deep breath, and his slender fingers danced gently. He was playing a soothing lullaby. The young man sitting on the piano stool had elegant manners and a focused expression. He was completely immersed in the world of piano, with a serious and beautiful look in his eyes. The graceful piano sound is plain, yet full of rhythm, and filled with beautiful rhythms, just like the regular and peaceful daily life. The notes turned into raindrops, dripping into the pond of the ears. It can soothe the inner restlessness and let all the wrinkles of life's dissatisfaction melt away in the beautiful piano music. Song Wanru was a little dazed after hearing this. She was talking to herself, but it seemed like she was talking to Xiaoro beside her. This is the power of art. Many people think that art is too mysterious, like music, painting, calligraphy, writing, not as important as daily necessities. However, material things lose their original value over time, but spiritual richness can resist the erosion of time. People are material, but they always need a little spiritual strength to live. Like those masters whose names have been passed down through the ages, the calligraphy of Yan Jinxing, the paintings of Van Gogh, the music scores of Beethoven. Their works contain their own character, love, and passion, which bring eternal artistic life to the works and creators. Xiaoro was confused and couldn't help asking. Sister Song Wanru, you are studying liberal arts, right? Although I don't quite understand what you are saying, I think you are amazing. Song Wanru smiled and said, I studied music. Art is only the spice of life, while life is the mainstream of life. Such a thought flashed through Song Wanru's mind. Her brother's talent was definitely the best she had ever seen, and his piano skills were on par with her teacher's. One day, my younger brother will be able to become a big shot in his own right. At least there is a piano master, right? She suddenly wanted to introduce her brother to her teacher. As for the reason, perhaps he was unwilling to let his younger brother's talent go unnoticed. Only people who truly understand music know the value of his younger brother's piano skills. Maybe he thought that since his brother had such a talent, he should stand on the stage that belonged to him and get the honor that belonged to him. Maybe she was just a naughty kid who wanted to show off to everyone. Look, this is my Song Wanru's younger brother. My brother is awesome. When the song ended, Song Yimou stood up, bowed slightly to the camera, and smiled. Being in front of the screen is like being in front of a stage. The audience are all masters, and it is only right to smile at them. And Xiaoyu immediately realized that the contrast between Song Mo's highly iconic face of abstinence and his slight bow and smile after the end of the song could become a signature action. The audience in front of the screen had a deep impression of Song Yimou. Even when seeing the piano, one can think of Song Mo's elegant bow and his gentle smile that was neither humble nor arrogant. This could totally be made into a series all its own. She turned off the camera and gave a thumbs up to Song Yimou on the second floor. Song Yimou smiled slightly after seeing it. It seems that I performed well. Song Mo came down from upstairs and checked the video he had taken. Just like last time, he couldn't find anything to complain about. Xiaoyu is indeed very talented in photography, Xiaoro said. During this period of time when fans are rapidly accumulating, it is best to keep the updates of short videos relatively stable, so as to retain popularity. Boss Song, how often do you think we should update the video in the future? Song Mo pondered for a while. Piano is an elegant thing, and the quality of art videos is the most important. It's not like comedy videos that are suitable for frequent updates. Maybe once every 3 days. Once the account is established, we will change it to once a week. Xiaoro nodded. This update frequency was just right. She muttered to herself that she could actually go for the looks route. Just show off her handsome face more often. Seeing that they were discussing business, Song Wanru smiled and walked forward and said, "Brother, why are you interested in Kuaishou short videos recently? Do you want to enter the short video industry?" Short videos are developing rapidly and are showing a trend of replacing e-commerce to become the lucky child of the new era. Most of the Song family's companies are in the physical industry and e-commerce industry. Although they have dabbled in the self-media industry, they have not taken deep roots in it. Song's father seemed to have a lot of ideas. Therefore, Song Wanru thought that Song Mo wanted to enter the short video industry and help the Song family's major physical industries complete transformation or upgrading. Song Mo shook his head. My main goal is to become famous. Having said this, he did not go into further detail. You can't say that you are actually worried that the conflict between you and Chun Shi will break out prematurely, so you want to gain fame quickly so that Chun Shi's harem can't easily harm you, right? Song Mo's top priority is to protect himself. It would be useless even if I told Song Wanru. Little did he know that Song Wanru heard his thoughts clearly. Her eyes brightened a little, and there was a rare anger in those gentle eyes. It turns out that my brother just wanted to protect himself? Who wants to harm him? Anyone who wants to hurt her brother must get past her first. Is that so? Song Wanru smiled lightly. Brother, did you know you play the piano very well? Song Mo looked at his piano proficiency on his personal panel. Piano mastery, 501/1000. He nodded slightly. My level is pretty good. No. Song Wanru shook her head gently. What I mean is, brother, your level is very high. Even my teacher, Ms. Xia Shuqin, the vice president of the Magic City Conservatory of Music, is only on par with you. At this age, your talent is rare in the world. Your future in piano is bound to be limitless. You will eventually become a master. Like Van Gogh among painters, like Chopin among pianists, you will achieve great success and be world-renowned. Become a world-class master. Become the pride of China. Song Wanru continued the story with great enthusiasm. She said, but no matter how great a talent is, it still needs the recognition of a celebrity. Instead of running a short video account on Kuaishou, it is better to make a name for yourself internationally first. My teacher, Ms. Xia Shuqin, the vice president of the Magic City Conservatory of Music, is a disciple of the piano master list. I think I can take you to visit her tomorrow. Song Mo looked at his sister in surprise. He knew that Song Wanru studied music and that she was very good in her field, but he didn't expect that she was actually a disciple of the piano master list. Okay. Song Mo nodded without hesitation. Chapter 19, the internet blew up. Top trending search. The Song family is very rich. But sometimes money is not everything. Just like the disciple of piano master list, Ms. Xia Shuqin's relationship with him is not something you can ask for support from him just because you have money. What's more, in the academic and art circles, just having money is not enough to make you successful. Song Mo looked at Song Wanru with a strange look. This made her look a little shy. Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Song Mo had a strange feeling in his heart. Unexpectedly, after his rebirth, the person who helped him the most was actually his sister, whom he had always been prejudiced against. Could it be that Song Wanru is really different in this life? Song Wanru cried out in her heart. What do you mean this life is different? Sister has always loved you the most, you little fool. Song Mo said. I know teacher Xia Shuqin, or rather, those who learn piano know her to some extent. People like this cannot become her disciples just by taking her lessons. Sister, you are very good at piano. Song Mo said with certainty. He requested, can I hear you play the piano? Song Wanru said modestly. I do know how to play the piano a little, but not as well as you, brother. Sister, play it for me. Song Mo subconsciously used the tone of a spoiled child. Song Wanru felt a little sad. I just thought that no matter what my brother asked for, I should just agree to it. Okay, sister will agree to anything you ask for. But you have to come with me, brother. Song Wanru pulled Song Mo and went upstairs. Xia Ro and Xia Yu received too much information and looked at each other in confusion. They didn't understand piano, they just thought Song Mo played it beautifully, and he looked very handsome and elegant when he played the piano. I really didn't expect that Song Mo's talent is so high. And Song Wanru is actually the disciple of piano master list. Xia Ro couldn't help but ask, Sister, isn't it said that the children of wealthy families are all idiots? Why are Song Mo and his sister so outstanding? Read less Dragon King novels. Xia Yu rolled his eyes and said, other wealthy families have good education, good equipment, good experience, and even good genes. Why do you think they are worse than you? Xia Ro felt a little lost. Xia Yu saw this, sighed, and rubbed his sister's face. Girls' worries. Don't feel inferior to me. My sister is not bad either. She has big breasts and long legs, is kind and sensible, and has all the qualities she needs. Xiaoyu turned on the camera and began to record the duet of Song Mo and Song Wanru. Song Mo and Song Wanru are both among the top-notch people in terms of appearance. When the two sit together, Song Wanru's temperament of the big sister next door and Song Mo's cold temperament are surprisingly matched. Xiaoro covered her mouth. They are a really good match as a sibling. It's like a gentle sister and a wolf dog brother. If I didn't know they were siblings, I would have wanted to pair them up. Xiaoro didn't know that from a blood relationship point of view, Song Mo and Song Wanru were not biological siblings at all. Song Mo was surprised to find out. Song Wanru is really talented. It was better than he thought, probably just on the path to piano proficiency, but don't underestimate piano proficiency. Even in some decent Western restaurants, the so-called five-star ones, the pianists there are only at the entry-level level, and the piano professors in well-known universities are only at the proficient level. No wonder Song Wanru said that she was Xia Shuqin's disciple and even had the ability to take herself to Xia Shuqin's house for dinner. It would be strange if such a talent was not valued. Two people work together, for hands play together. Even though it was the first time we worked together and there had been no rehearsal or running in before, every pause in the gap and every connection between the notes were so important. All perfect. Song Mo could feel the joy in his heart. Strange. Why do I feel like there is something like flowing water in the mountains? It seems like Song Wanru understands me very well. Song Wanru, who was playing the piano attentively, raised the corner of her mouth, forming a beautiful arc. This was the best piano she had ever played. Xiaoyu ran up to ask Song Mo for his opinion. Song Mo, I just recorded a video of you and Sister Wanru playing the piano together. Do you want to post it online as well? Because if it's just you playing solo, you'll probably attract mostly female fans, and it won't be a big topic. But Sister Wanru is so pretty, and you two are a perfect match. Netizens don't know that you are actually siblings, so they will definitely hype you up as a couple, and the topic will quickly become popular. Song Mo hesitated for a while and said, Isn't this bad? What he was thinking was that Song Wanru might not like being exposed to the eyes of netizens. Besides, Song Wanru wouldn't like to hype up CP, right? Who knew Song Wanru would say, I think it's great. Although you should be internationally famous, it's not wrong to let more people in China know about it. The two complement each other. As for hyping up CP, it's just a marketing method. Besides, we didn't hype up CP, it's just that some netizens think in that direction. Seeing that Song Wanru had no objection, Song Mo nodded and said, Then leave it to you two sisters. It's getting late. Song Mo drove Xiaoyu and Xiaoro back to school and then went home. He started practicing the piano as usual. Strive to reach the level of a piano master as soon as possible. Who doesn't know? On the internet, the name Song Mo has gone viral. A student from Shanghai University plays piano and amazes everyone. The master is among the people. The Cool Male God by Yue Guang plays piano on campus and amazes everyone. By Yue Guang in Memory, a song of youth on campus. On major media websites such as Tuxiao and Xigua, such a video appeared, which was a clip of Song Mo playing in the piano room of Shanghai University, and it was flooded with comments. The most searched topic on Kuaishou, White Moonlight of Shanghai University. Song Mo could never have imagined that the popularity would rise at a terrifying rate just by asking Xiaoro to add an additional 100,000 doja on Kuaishou. Male God, White Moonlight, piano, and Shanghai University have become hot search terms. He still somewhat underestimated this world where looks are everything, and the fanatical online fans' pursuit of beauty and talent. He hadn't prepared in advance, and now he's been blown away. The names and departments were dug out. Kuaishou comment section. A little bear, huh? I know who this is. If you want to know, please call me Big Sister in the comments, and I will tell you his name and department. Below this comment, there are all sister. A little bear. If I remember correctly, this is Song Mo, a junior from the finance department of Shanghai University. I was a volunteer during the freshman admission and had the opportunity to meet him. Let me tell you in secret, he is even more handsome in person than the one in the Kuaishou videos. Qianxiao Shinro. Our Magic City University still has this kind of brand? I didn't even know it. Song Mo was just about to go to bed at night. Xiaoro's WeChat messages bombarded me. Only then did he understand the whole story. Chapter 20 Xia Shuqin's affirmation, the young piano genius. Song Mo asked for leave from his counselor. In the morning, follow Song Wanru to visit teacher Xia Shuqin's home. After knocking on the door, a tiny person opened it. Yaya, is the teacher home? Song Wanru obviously knew this little girl. She picked her up and asked with a smile. Sister brought a big brother here as a guest today. Yaya, are you welcoming him? The girl with a round face, like a little meat bun, said happily. Huang Yin, Sister Wanru, this brother is so handsome. Song Mo pinched the little girl's face affectionately. This child is so cute. After entering the room, I saw a dignified old lady wearing reading glasses and looking at a music score seriously in her hands. Seeing the two siblings coming in, Xia Shuqin looked at Song Mo very carefully. The young man is quite good-looking. There's a piano on the second floor. How about you go up and play a song for me to hear first? Xia Shuqin obviously knew the purpose of Song Mo's visit, and Song Wanru must have communicated with her in advance. Although she is a lady, She really has the demeanor of the older generation when it comes to doing things. She is swift and resolute, without any procrastination. Song Imo nodded slightly. Hello, Teacher Xia. I am honored to present my performance. Hearing Song Imo calling himself a student, Xia Shuqin raised her eyebrows slightly, but didn't say much, still looking at the music score in her hand. Song Imo came to the piano room on the second floor, sat on the piano stool, pressed the keys lightly, familiarized himself with the tone of the piano, and then began to play. Considering the need to prove his ability in front of Xia Shuqin, Song Imo chose a more difficult piece of music. Dance of Death. In this piece of music, various notes and chords are intricately intertwined, testing the performer's precise skills and strong musical sense. When the pleasant piano sound rang out, Xia Shuqin's hand holding the music score paused slightly. Amazing. A little surprised, I began to listen carefully. She was quick to judge. Both his proficiency and musicality are impeccable. The most important thing is that he can really give emotion to the piano sound. This level, Xia Shuqin stood up quickly. Despite her thin and shriveled body, there was no sign of slowness in her movements. He quickly went upstairs and observed every detail of Song Imo playing the piano. Yes, even the posture is so elegant and impeccable. An expert can tell a person's strength as soon as he hears it. This young man's piano skills are even better than mine. Xia Shuqin did not speak. She listened quietly to the emotions contained in Song Mo's piano playing, feeling the inner connection between the graceful notes and the performer himself. The sound of the piano, like the words, expresses the rich inner world of its owner vividly. When Song Imo finished playing, Xia Shuqin clapped her hands in admiration. Great! The young man is really amazing. Your level is almost as good as mine. Xia Shuqin's voice was full of excitement. As an elder and a teacher, she was faced with the situation where the younger generation was pushing the older generation forward. She was generous, even noble. I asked Lao Zhang to go buy groceries. I'll cook as soon as he comes back. You are Wanru's brother, right? Come, let's talk for a while. Song Imo stood up and said modestly. I asked my sister to bring me to visit you, Teacher Xia, because I actually wanted to have a chance to learn. As we talked and chatted, we walked downstairs to the living room. It was rare for Xia Shuqin to meet such a talented junior, so she asked a lot of questions, and Song Imo expressed his thoughts one by one. Song Wanru listened with a smile on her face without interrupting, until the doorbell rang outside. The conversation barely ended. It should be Lao Zhang who came back from buying groceries. Song Wanru stood up and opened the door. Xia Shuqin said with emotion, I can tell that you have your own unique insights into the piano. You know, this is not an easy thing. Wanru said she wanted to recommend a genius to me, but she didn't say it was her younger brother. I thought his level might be a little lower than Wanru's, but I didn't expect that he was even better. Xia Shuqin's spouse, Professor Zhang, is back. He greeted cheerfully and then went into the kitchen to busy himself. Professor Zhang dotes on his wife, Xia Shuqin, very much. She said, your hands are for playing the piano. How can you keep them dirty all day long? So she took on all the kitchen chores. The love between husband and wife is also a good story. Song Wanru went into the kitchen to help, while Song Imo had already started talking to Xia Shuqin about the piano master list. Wanru wants you to become my disciple, but after listening to you play the piano, I know I don't have the level to teach you. Besides, I'm already at my age and have received all the honors I deserve. I don't expect a genius like you to help me become famous. My opinion is that I will recommend you to my teacher. Song Imo was surprised and asked, Teacher Xia, do you mean that I should become a disciple of Master List? Xia Shuqin nodded and said, not bad. Song Imo quickly declined. How can this be disgraceful? Not to mention that I have little experience and foundation. It's just that the seniority is a bit unconventional. If I could become List's disciple, then wouldn't I be Xia Shuqin's junior fellow apprentice? Doesn't that mean he becomes Song Wanru's uncle? It's too exaggerated. Who would have thought that Xia Shuqin would actually say seriously? What you said is not right. Work and life are separate. You can't stop your son from taking a stand just because his father is here, right? In ancient times, the head of a family had to be the father, and the son's property had to be controlled by the father. If the father was gone, there were still uncles and other uncles. This is feudal tea poison. It's pedantic. Didn't give Song Imo face. Xia Shuqin taught him a lesson. You are a young person of the new era. How can you be more stubborn and old-fashioned than an old man like me? Listen to me on this matter. Song Imo smiled bitterly and had to agree. Xia Shuqin said, you don't know your own value. You have achieved such success at this age, which shows that you are an absolute genius, a real genius, not the kind of genius that some academic tycoons brag about to their juniors. If I accept you as my apprentice, my teacher, Mr. List, will also be unhappy. He is a foreigner. He is quite honest. He is very practical. How can I be your teacher when my level is almost the same as yours? If he knew about this, he would definitely criticize me. The meal is ready. Professor Zhang, his granddaughter Yaya, and Song Wanru all sat at the dining table. Xia Shuqin and Song Imo also went there to eat. Song Wanru, who was eating, blinked at Song Imo, as if asking whether things were going well. Song Imo is not as repulsive to her as before. Quietly give a thumbs up. Meaning, of course it's done. Song Wanru's eyes narrowed and she picked up a large piece of pork ribs for Xia Shuqin. Teacher, how is it? My brother is indeed a genius, right? Song Imo laughed. Song Wanru seems to like showing off her younger brother to others. Sister, I hope you will always be well. After the two siblings left, Xia Shuqin could no longer maintain her composure. I made a phone call in a hurry. Hey, old gong. Let me tell you, my student introduced me to a young man who is really amazing. The person on the other end of the phone said doubtfully. Is this true or false? How can I lie to you? Turn out to be. As long as you are good enough, even if the other person is highly respected, he will be proud of you. Chapter 21. Jealous and Unwilling. Why does Song Imo have the right? When White Moonlight of Magic City University topped the trending search list, Xia Yu and Xia Ro discussed and decided to strike while the iron is hot. So he stayed up all night to edit the video of Song Mo's solo performance at the Song family villa and the duet performance with Song Imo and Song Wanru. It was then posted online. The popularity, which had just been declining, suddenly surged. Netizens were first amazed at how wealthy Song Mo's family was. He lived in a luxury villa, and even his piano cost several million. The comment section was flooded with nonsense comments such as brother idol and husband. And when the video of Song Imo and Song Wanru playing together was uploaded, Kuaishou caused an even bigger uproar. Bunny is so cute. Husband, tell me, who is that woman? Who is she? Lazy strawberry bear, what do you mean your husband? This is obviously my husband. Dad, please say something. Blueberry sweetheart. You all like Song Imo, right? Why do I feel that the girl who plays with Song Imo is so gentle, and the vibe of the big sister next door is full? My wife. Xiong Air from Go Xiongling. Please have some shame in the comment section. Don't call every man husband and every woman wife. Do you have to give up until I show you my certificate? Shuang Shuang Doubao. I think they are a really good match. Love them. I want to play Genshin Impact. Another crazy person who ships CPs. Shuang Shuang Doubao. Another crazy person playing Genshin Impact. And Inua hadn't seen Song Imo for 2 consecutive days. I feel a sense of emptiness in my heart. The account I follow, Song Imo, has a new video pushed. Go and see immediately. He was watching with great interest at first, until he saw Song Imo and Song Wanru playing together. His face suddenly darkened. No wonder he didn't come to class for 2 days. It turns out that he was accompanied by a beautiful woman. He was so cool, huh? And Inua clenched his fist. Suddenly, I felt discouraged. She is angry here now, but with what identity can she be angry? Song Mo's annoying classmate. The violent woman who coerced Song Imo? It seemed that in Song Mo's eyes, and Inua did not have a good image. I'm so annoyed, Song Imo is a bastard. Lin Weiwei was sitting in the infirmary with her legs crossed in an untidy manner, biting an apple and casually scrolling through Kuaishou. She happened to notice a video of Song Imo being pushed on the app. Clicking to take a look. Not bad, the little look is what my sister likes. Lin Weiwei was thinking in her heart. What excuse should I find to get close to Song Imo? It must be reasonable and appropriate, and not arouse the other party's suspicion. Lin Weiwei wanted to hear Song Mo's thoughts again. If only I could know some of the things that happened to my future self. The last time I heard Song Imo say that he was willing to become one of Chun Shi's rear officials? How is that possible? So is Chun Shi so good that he can be compared to Einstein? Lin Weiwei is very clear about this. For a guy like Chun Shi, even if she was deceived by his disguise, she would never be willing to share him with other women. What a joke. Chun Shi doesn't look like a capable person. Unless. A strange thought came to Lin Weiwei's mind. Could it be that she is like Harley Quinn on the internet, being treated like a fish? Not only can you not taste the fishy smell, but you also have to keep giving silently? Such a clown. Snort. Lin Weiwei snorted softly, feeling a little embarrassed. She looked in the mirror. The woman in the mirror has delicate eyebrows and eyes, and looks smart and intelligent. She has a special charm in her doctor's uniform. Ahem, I got it wrong. In short, he doesn't look like a love-brained person at all. Lung Group Office. Lung Wanqiu is looking at documents. Mr. Lung. The secretary came forward with her own cell phone. There is the latest news about the person you asked me to investigate before. Lung Wanqiu frowned slightly. That person, Song Imo from the Song family in Magic City? After all, the Song family has a size of tens of billions. Lung Wanqiu has been worrying about how to control the Song family recently. But after all, Shanghai is not the capital, and she came to Shanghai to develop and make money. Fighting with local bullies will only bring you trouble. Lung Wanqiu pressed his temples. Her current idea is that before she can gain a firm foothold, she should just vent Qin Shi's anger on Song Imo himself. She took the phone handed to her by the assistant. After watching the video on Kuaishou, Lung Wanqiu seemed thoughtful. Is Song Imo planning to enter the self-media industry? He has started to create an account. Or, is it simply that the rich young man wants to show off? Lung Wanqiu thought about it again and again. No matter what, she just needs to stand on the opposite side of Song Imo. Lung Wanqiu immediately ordered. I remember that there seem to be several self-media platform companies under our Lung Group. Please help me contact them. Internet companies are not restricted by geographical location, and there is no need for any evidence to discredit someone on the internet. Lung Wanqiu had a smile on his face. Song Imo, come to think of it, I have to thank you very much, otherwise I wouldn't have thought of this. The assistant girl beside him looked at Mr. Lung's 250-pound body and the domineering smile on his face, and her stomach churned. But one's face still has to look as if spring breeze has fallen on it. The young assistant complained in his heart. I heard that Mr. Lung had a serious illness when he was a child, and then his body started to let go and became more and more abstract, but this is too exaggerated. She felt disgusted as a girl. And Chun-Shi was living in the apartment that Lung Wanxiu rented for him. He hasn't been to school in recent days. I was thinking about how to take revenge on Song Mo. Because he was an orphan, Chun-Shi wanted to change his destiny since he was a child, and he found a method that suits him in TV dramas. That means living off someone. He really looks like a good puppy. Over the years while studying, I have been constantly honing my tea-making skills and delving deeply into this art. The purpose is to step out of his little world. With the financial support of Lung Wanxiu, I studied hard, and with a little help from Lung Wanxiu's connections, I finally got into a good university. After entering university, Chun-Shi then set his target on an Inua. As for Lung Wanxiu, who funded his studies, sorry, it's just too fat. If there was no one else to provide funding at the moment, Chun-Shi would have kicked this fat pig long ago. But I didn't expect an Inua to change his heart. She doesn't help herself. Obviously, as long as she keeps asking for it, an Inua will help her more and more, and take care of her for longer and longer, and it will become more and more difficult for her to refuse her request. In psychology, this is called sunk cost and the Franklin effect. Everything was ruined by Song Mo. Thinking of that fat woman Lung Wanxiu, Chun-Shi became disheartened and hated Song Mo more and more. He just took out his phone to relax. But I saw the push on the headlines. Magic City University is going viral. The cool male god by Yue Guang plays the piano with the gentle goddess. When I clicked on it, I saw that person was actually Song Mo. I saw all the praises in the comment section. They were all praises for Song Mo. Chun-Shi was so angry that he started coughing violently. Song Mo. The crazy jealousy made Chun-Shi's creamy face a little deformed. I am so unwilling in my heart. Song Mo, why does he do that? Chapter 22. Song Mo can do it, so why can't I? Jealousy is the most primitive evil. It is also an innate ability of human beings. Chun-Shi was so envious of Song Mo that he was about to go crazy. We are both human beings, so why can Song Mo live in a mansion, drive a luxury car, and have so many people like any video he posts online? This world is so unfair. People on the internet are so superficial. If Chun-Shi had all of this, he wouldn't dare to imagine how beautiful the world would be, how happy life would be, and how fair society would be. But why could he only stay in the rental apartment, licking Lung Wanxiu while always being careful to keep a distance from her? The flame of jealousy burns fiercely in my heart. Chun-Shi read through the comments bit by bit. I found that most of the comments were praising Song Mo's handsomeness. The donuts are so delicious. I declare that from now on in this world of face control, Song Mo is my god. Mo Shang Nian Xiaoru a hug. I think so too. Song Mo's appearance is much higher than those idols in the fan circle, and his temperament is not that greasy. Zaya Juzi. His jawline is just perfect. He was so focused when he played the piano, and his aura was so strong that I was a little afraid to say anything while watching the video, and I only realized it after watching it. Don't tease you, Brother Cohen. It's just average. Can't play basketball. Bad review. That feeling of being the center of attention among the crowd. Chun-Shi was extremely envious. He thought unwillingly, Song Mo can do it, so why can't I? Chun-Shi knows something about Kuaishou. On Kuaishou, both ugly and handsome people have considerable advantages. Moreover, Kuaishou is very inclusive. Whether it is sensationalism or real talent and knowledge, it can get attention. Chun-Shi thinks. First, his personal image and temperament are very good. Second, he has never learned to sing, but his voice is very good. Third, he has a bad background, so he can play the victim to attract attention. Logically speaking, he could have attracted a large amount of traffic on Kuaishou short videos, just like Song Mo. Chun-Shi immediately called Lung Wanxiu. Hey, Xiaoxi, what can I do for you? A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Although the voice was pleasant, Chun-Shi couldn't help but shivering when he thought of Lung Wanxiu's fat body. Chun, she said weakly. Sister Lung, I came to you to ask for your help. Chun-Shi told Lung Wanxiu about his plan to create a short video account on Kuaishou. Lung Wanxiu said cheerfully. So that's how it is. Don't worry, I have several self-media platform companies under my command, and we have professionals who can match their skills. How about this? I'll ask my assistant to contact you via WeChat later, and I'll have a small team follow you directly. Sister Lung, this isn't a good idea. After all, there's no reward without merit. Chun-Shi was flattered. His voice was slightly choked. Sister Lung, you are able to sponsor me to go to college. I am so grateful to you in my heart. If I accept your excessive help again, I really don't know how to repay you. Lung Wanxiu comforted her. Xiaoxi, you are the best child in the world. Don't say such things. Sister Lung is helping you voluntarily, and this is nothing to me. Chun-Shi's voice was excited. Sister Lung, when I truly change my fate, I will definitely repay you. Until then. Speaking of this, Chun-Shi seemed embarrassed. Not finished yet. But it didn't stop Lung Wanxiu from daydreaming. Xiaoxi, what are you talking about? I don't need anything in return from you. Lung Wanxiu hung up the phone in a hurry. Holding the phone, a smile appeared on his face. The reason why she sponsored the male college student was because she wanted to have a relationship, right? Looking in the mirror, Lung Wanqiu sighed heavily. It's all because of that strange disease. And Chen Shi after Lung Wanqiu hung up the phone. I really couldn't help it. He ran to a trash can and started retching. Vomit. Vomited out some of the acid in the stomach. Chen Shi finally felt better. He hated Song Imo even more. If it weren't for Song Imo, he would have lost contact with that fat bitch Lung Wanqiu long ago. He can totally rely on an Inua. An Inua is pure and pretty, and she is also the eldest daughter of the Yin family in Shanghai. Chen Shi would rather be stepped on and ravaged by an Inua's white silk feet than have any contact with Lung Wanqiu. And now, an Inua is frantically bombarding Song Imo with WeChat messages. An Inua, Song Imo, why didn't you come to school these 2 days? An Inua, Song Imo, if you see this, please send me a message. I am the squad leader and I want to know the situation. An Inua, Song Imo, what do you mean? An Inua, don't you know the most basic respect? Can you reply to the message? An Inua, Song Imo, you are awesome, you are really amazing. An Inua, I'm really angry. An Inua bombarded Song Imo with dozens of messages. But Song Imo never responded. She held her cell phone in resentment, her teeth itching with anger. And Song Imo naturally saw an Inua's message. But he felt there was really no need to reply. An Inua? Not familiar. Do I need to report to her what I do? Song Imo is now preparing to fly to France. Xia Shuqin showed the video of Song Imo playing the piano to Master List. The master replied and asked Song Imo to go to France so that he could personally test his level. Song Wanru went with Song Imo. Sister, I can go alone for this kind of thing. Why are you following me? Song Imo said helplessly. After all, he was not going on vacation. Before flying to France, he had to study the piano music and practice the piano all the time, striving to reach the level of a piano master as soon as possible. If you don't make a sound, you will be a surprise. He may not be able to take care of Song Wanru. Song Wanru smiled secretly in her heart. Does my sister still need you to take care of her? I'll go take care of you, brother. Song Wanru stood on tiptoe, touched Song Mo's head, and said lovingly, besides, my brother is going to impress everyone this time. Can't your sister also get some credit? Okay. Song Imo compromised. Song Wanru was busy packing her luggage. In a week, Maestro List will hold a concert. If you can shine at the concert, you might be able to rise to fame overnight and become a famous new star in the piano world. Song Wanru kept nagging. During this time, I have to take care of your daily life and diet, and also worry about those romantic French people, so as not to lead my brother astray. Song Wanru thought. She has a French classmate, and in terms of sexual concepts, the other party is extremely open-minded. As long as he likes it, or as long as he feels sexual desire, he will do it. Even if they don't know you at all, they may still take you to a hotel for a friendly international exchange, which goes deep into the genetic level. Her brother is so handsome, especially his talent is what attracts women the most. If she doesn't keep an eye on him, what if he gets stolen by a foreign guy? Don't worry, sister will take care of you inside and out, and make you comfortable. Just concentrate on practicing the piano. Got it, sister. Chapter 23, Flying to France. Storm of Slander. Sarah was looking at Song Mo's account happily, watching the data continue to soar. In just a few days, each video has more than 1 million likes, and the number of fans following the account is as high as hundreds of thousands. Xia Ro feels a sense of accomplishment. The most important thing is, Song Imo, you should be very satisfied, right? Xia Ro's face flushed slightly, and she rubbed her long, beautiful legs in denim shorts unconsciously, with her chin supported in a daze. But why didn't Song Imo praise him? Recently Song Imo said he wanted to go to France. Go meet the piano master List. That's amazing. Song Imo was able to easily meet these big figures who could only be seen in books and on the internet, and even performed in front of them. Song Imo is really amazing. It's just a little too awesome. Xia Ro frowned slightly. A selfish thought flashed through her mind. If Song Mo's family wasn't so well off, or if he wasn't that good, is it possible that she can also stand beside Song Imo? With her cheeks slightly red, Xia Ro felt someone pat her shoulder, which scared her so much that she shuddered with guilt. I looked up to see who that person was, and unexpectedly, it was an Inua. Is she the eldest daughter of the Yin family who favors Chun Shi and makes trouble for Song Imo? Xia Ro felt like a deer in the woods that heard the sound of the wind. Become alert instantly. Xia Ro, do you know why Song Imo didn't come to class these 2 days? An Inua hesitated for a moment and asked. She didn't know why she was so concerned about Song Imo. It was obvious that Song Imo was always cursing her in his heart, and he treats himself coldly and ignores himself. He has no respect for anyone. But I just can't help but want to know the news about Song Imo. An Inua learned that Xia Ro and Song Imo had been very close in the past 2 days, and Xia Ro had spoken up for Song Imo when an Inua had misunderstood him, so she must have a good relationship with Song Imo. She should know what Song Imo is doing now, right? Xia Ro looked confused and innocent. What? Xia Ro seemed to have just realized something. Oh, squad leader, you mean Song Imo? I don't know why Song Imo didn't come to class these 2 days. But, Xia Ro said weakly, didn't Song Imo ask for leave? If you take a leave, it shouldn't be a problem. and Inua's woman's intuition made her keenly feel that something was wrong. Why does Xiaoro seem to be on guard against me? And Inua felt aggrieved. Why do you all think I'm a bad person? I just misunderstood Song Imo once. I obviously apologized. And Inua forced a smile and said, nothing. It's just that as the squad leader, I want to know more. After all, if you want to learn the courses in college well, you still need to put in some effort. Song Imo hasn't been coming to class, and I'm worried that he'll fall behind in his studies. Xiaoro still said weakly, but Song Mo's grades are very good. Monitor, didn't you ask him questions? This little bitch. She is definitely implying herself. And Inua felt very aggrieved. Sniffing, and Inua reluctantly said, haha, it's because he has good grades that I'm worried that he won't be able to keep up the momentum. And Inua was still angry. I couldn't help but feel a bit of resentment in my words. Besides, college is so free. What if Song Imo doesn't come to class for a long time and learns bad things outside? Xiaoro rolled her eyes in her heart. You are the one who learns bad things. Who is as bad as you who slanders others without any distinction? Now they are slandering Song Imo again. She was a little unhappy and said impatiently, Class monitor, isn't it bad to say that about your classmates? If you really want to know, why don't you just ask the instructor? I really don't know. And Inua left in disgrace. Inside the thin white stockings, the crystal clear big toes were twisted together tightly. So annoying. She obviously didn't come here to slander Song Imo. She just wanted to ask where Song Imo was doing. Why is there so much malice towards her? Sit down in your seat. And Inua sent a message to the counselor from the bottom of his heart. And Inua, Counselor, I would like to ask why Song Imo in our class has not been attending classes. What is the reason for his leave? And Inua, if classmate Song Imo has any trouble, I think as the class monitor, I can help him. The counselor responded quickly. Counselor. No, Song Imo didn't encounter any difficulties. He said he was going to France to participate in a piano competition. And Inua, taking leave for piano competition? Aren't you afraid that it will affect your studies? Counselor. Haha, that competition seems to be of a very high level. It's okay to take a few days off. If you can win a prize, it will bring honor to the school. And Inua stared at his phone in a daze. The Magic City University is not some crappy fake school. How valuable is a competition that can bring honor to the school? She felt ridiculous. We are all of the same age. Why is Song Imo so outstanding? But anyway, ignoring people and not replying to messages is really annoying. 3 days later, a flight to France takes off. And on the internet, a large number of Navy troops were hired. A lot of money was spent. He made up countless short essays. Everything is ready, and an unprecedented slander against Song Imo is quietly underway. And hurry up and shake it. The most searched by Yue Guang's reputation collapsed, and it was rumored online that Song Imo from Shanghai University bullied his classmates. The comment section exploded. Little rat, huh? No way is this true? Bai Yue Guang turned into a bully in an instant? Sun Wukong. Who knows? I think it's possible. After all, the internet celebrities are all created with a persona. Didn't the previously popular Quan Yingu also fall from grace? My kingdom, I think that these days, the more outrageous something is, the closer it is to the facts and the truth. Rizhao location, Song Imo and I were classmates in junior high school. I am not revealing my ID here for fear of retaliation. Believe it or not, Song Imo used to like bullying his classmates. He relied on his family's wealth to look down on others and act tyrannically. Sunset, you just found out about this? I wanted to laugh when I saw him become popular before. I thought that just because he looks good, he must be a good person. Today, someone finally revealed his true face. Snowflakes condensed into ice. No way, there is no substantive evidence in this video, and you are spreading rumors here? Song Imo classmate. Snowflakes condense into ice. Passers-by in the comment section should not be misled. It seems to me that someone deliberately hired internet trolls to slander in the comment section. The comment about snowflakes freezing into ice was quickly deleted. A tide of internet trolls flooded the comment section. There are also many water armies who claim to be pure passers-by. But those who understand will understand. Pure passers-by will not comment at all. And, on the sweet potatoes. Hot search. The white moonlight of Magic City University is actually a smelly man? Sisters, be careful. Don't be fooled. The article was published. The beginning is directly. Family members. My 3 views are really shattered. Absolutely. This is definitely the big news of the year. Intermediate content. The whole article combines female boxing and yin and yang together to slander Song Mo's character. Ending. I really want you. What's wrong with men in today's society? Be careful. Beware of being scammed. We can't let the stinky guy get away with it. Comments section. Whatever you say, the women's boxing championship is in real time. So and so. Hot question. Why do bullies only need to whitewash their appearance and still be able to thrive? The article did not directly slander Song Imo. Instead, he sincerely recounted how a bad guy who bullied him and was uneducated lived a good life many years later. Having been hurt, I feel mixed emotions and feel that society is unfair. At the end, it was cleverly grafted onto Song Imo. In addition to these major platforms. On other small platforms, rumors about Song Imo also began to spread rapidly and dominated the hot searches. Many netizens who are unaware of the truth and have no discernment have formed a subjective bad impression of Song Mo under the deliberate guidance of marketing accounts. The incident caused a lot of uproar on the internet. When Xiaoro saw the public opinion online, my heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly tried to contact Song Mo, but Song Mo's phone was in flight mode and she was unable to get through. So she hurriedly contacted Xiaoyu. The call is connected. Xiaoro said anxiously, "Sister, something big happened." And Inua also knew everything that happened on the internet. She frowned. Read all the slander against Song Mo by the marketing accounts. I felt very uncomfortable inside. There was even a hint of anger about to explode. Although Song Mo always scolded her in his heart. Although she was very upset that Song Mo ignored her. Although I had misunderstood Song Mo's character before. But why do netizens say this about him? In the comment section, there are netizens who were led to follow the trend, and there are also some people with dark hearts who slander out of jealousy. What rights do they have to slander Song Mo? There is no evidence at all. It is completely fabricated. And Inua believed it instinctively. Song Mo is not that kind of person. She sent a message to Song Mo. And Inua, "Bastard, have you offended anyone? Everyone on the internet is slandering you. Do you want me to help you clarify?" Snort. Let's see if you will reply to the message this time. Inside the school clinic, Lin Weiwei was chewing the apple with great interest, browsing a lot of rumors on the internet. Interesting. Chapter 24, Remarks on the Release. This book was first published on Chuangshi Chinese website. That is QQ Reading. 50,000 words are on the shelves normally. Thank you to all the readers who have been following along. I hope my works can provide value to everyone, whether it is for entertainment or to make readers laugh. And the oath begins as follows. Your author has officially taken up his post and will update daily regardless of rain or shine. This goes on month after month, day after day, and future updates will be at 6 a.m. We hope that readers can see it as soon as they wake up. Salute. P.S. I would like to ask you, dear readers, can you read the novel every day? Reading data is closely related to recommendations, especially for niche topics. Please. Chapter 25 Piano Master. Thanks for the invitation. I'm in France and just got off the plane. Song Mo turned off the flight mode. The phone reconnects to the network. Then I heard a lot of message notification sounds. He was startled. I thought something big had happened. I clicked on Xiaoro's message first and quickly understood the whole story. Looking at the phone numbers in the phone address book and the messages sent to Xiaoro, Song Mo couldn't help but laugh. He quickly edited a message and sent it. Song Mo, I understand. Song Mo, it's a small matter. Don't worry. Xiaoro, woohoo, boss, you finally replied. Song Mo, I was on the plane before and I turned on the flight mode. Xiaoro, oh, Song Mo, are you sure this is a trivial matter? Xiaoro on the other side of the screen was feeling conflicted. The level of stigma on the internet is simply outrageous. What kind of bullying man, stinky man, foul bag with gold edges, maggot disguised as artistic, and other messy, abusive, and slanderous words are simply disgusting to the eyes. Song Mo really thinks it's just a small matter? She was afraid that Song Mo would become depressed after feeling such great malice, which would affect his competition in France. Song Mo, just a clown. Song Mo, I roughly know who is behind this. Xiaoro, okay then. Song Mo, thank you for your hard work, Xiaoro. Song Mo, thanks to you. Oh. Xiaoro held the phone in her hand and jumped up from her chair in the dormitory. She was so happy. The roommates around her looked at her strangely. Xiaoro, are you in love? Xiaoro said hurriedly. Nonsense. Don't get me wrong. I'm just chatting with friends. Oh. The roommate hesitated and finally said nothing more. Xiaoro quickly opened her phone and wanted to reply. But I saw a new voice message. She glanced at her roommate warily. Seeing that no one was looking at this side, he went to bed excitedly. Put on your headphones and turn on the voice. Song Mo's gentle voice sounded. When I return home, I will invite you and senior sister Xiaxue to have a meal together as a reward and a thank you for your efforts during this period. I will cook for you myself. Oh, Xiaoro screamed in her heart. The whole person rolled around on the bed like a lively fish. Holding up the phone, he replied very reservedly. Xiaoro, okay. See reply. Song Mo smiled slightly and put away his phone. Song Wanru was secretly glancing at Song Mo's phone. She also learned about the public opinion on the internet and said angrily, "Brother, someone must be slandering you online. You are making something that is totally untrue sound like a big deal, and the entire internet is slandering you. The person behind this must be quite powerful." Song Mo smiled. It's just a small matter. He probably knew who it was related to. After all, who else could it be except Chunxi? Chunxi does not have such power, but the women behind him do. Judging from the timing, it is very likely that fat woman Lung Wanxiu. Song Mo sneered in his heart. In his previous life, he helped Lung Wanxiu visit famous doctors, accompanied her in losing weight, and constantly encouraged her, eventually helping her lose weight from 250 pounds to 110 pounds. With a height of 175 centimeters and a full chest, she already had a perfect figure. She completed a gorgeous transformation, but turned around and betrayed Song Mo. When Song Mo was suppressed by the women behind Qin Shi, she resolutely jumped into the water. This really harmed Song Mo badly. Although Song Mo's original intention was just to win her over and gain the support of the Lung group, Song Mo boasted that compared to Chun, she who directly abandoned her after finding a new employer, he was indebted to her. I was kind, but was repaid with hatred. In this life, I want to see if this fat woman can lose weight without my help. With her dignity, even if she wants to be Chun she's licking dog, I'm afraid she has no chance. Song Mo was not worried about the turmoil in the country. Having lived 2 lives, Song Mo's heart was strong enough. Why would he care about the dirty water thrown on the internet? Superficial. Concentrate on preparing for the meeting with Master List, and wait until you return home to slowly deal with the troublemaker. Song Wanru heard everything Song Mo said and felt very angry. The person my brother just mentioned in his heart is his enemy, right? These people are disgusting. Obviously my brother did nothing, but they stuck on like a dogskin plaster. Fortunately, my brother is not afraid of their little tricks at all. Song Mo and Song Wanru checked into a hotel with a piano. Song originally wanted to book 2 rooms, but Song Wanru refused. How can I take care of you in 2 rooms? Open one. There are 3 rooms in the suite anyway. You're not sleeping with your sister. Why are you trying to avoid suspicion? Song Mo smiled bitterly and said, we still have to avoid suspicion. Otherwise, it could become a means of attack by the media. Song Wanru murmured in her heart. The media attacks are bullshit. Even if they really attack, there is no blood relationship anyway. She said firmly, listen to me on this matter. Song Mo had no choice but to agree. Checked into the hotel soon. After contacting Master List, he said he would go to the Paris Opera House tomorrow. There's no performance tomorrow. At that time, Song Mo can play a song on the spot. List and some of his friends would stand up and admire it. Song Mo said he understood. Sitting on the piano bench in the hotel. I have no time to appreciate the scenery of Paris, but I also have no time to appreciate the exotic customs and beauties of France. Song Mo checked his proficiency in piano. Piano mastery, 921/1000. I practiced hard until the evening today. You will probably be able to gain enough proficiency to reach the level of a piano master. In such a short period of time, he went from a beginner to a piano master. This is no longer something that can be described as simple genius. It can only be said that he is a genius. Until now, Song Mo has no reputation either domestically or internationally. He remains silent. However, it is destined to shock the world. Song Wanru stayed with Song Mo for several hours, quietly waiting for him to play. Every 2 hours, he would give Song Mo a cup of warm water. Song Mo took it and took a sip. Then he started practicing hard again. When your piano proficiency is about to reach maximum, Song Mo felt a lot of insights in his heart. The heavy piano seemed to have become a part of his body, as if at one's finger. He can easily express his feelings with the help of the piano. Express your emotions. Even deviated from the music scores of those masters. I have a whole new understanding of the timbre and sound quality of the piano. My fingers are aching slightly from the high-intensity training. But Song Mo asked Song Wanru to help him put on the bandage. Then continue playing. He felt as if he had infinite power. So much so that you can ignore the soreness from sitting for a long time and the soreness in your fingers. The piano is under his fingers. Like the sword of a peerless swordsman. Dance with your heart. Song Wanru accompanied him quietly throughout the whole process. Until Song Mo reached the real critical point. The sound of the piano is like a silver bottle suddenly breaking. Song Wanru's eyes showed shock. She stood up from the chair in a flash. She walked around the floor without saying a word, but the heat in her eyes and the look of disbelief explained the storm in her heart at that moment. In the eyes of that doting brother, emotions that had never appeared before emerged. Worship. It's like looking at a god. The system prompt sound also sounded from Song Mo's side. Piano Master, 1/10,000. Chapter 26. Take down his harem. Song Mo played the piano as he pleased. In a quiet room, the piano sounds like surging ocean waves. One wave after another. The back wave covers the front wave. He switched the music scores at random, but all the music scores he switched to could be perfectly connected with the previous performance, blending seamlessly. His emotions were like a raging sea. Sometimes it is calm and vast like the abyss. Sometimes passion bursts out like a tsunami. Song Wanru is a piano genius. At the age of 21, she has mastered the piano skills and was accepted as a close disciple by Xia Shuqin. She has an absolute sense of music. She could clearly hear the harmonious and pleasant sound of Song Mo's piano, full of emotion and the pinnacle of skill. It has obviously reached the pinnacle of art. How incredible this is. Therefore, when incredible things happen right in front of you and seem so real, suddenly I felt like I was in a dream. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Song Mo closely. Song Wanru's heartbeat had never been so fast. Thump, thump. Song Wanru had a ruddy complexion and was wearing a black long skirt. She looked like a beautiful black swan. She raised her neck high with a dazed look in her eyes. Art is the best way to conquer genius. Only a master can conquer a genius. At this moment, Song Wanru and Song Mo resonated with each other. She didn't even need to express her inner thoughts. She could feel Song Mo's emotions expressed in the sound of his piano, which were sometimes passionate, sometimes sad and indignant, and sometimes gentle and lingering. The anger of injustice in the previous life, the unwillingness of failure despite trying one's best, the joy after rebirth, to the confidence now, and the smile on the past. Tears fell from her delicate eyes. Her empathy with Song Mo made her feel extremely ashamed. She could feel that Song Mo was no longer cold towards her. But in my heart, there was still a sharp spike coiled horizontally. What to do? How can we remove this thorn? It was not until the sound of the piano gradually subsided and Song Mo's fluctuating emotions calmed down that Song Wanru also calmed down. The piano music stopped. Song Mo let out a long breath. Let go of all the frustration in your heart. He stood up, stretched lazily, and glanced at Song Wanru. I was really scared. There were traces of tears left on Song Wanru's face. It's like being severely bullied. Song Mo hurriedly stepped forward and helped Song Wanru wipe away her tears. Sister, what's wrong with you? When Song Wanru saw her brother being nervous and concerned about her, she burst into laughter. Nothing. I was just moved by your piano playing. Song Mo hasn't reacted yet. Song Wanru stood on tiptoe and kissed Song Mo on the forehead. Brother, you are so awesome. You are the god in my sister's heart. Song Mo smiled. It seems that Song Wanru knows that her piano skills have been promoted to piano master. Compared to Song Wanru's fuss, Song Mo behaved very calmly. In fact, he really thought it was nothing. The pace cannot stop. In the face of power, talent seems so thin. The skills of a piano master only helped Song Mo gain great fame in a short period of time, so as to achieve the purpose of self-protection. What's more, with the system in hand, this is just the beginning. Song Wanru seemed to notice the calmness of Song Mo's mood. She waved her little hand and ravaged Song Mo's cheek. Brother, I adore you so much. Why are you so calm? Do you know what this means? You will go down in history. There are so many people in the world, but only a few are remembered by history. Come on, smile for your sister. Song Wanru took advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of the situation. You're not even to mention. My brother's face is so tender. My skin is so good, full of collagen. I really want to keep pinching it. Song Mo slapped Song Wanru's hand and said unhappily, You look like a sister. Song Wanru, why do I always feel like you're acting weird lately? Why haven't I seen you like this before? So outrageous? In Song Mo's impression, Song Wanru has always been the image of a gentle older sister who is well-educated and well-mannered. But since his rebirth, she seems to have changed a lot. Although she is still the same Song Wanru, she seems to treat me differently. A bit overly enthusiastic. Song Wanru was angry. Why does your sister treat you differently? Obviously, I have always liked my younger brother, but I was just embarrassed before. It's different now. As an older sister, what's wrong with her taking the initiative? What are you talking about? You naughty brother. Song Wanru took her hand back angrily. I'm really angry. Can't the younger brother feel the deep love from his sister? Song Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Song Wanru is finally back to normal. When he felt the other party's admiring gaze before, he thought that the other party wanted to have a forbidden love. He can't afford to fall in love. When it comes to love, whoever plays with it will be sad. After being reborn, he just wants to build his career well. Strive to achieve success in all walks of life. Then, destroy Chen Shi's harem. Step on his head to let him know who the hell is the protagonist. After hearing Song Mo's thoughts, Song Wanru, my brother is really ambitious. Want to achieve success in all walks of life. Do you think you are the child of destiny? Also, there's no need to talk nonsense, no need to swear. It's not okay in my heart either. Song Wanru noticed a hint of fatigue on Song Mo's face. I knew that he had been practicing piano intensively recently, so I didn't chat with him. Pushing Song Mo to take a shower. Hurry up, go take a shower and go to bed right after you finish. Practicing piano is so hard, and I have to go see Maestro Liz tomorrow. Go and take a rest quickly. Song Mo was indeed a little tired. Take a quick shower and go to bed. The next day, a handsome man in a sensible tuxedo suit and a suave woman in a black dress took a taxi to the Paris Opera. Got off the car. Song Wanru helped Song Mo adjust his tie carefully. Praise, so handsome. Come in. Song Mo and Song Wanru entered the Paris Theater. The theater feels quite spacious. The buildings are also very nice. But there are no other feelings. After entering, I saw an old man wearing a gentleman's suit and a top hat on his head, surrounded by people and sitting in the middle. There were a few young people around. They all look white. Song Mo didn't understand French or Hungarian, but knowing English was enough. He recognized the old man surrounded by people as Master Liszt. He performed a standard gentleman's greeting. In standard English. Master Liszt, I have come all the way from China to Paris to play a piece for you. I hope you can give me some pointers on my poor performance. The polite words were finished. Song Mo stood aside modestly. Stand up straight and smile. Liszt had an old face, long gray hair, and a thick beard, but his eyes were bright blue. He looked at Song Mo carefully for a while. I've watched the performance video of you that your student Xia Shuqin sent me. The level you displayed is beyond the reach of your peers. But because it's a video, I can't be sure if that's your real level. I'd love to have one performed live in front of me. If you perform as well as in the video, I will consider taking you as my disciple. Song Mo nodded. Walked straight to the piano placed in the center of the theater. Everyone focused their attention on him. Chapter 27 Absolutely Fair Deal. Master Liszt, what ability does this Chinese man have that he allowed you to watch his performance? A blonde, blue-eyed French Lolita girl wearing a Lolita princess dress and dressed very cutely was looking at Song Mo's back with curiosity. He is quite handsome. But how could someone so young be valued by the piano master list? Adeline, don't underestimate this young gentleman. He looked into his eyes. What did you notice in his eyes? Master Liszt laughed heartily, and he showed affection and tolerance for this lovely French lady as an elder. Adeline looked carefully into Song Mo's eyes. He shook his head and said in great distress, Master Liszt, I looked at him for a long time, but apart from thinking that his eyes were black and looked noble and beautiful, I didn't see anything else. This made Master Liszt's beard tremble with laughter. He pointed at the young man on the side and said, Sheldon, your sister is so naive. Haha, I haven't seen such an interesting young person in a long time. A handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes who looked very similar to Adeline said helplessly, Master Liszt, when you talk like that, I don't know whether you are praising my sister or making fun of her. My poor, ignorant, and naive sister. I guess she thought you were praising her and was secretly happy in her heart. Hey, Sheldon. Adeline, who looked as delicate as a Barbie doll, pouted in dissatisfaction. Sheldon, you can say I'm innocent, but you can say I'm ignorant? Do you believe me? I'll take over your favorite manor and transform it into a large public toilet. Sheldon looked helpless. You mean Cedar Park? Adeline, that's an area of 2.5 square kilometers. It's the estate where the drama master Charlie Chaplin and the Fauvist horse Painter Tice lived. You turned it into a toilet, which is disrespectful to the master, Adeline said angrily. If the masters in heaven are really unhappy, then let Sheldon go and apologize, and let him be more respectful to Adeline in the future. Sheldon really had no idea what to do with his sister who had an angelic appearance, but was as vicious as a devil at heart. Liszt even laughed so hard that the scepter in his hand fell off. He laughed and said, I think it's okay. Why can't the place where the master lived be converted into a toilet? Several people were chatting and laughing here, and for a moment, they even forgot about Song Mo who was sitting on the piano bench, until suddenly a sudden piano sound rang out. There is a moment of silence when talking. Master Liszt shuddered. His gray beard looked like rustling leaves. He picked up the crutch on the ground, held it tightly in his palm, and began to focus his eyes on Song Mo. Sheldon, don't think I don't know. It was you who stole my father's treasured wine. Adeline, Master Liszt called out. Adeline's voice stopped abruptly. When others are performing, it is appropriate to keep quiet. This is a kind of courtesy and also a kind of self-cultivation. Master Liszt said gently. Meeting his kind eyes, Adeline nodded. She soon realized that the mysterious oriental man sitting on the piano bench was probably not simple. So his eyes looked around like a deer. Sheldon also began to re-examine Song Mo. Song Mo hasn't started playing yet. He just tuned a few notes. Dear Adeline, didn't you just ask me what was in the eyes of this Chinese youth? Now I can tell you. Master Liszt said slowly. There is a kingly aura in his eyes, like a ferocious beast. Even in an unfamiliar territory, he still remains calm and composed. That was not the ignorance of a child, but the calmness of a strong man. He was not panicked, but very calm, because he had the skills in hand and was confident. This was his absolute confidence in himself. Adeline was surprised. This mysterious Chinese is so young. Her words were tinged with doubt. Liszt did not answer. He gently made a gesture of silence. The show has begun, Adeline. Enjoy it. He will surprise you. I heard Master Liszt say he was so confident in the talent of young Chinese people. Adeline's curiosity grew stronger and stronger. And Adeline's brother, Mr. Sheldon, has remained silent since Song Mo tuned the music. He looked at Song Mo with deep eyes, as if he wanted to see something from this Chinese man. Song Wanru did not indicate her identity as Xia Shuqin's student. It would be meaningless even if she expressed it. She just needs to remain silent like everyone else. And Song Mo's performance later will be the most powerful response. And the facts were exactly as Song Wanru had expected. When the music officially started, Master Lister suddenly clenched his crutch, veins on his hands bulged, and he squeezed with such force that it seemed as if he wanted to pierce through the floor. Sheldon, who was originally looking at Song Mo deeply, also had an inexplicable look of shock in his gem-like blue eyes. The one who knows the least about art among the few people is Adeline, who is like a human doll. However, Adeline relies on her instinctive appreciation and thinks that Song Mo and Master Liszt are on the same level. The music sounded like a landslide, a tsunami, or a sudden disaster. Suddenly, the passionate and tragic melody took a sudden turn. The spring is in full swing with gentle breeze and drizzle. Master Liszt's other left hand was unconsciously searching for something, until it touched the crutch and seemed to find support. With his old hands supported by a cane, Master Lister gently closed his eyes, feeling the sound of thunder entering his ears. The song is over. Master Liszt stepped forward quickly. He was like a kind elder, helping Song Mo to adjust his tie and then performing a gentleman's salute. Song Mo quickly returned the gift. Master Liszt, what are you doing? Master Liszt raised his head, his eyes patrolling like an eagle, while Song Mo, who was looking into his eyes, was not at all timid. His eyes were calm and gentle. Liszt shouted, Great God of music and wisdom, Balaki, are you the one who bestowed divine grace upon the world? Otherwise, Why would there be such an outstanding young man? Young man from China. You are a true genius, an unprecedented genius. You are at a level that doesn't require me to be your teacher. As long as you gradually make a name for yourself, you will surely become world famous in the near future. Song Imo said softly. Mr. List, if possible, I still hope to be your disciple. But you are already at the same level as me. List didn't understand. We Chinese have a saying that there is a sequence in learning, and there are specializations in skills, and that the wise are the teachers. Song Imo said sincerely. Only you are qualified to be my teacher, and I also need a teacher. List heard the hidden meaning in his words. This is an absolutely fair deal. In fact, Lister made a lot of money. Well, young man, you'll get what you want. Chapter 28, The New York Times. Invited by Master List. At the Paris Opera House, in front of many French aristocrats, capitalist tycoons, and world-famous piano players, Song Imo played a piece. Everyone present knew something about art. Therefore, when List announced that Song Imo was his student and the most proud disciple in his life, and that his piano level was not inferior to his own, this fact has not been disputed. However, in Paris and in the world piano community, this caused a huge sensation. The New York Times reported, the mysterious young Oriental man appeared in Paris and displayed his talent that has reached the pinnacle in the art capital. The Oriental man once again shocked the world. The Paris Times reports, he who will eventually shake the world with his voice must remain silent for a long time. The Chinese youth amazed the audience at the Paris Opera House, and Master List said frankly that he had learned all the true skills, and his skills were no different. Song Imo, you are truly the most talented person of your age that I have ever met. Can you tell me how you did it? This is simply incredible. Adeline surrounded Song Imo, chattering. This noble lady from a famous French aristocratic family had no intention of being reserved. She followed Song Imo happily and was very curious about this mysterious genius from a great Oriental country. Song Imo replied, Adeline, art exists naturally. I just happened to be favored by God. At the moment when God turned the page, I got a glimpse of the mystery. So, you rely entirely on talent? Adeline asked admiringly. No, hard work is also important. Song Imo couldn't tell others that he had only studied for half a month. Although he had studied piano for several years before, Song Imo, who was still immortal at that time, could not compare to the effort he made in the half-month with the system. But Song Imo was afraid that he would be beaten if he told it out. So my tone to the outside world has always been, I work very hard, I work very hard. It's really not easy to get to where we are today. Sheldon, who was following beside him, extended the invitation. Song Imo, I heard that you are planning to return to China immediately? You Chinese are really weird. After making such a big fuss and causing such a strong shock, you just shake your sleeves and leave. Aren't you going to stay in Paris for a few more days? You know, you are very popular now, and even those nobles and celebrities pay great attention to you. With your talent and your current fame, there are countless celebrities in Paris who are looking forward to having a chance to meet you. When Sheldon said this, there was no envy on his face, but rather a teasing look. Obviously, with his family's power, even a world superstar or a top supermodel is nothing more than a flattering woman on his luxury cruise. But for conservative Chinese people, especially men, this should be an extremely romantic and desirable thing. Song Imo smiled and shook his head. The French are romantic, but the Chinese are chaste. Although most of the celebrities in the world are promiscuous, it does not hinder their greatness, but I still have my reasons for persisting. You can say I'm old-fashioned, but I do believe that souls must be attracted to each other before bodies can blend with each other. I don't talk about love, I only talk about sex. This is a respect for sex. Sheldon shrugged helplessly at first. Well, no matter when you look back, there will be women flocking to you. But when he saw his sister, the innocent Adeline looking at Song Imo with admiration, this quirky human Barbie, there was a rare tenderness in her eyes. Song Imo, you are so good. I thought you were a noble gentleman, like the gentleman that Confucius talked about. I didn't expect you to have ulterior motives. My poor, innocent sister Adeline. Look at how you are enchanted by this oriental face. Song Imo, feel the anger from your brother. Sheldon yelled. A punch hit Song Mo's shoulder hard, making him grimace and swear silently in his heart. Practice martial arts. You must practice martial arts. After reaching the level of a master in piano, he successfully relied on List connections to gain recognition in the world piano community. With such great reputation, safety is finally guaranteed. Then, he could finally learn something else. Thinking of this, Song Imo remembered that he had promised Xia Ro to treat her and her sister to dinner when he returned to China, and he had to cook for her himself. So he asked Sheldon to help him buy some recipes that contained real essence. Sheldon, who was being retaliated by his sister with his fists hitting his shoulders, heard this and said in pain, Don't worry, my friend. Whether it's Chinese recipes or Western cooking skills, I can find them all and give them to you before I leave. Song Imo felt a little uncomfortable. Because of the invasion back then, many traditions have been cut off in the country, even culinary skills. But a complete copy is preserved in the West. Even if they can't understand or learn it, they are unwilling to return it. Song Imo didn't say much, just nodded slightly. He thought that relying on his future international influence, he could help China take back what originally belonged to it. And the most important thing is that with the system in place, how can we not help the country become rich and strong? A strong China can also enhance Song Mo's status. The two complement each other. Seeing Sheldon grinning under Adeline's fierce attack, which was exactly the same expression as Song Mo's just now, Song Wanru, who had been frowning, finally relaxed her brows. Sheldon tried to persuade him again. Song Mo, you are a rare, oriental friend of mine. I am deeply impressed by your talent. I hope you can come to our Allen family as a guest. Just look at my sister's eyes, and you will know how sincere I am. Sheldon, Adeline huffed. Even though she is a French woman known for her romance, as a noble lady, she is also very reserved. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw your favorite Van Gogh painting into the furnace. Sheldon wailed. Adeline, you are truly a sinner. Your disrespect to the master will eventually. Song Mo couldn't help but smile as he watched the noble brother and sister playing around. I'm really sorry, Sheldon. I have reasons why I have to return home. Song Mo took out his cell phone and explained to the brother and sister using the little French he had just learned in the past few days. During the few days that I visited France, my reputation was excessively defamed by my ill-intentioned enemies at home. They called me a bully, hypocritical, and unlearned, and called me a dirty maggot and a sinister villain. I was shocked by my duplicitousness. No matter what, I need to return home first to resolve this crisis. Chapter 29, Let the Bullets Fly for a While. Although he is the direct heir of an aristocracy who has seen the world, Sheldon remains calm even when the President of the United States is in front of him. However, he was stunned by the wave of slander displayed by Song Mo. Oh God, you always surprise me when I think I am steady, and always shock me after I have seen enough. Song Mo, it is difficult for me to evaluate everything that has happened to you. Sheldon put away his cynical look and said seriously, but no matter what, I believe in the sincerity in your music, and I admire your character. Oh, as the Orientals say, you are noble. Not everyone can become a master at this age. Not everyone can keep their true heart amidst the flattery, and not everyone can remain chaste amidst the world of pleasure and the bees and butterflies. The master is the honor of the country and the wealth of the world. Although I am not from your country, I am still angry about this. This is a tarnishing of the piano and the culture. My friend, Sheldon asked sincerely, do you need any help from me? Song Mo was silent for a while. Far away in China, how could Sheldon help him with public opinion in the country? In fact, Sheldon really has this ability. Many Chinese groups are controlled by foreign capital, and some even have foreign capital occupying an absolute majority position. In essence, they are foreign companies, but they are dressed in hanfu and packaged to look like local Chinese companies. Although Sheldon wanted to help, he indirectly stimulated Song Mo's self-esteem. He refused. Sheldon, I can feel your sincerity and friendship, but there is a saying that family disgrace should not be made public. Family matters should be resolved at home. What's the big deal about asking others for help? Thank you again, please rest assured. The waves of ignorance keep washing against the solid rock, but it is all in vain, just as the strongest wind cannot shake Mount Tai. Song Wanru held Song Mo's arm with a gentle look in her eyes. Sheldon shrugged. Well, my friend from China, it looks like I can't take you to visit my estate. And my yacht party, you know? I originally invited you mainly to show off in front of my friends. Guys, look who this is. He is List's true disciple and the youngest master in history. Song Mo smiled. The heir of this big family is really interesting. Of course, this is only true if you are valuable, then others will show their humor in front of you. The character, Run, has 2 feet, and you have to stand on your own. Adeline wrinkled her delicate nose that looked like it was taken from a Barbie doll, and a hint of disgust appeared in her dreamy sapphire eyes. She was hating others, but people who saw this scene just thought she was cute and couldn't help but forgive all her rude behavior. Song Mo made a bold guess. The goddess of beauty and the god of forgiveness must be having an affair. Song Mo, those who slander you behind your back must be villains. Just like every master, there are countless slanderers and doubters behind him. Adeline waved her pink fist. But these are just dirty maggots from the sewers. There is nothing to be afraid of. If they dare to appear on the dining table, the anger of the crowd will be enough to destroy them. Song Mo, you are Adeline's friend. If you have any problems, ask your friends for help. Yes, ma'am. Song Mo gave a standard French military salute. This made Adeline laugh so hard. Then he saluted like a gentleman. I am honored to meet you too, who are my same age but such excellent and kind friends, during my hurried trip to France. That makes me feel sorry. Next time I come, I will definitely ask you two to host me and take me to experience the true customs of France and feel the soul of this country. Thank you for your kindness. Before leaving, Song Mo gracefully took Adeline's hand and gently kissed the back of her hand. Especially you, Adeline. You are definitely the most friendly foreigner I have ever met. He did this. It made the 3 people present feel bad. Sheldon is in trouble. He stared at Song Mo with his eyes wide open, gritting his teeth, and said, Song Mo, I knew you had bad intentions. Song Wanru is not feeling well. Her originally calm expression was flashed with astonishment, and there was a different kind of scrutiny in her eyes when she looked at Adeline. Adeline is not well. Her cheeks flushed pink. The French noble lady, who was known for her romance, was very conservative and felt very embarrassed at this moment. In front of the taxi, Song Imo smiled and waved goodbye to the two siblings of the Allen family. When I closed the car window, I could only see Adeline with her head down, while Sheldon was beating his chest and shouting something in agony. Song Imo closed his eyes and relaxed his tense spirit of the past few days. A pair of gentle hands pressed his head towards a soft spot. Song Imo opened his eyes and saw Song Wanru. Song Wanru smiled gently at him and said, "Lean on my shoulder and take a rest. You've worked hard. After practicing the piano intensively, you still have to deal with those crazy media." Song Imo raised his eyebrows slightly. "Sister Wanru, I advise you not to be too nice to me. Don't be too caring and considerate of me." "Why?" Song Wanru asked puzzledly. Song Imo smiled helplessly. "Because I don't feel worthy enough to enjoy it." In fact, Song Mo's real thoughts were, "If you are too nice to me, it will arouse the possessiveness in my heart. In the future, if you stab me in the back like you did in your previous life and join Shinshi's camp, then I might really catch you and take revenge on you without regard for the consequences. By then, perhaps two people will be suffering." Song Wanru's eyes dimmed a little. It's that guy called Chunshi again. Although she had never met him before, she hated the name very much. Because of this person's existence, my younger brother was never willing to get really close to me, and a gap arose between the two of us. Song Wanru had no home. It was her father and mother who gave her a home. Her younger brother was her closest family member. No matter who stands in her way, no matter how good Song Wanru's character is or how gentle her temper is, she will do whatever it takes to get rid of him. Chunshi, why don't you just die? Who says my brother is unlucky? My brother is the most blessed man in the world. Song Wanru domineeringly took Song Imo in her arms and said softly, "Take a good rest. Let me be your pillow for once, okay?" Song Imo was really tired. The elegant fragrance from Song Wanru made his mind calm. He fell asleep quickly. One day later, Song Wanru and Song Imo boarded the plane back home. At this time, the news from overseas had just reached China, but because the high-end piano world was only a niche after all, the internet was still full of insults directed at Song Imo. Song Imo also deliberately did not come forward to testify and clarify immediately. His plan is, let the bullet fly for a while. Chapter 33 Women, One Drama. Magic City Airport. The warm breeze was blowing, and there was indeed a sense of freshness in my trip to Paris. But when I set foot on the land again, I felt particularly at home and at ease. Song Imo. In the distance, a beautiful girl in jeans waved excitedly. Song Imo was very happy to see Xiaoro, but he still walked forward quickly and said, "Didn't I say that I didn't need you to pick me up at the airport? Are you not going to class?" Xiaoro laughed. "Please ask for leave. The teacher is very easy to talk to." She put her hands behind her back and leaned forward slightly when talking to Song Imo, showing the vitality of a young girl. As a result, he used too much force and almost fell. Fortunately, Song Imo supported Xiaoro. Xiaoyu also came over from the other side and raised the camera in her hand. This is truly a meeting of historic significance, an encounter my dear sister has longed for. The innocent expression on her face when she fell and was supported, "Wow. You're taking photos of this too?" Xiaoro became anxious and tried to snatch Xiaoyu's camera. "Delete it for me now." Song Wanru smiled helplessly beside her. She didn't like other girls getting close to her brother, always thinking they had bad intentions, but Xiaoro was an exception. Even though I know Xiaoro has a crush on Song Imo, I still can't hate this simple and kind-hearted girl. I don't know what Xiaoyu said to Xiaoro in her ear, but Xiaoro didn't make a fuss about deleting the photos. Song Imo stretched and said with a smile, "Thank you two beautiful ladies for worrying about my affairs in China. Now I have finally returned home. I have not forgotten the previous agreement. Go to my house. I've already told Aunt Lin. I'm going to cook today and show off my cooking skills in front of you." The Song family's driver was already waiting. The few of them didn't chat for too long. He quickly got in the car and returned to the Song family. Song Imo went into the kitchen to busy himself. Cooking Mastery, 1/1000. In preparation for today's meal, he read a lot of classic cooking books and some teaching videos that Sheldon had collected for him. Although I was not able to actually try it, my cooking skills were definitely improved. Read 10,000 books and cook like a god. On the dining table, after Song Imo left, the atmosphere became a little subtle. Xiaoro looked worried, and Xiaoyu also looked unhappy. Song Wanru frowned even more tightly. "Sister Wanru, I used an account to post a clarification video before, hoping to appeal to netizens to be more rational, because there is absolutely no corresponding evidence for the slander against Song Imo. But the video was like a stone falling on the sea, without any effect. Logically speaking, with the popularity of Song Mo's collapse being so high, my video shouldn't have no response, so it's very likely that it was restricted. It didn't take long for me to make such a guess. Soon, the video was taken down and my account was banned." Xiaoro showed no worry in front of Song Imo, but at this moment, I became worried. There must be capital forces behind this. Song Imo, did he offend someone? Song Wanru had a cold expression. To be able to blacken the entire internet to this extent, it must be not only capital, but also big capital. As for who it is, Song Wanru suddenly asked. "By the way, Xiaoro, do you know a person named Chunshi?" "Chunshi?" Xiaoro asked in surprise. It can't be him. Although Chun Shi and Song Mo don't get along, and Chun Shi has slandered Song Mo before, Chun Shi's family background is very poor, and he has no capital to go against Song Mo. Song Wanru frowned. Do you really know him? She should have asked Xiaoro a long time ago. Chun Shi. This name has almost become her nightmare. It's like a mountain standing between the relationship between sister and brother. In the younger brother's mind, he always associates himself with this person, and it is this person who has been pestering his younger brother endlessly and never gets tired of it. Song Wanru has already judged Chun Shi as an enemy. Although she is weak, she can become cold and ruthless when encountering things related to her brother. Xiaoro, tell me everything about Chun Shi. Song Wanru's voice was a little cold, which gave Xiaoro a new understanding of her. It turns out that Sister Wanru has this side of her. Not daring to be negligent, Xiaoro also realized something. Hurry up and tell Song Wanru all the information about Chun Shi. Background, identity, age, appearance, including the conflict between Chun Shi and Song Mo before. During the narration, Song Wanru's face became visibly colder, which made Xiaoro a little nervous. Xiaoyu didn't know Chun Shi either, so he listened very carefully, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. After finishing speaking, Xiaoro couldn't help but say, could this matter be related to Chun Shi? But he has no power and is just an orphan. He shouldn't have such energy, right? Song Wanru pursed her lips and said nothing. Xiaoyu suddenly said, he really doesn't have this energy, but it doesn't necessarily mean it has nothing to do with him. Sister, didn't you say before that Chun Shi was throwing dirty water on Song Mo? He has no power or influence, so how did he succeed in throwing dirty water on Song Mo? That's because of an Inua, Xiaoro blurted out. He doesn't have the power to force Song Mo, but an Inua does. Then a light bulb went off in his head, and he said in astonishment, Sister, are you saying that an Inua used the power of the family in the Magic City to discredit Song Mo on the entire internet? It may not be an Inua. Xiaoyu shook his head, but Chun Shi obviously borrowed the power of others. Of course, this is just a possibility. Maybe it has nothing to do with Chun Shi. Song Wanru spoke at this time. It's Chun Shi. Her tone was certain and determined. It is also mixed with endless disgust. However, the one who helped him behind the scenes was not an Inua, but Lung Wanxiu. This is the message that the younger brother told Song Wanru. Lung Wanxiu. Xiaoyu felt that the name sounded familiar. Search online. The name of Kyoto's eldest daughter and the heiress of the Lung group came into view. No wonder he has such great power. He is from Kyoto. Xiaoro hesitated for a moment and said anxiously, well, I have another message. It's just, an Inua seems to care about Song Mo very much. When Song Mo asked for leave, he came to ask me why Song Mo didn't come to class. She seems very interested in what Song Mo is doing. Several people fell into deep thought. Song Mo didn't know that the three women outside were worried about him. If he knew, he would just curse helplessly. Just take care of yourselves. Do you still need me to worry about you? It's useless. Song Mo had no idea that he was being blackmailed by the entire internet. At this moment, he was enjoying his fish soup with great satisfaction. Delicious and fragrant. Ladies, your lunch is ready. Please enjoy it. Song Mo brought out the sumptuous dishes and invited the girls to eat. Chapter 31. Honestly, what happened to you in Paris? Eat slowly and be reserved. Song Mo said with both anger and amusement. At the same time, he stopped Song Wanru, who kept picking food for him. Sister Wanru, that's enough. I can't eat so much. Xiaoro had no image of a lady at all. She ate heartily while looking at Song Mo with starry eyes. Song Mo, how come a rich man like you can cook so well? Sister Wanru, does Song Mo often cook at home? Song Wanru paused and looked at Song Mo with a slightly resentful look. Thanks to you guys, I had my brothers cooking for the first time today. Song Mo. Sister Wanru, others may not know, but don't you know? I've been learning how to cook in hotels in France and on airplanes. Song Wanru snorted. Then I don't care. Why didn't you think of cooking for your sister before? Do you really want me to have to rely on Xiaoro's help to eat your food? Women are born with the right to act coquettishly. Song Mo surrendered very quickly. Sister Wanru, after Xiaoro and the others go back, can I do it for you alone? It's a deal. After dinner, several people also began to discuss the recent turmoil on the internet. Song Mo's phone rang. Seeing the contact's name above, Song Mo picked up the phone and said, hello? Dad. Several people looked at each other and remained silent. Song Mo spoke in a relaxed tone. Dad, what could happen to me? You said you suppressed the heat, but you couldn't? Don't worry, I know who it is and I have a plan. After a while, just watch the news. Yeah, okay, don't worry. After Song Mo hung up the phone, he said to Song Wanru helplessly, my parents found out about what happened online. They were shocked. They couldn't suppress the heat. They almost gave up their business trip and came back urgently. Song Wanru was not panicked. It's okay. After a few days, Mom and Dad won't be so worried anymore. Seeing that the brother and sister were confident, Xiaoro and Xiaoyu were extremely curious. From what they had just learned, they knew that the person targeting Song Mo was Lung Wanxiu from the Lung family in Kyoto, who was a ruthless character. The scale of the Lung family in Kyoto is much larger than that of the Song family, and they also have official connections. Why is Song Mo so confident? Song Wanru also believed in Song Mo unconditionally. It's really weird. Xiaoro was the first one who couldn't hold back her curiosity. Boss Song Imo, what cards do you have in your hand? Song Imo smiled without saying anything, pretending to be profound. For the first time, Xiaoro felt that he was extremely hateful. That handsome face didn't look as handsome as before. Song Wanru took out her cell phone and forwarded a video on it to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu took out his cell phone, and Xiaoro quickly leaned over. The two sisters watched the video on their phone with indescribable shock in their eyes, and it felt very unreal. The person in the picture is Song Yimo? Is it Song Yimo who just cooked for the two sisters? Is it the classmate or big boss they think they are very familiar with? Just see the picture. What is presented is an extremely luxurious, even magnificent and beautiful scene. The building is extremely luxurious and beautiful, with extremely intricate and beautiful decorations, and it looks sacred and noble. The people who appear in the picture have solemn or relaxed expressions, but at first glance, they all look like big names seen in books. The atmosphere is solemn and dignified. The scene shifts to center stage. A heavy piano in clear black and white lies there quietly. A man in a tuxedo, with a unique temperament, looking relaxed but not casual, comfortable but not dissolute, giving people a sense of being chic and friendly, sits quietly in front of the piano bench. All looked at him, the big shots. Those gazes, whether scrutinizing, disdainful, or profound, were all focused on him. Song Yimo, who had black hair that was very different from everyone else present, was not at all stage frightened. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he was extremely focused. It seemed that the people in front of him were not famous artists or masters, nor were they capital tycoons or even super aristocrats. Instead, they are just a bunch of big white radishes, which are not worth looking at. When that pair of slender and delicate hands pressed the keys and the sound came out from the piano, you could instantly understand the confidence of this young man. He dominated the stage. Aura can overwhelm everything. The sound of the piano is extremely heavy, making people feel as if they have penetrated history and can see silhouettes of the past and fragments of the future. People who hear this music seem to be able to see masters such as Ludwig van Beethoven, Martha Argerich, and Mozart sitting in front of the piano. This young man has the silhouette of a master. The sound of the piano conveys emotions, landslides, tsunamis, sometimes gurgling, suddenly clanging. The more than 10-minute piano performance video is so fascinating that people can't feel the passage of time at all. And when Song Imo finished playing, the audience burst into warm applause. Thunderous applause. What made Xiaoro and Xiaoyu particularly excited was that after the performance, Song Imo bowed slightly and smiled gently, just like he had done in the short videos he posted on Kaido in the past. In both English and Chinese, he explained that he was a disciple of Master Liszt, and that he was honored to be on stage this time, and hoped to play the sound of the ancient China in the music world. Damn, the feeling of being low-key and pretentious in front of foreigners, the strong sense of resonance, really makes people's hearts itchy. So cool. Look at the foreigners on the screen. They looked aloof at first, but after Song Imo amazed everyone with his skills, they soon showed expressions of surprise and shock. It's really gratifying. Xiaoro was surprised and asked, Song Imo, did you record such an amazing video when you went to France this time? Song Wanru smiled and said, this is not recorded by us, but a video backup of the performance in the Paris Opera House. I specifically asked the staff there for a copy. This silly girl has not yet realized what it means to perform in the Paris Opera House in front of so many celebrities and art world giants. I still care about a small video. Xiaoyu slapped Xiaoro's little head hard, making her head buzz. Xiaoro glared at her sister. Why did you hit me on the head? Because you are stupid. Xiaoyu was angry and his sister did not argue. Being able to perform at the Paris Opera, the value and impact of this event itself is much more important than a shocking video. Xiaoyu seemed to be meeting Song Imo for the first time. He looked him over carefully from head to toe. Song Imo, tell me the truth. How did you fare in Paris this time? Chapter 32 Song Imo is simply a monster. How did you fare during your trip to Paris? Song Imo is hard to say, because it seems that no matter how you say it, you will be suspected of showing off. What can he say? He said that his piano solo in Paris shocked the world piano music scene. He said that he made his debut on stage at a Paris theater and then quickly rose to the top and became as famous as a master. Liszt was full of praise for his skyrocketing worth, saying that all pianists were extremely envious of him for having such a disciple. He said that he is now a superstar abroad and is even hailed as the youngest master in the music world and the future giant in the world piano world. Talking about the report about me in the New York Times, the boasting in the Paris Times, and the foreign girls who were so fascinated by me that they wanted to have a mixed-race baby with me? Don't say anything. Don't say anything. If you don't say it, others will think you are showing off. What will happen if you say it? Song Wanru skillfully climbed over the firewall, opened the external network, and showed the report to the two sisters. Xiaoyu and Xiaoro's expressions. As you browse deeper, it becomes more and more colorful. Then, they both looked at Song Imo. Song Imo was shocked, because the eyes of the two sisters Xiaoro and Xiaoyu were like wolves' eyes, so ferocious that they seemed to be glowing green. Xiaoro took the lead and went straight to Song Mo's face, touching his face, and said, no, this feels like real people, not some alien texture. Xiaoyu also grabbed Song Mo's hand and said in surprise, Is this the hand of the piano master? It is indeed different from normal people's hands. It feels long and smooth, and feels great. Songmo's face was full of black lines. He pulled his hand away from Xiaoyu and pushed away the presumptuous Xiaoro. Xiaoro was suspected of taking advantage of the situation, and when she was pushed away, she felt guilty and did not dare to resist. Song Mo instructed, Xiaoyu, edit this video, do some processing, and then have Xiaoro upload it to my account. There is no need to do anything else. When the doubts grow louder and the international reputation spreads to the country, even if Lung Wanxiu has a lot of capital, he will not be able to cover up everything. Xiaoro and Xiaoyu nodded to show that they understood. Xiaoro and Xiaoyu went back to school. Song Wanru went to teacher Xia Shuqin's house to announce the good news. Song Mo was alone at home. Then he called his assistant at his company. He asked his assistant to find the best boxing coach and heir of traditional martial arts to teach him fighting and martial arts. Although even watching videos and reading books can increase proficiency. But obviously, proficiency increases fastest through hands-on instruction and actual sparring. Song Mo made up his mind to practice martial arts until he became a master. Even if the enemy was forced into a corner and used despicable means against him, just like the kidnapping and assassination in his previous life. He was also able to save his own life at critical moments. What's more, he is not even as strong as an Inua. What a shame. Why did you think of that annoying guy? Review. Thanks to Lung Wanxiu's unremitting smearing, Song Mo's previous Kuaishou account had accumulated millions of fans. Many people were just passers-by, but after seeing the video of Song Mo playing the piano, they were attracted by it at first sight and started to pay attention to it. Although some people left when the whole network was bashing Song Mo, most of them are still relatively sober. Or rather, don't care. More rational netizens do not judge the performance brought by the media, but only care about whether they like the piano playing video or whether they like Song Mo's appearance. They only care about the value Song Mo brings to them. Therefore, I still choose to follow Song Mo. In the case of the entire network being blackened, the majority of people have no idea of the truth, but simply like to watch the show and will pay close attention to see if there is any follow-up. So, Song Mo uploaded the video of the performance at the Paris Grand Theater, and the response on the internet was extremely quick and enthusiastic. Song Mo's video has become tarnished due to constant forwarding, but it is still spreading on the internet at a terrifying speed, shocking countless netizens. The comments below the video posted by Song Mo were very lively. Under the coconut tree. No way, the bully dead bug actually has the nerve to release a new video? Do you really think that no one knows your true face? Cupid's arrow. No way, how much money did we give to the people who framed Song Mo that they still haven't stopped? Love rises with the wind. There are too many haters, just ignore them and watch the video. Qingshan Guan, where is this blogger? Abroad? It looks so high-end and classy. Pig farmer. Although I couldn't understand much, the piano was played really well. And it was so cool to see the expressions of those foreigners who had never seen the world before. Rimu Shishan. To be honest, it was really cool. Show me the climax. About the viral video of Song Mo's performance in Paris. There are dedicated bloggers who have keenly sensed the business opportunities. Moreover, some people already know the value behind this video. They search for information right away. Prepare to explain Song Mo's video. What is the real meaning behind this shocking video? You don't know until you search, and you'll be shocked when you do. The internet exploded instantly. There is an account called The Prince of Piano on the Sea, a blogger with hundreds of thousands of fans, who recorded such a video. The video starts. The expression on his face was extremely wonderful, even colorful. Standing in front of the camera, the blogger began his commentary. You may not know what Song Mo's video means, but I will tell you very intuitively. The latest video released by Song Mo means that he is very, very, very awesome. How awesome is that? Next, let's look at some photos. Then, the blogger released a few photos. In order, Leonardo da Vinci, Picasso, Michelangelo, Monet, Van Gogh. Netizens didn't seem very familiar with the picture, but after seeing the words on the picture, they understood it clearly instantly. Damn, aren't these all well-known big names from books? How could Song Mo be compared with them? Why? Netizens were very dissatisfied. We are both human beings. You praise Song Mo so much. Are you sure you are not an internet troll? This is exactly the effect we want. The blogger then began to explain. In this world, there is a group of people who have reached the pinnacle of achievement in a certain area. We generally call them masters. Next, you will look at another photo. The blogger released a photo of Master Liszt and comes with a detailed introduction. Liszt is a well-known master in the piano world. At the Paris Opera, he publicly acknowledged that Song Mo was his disciple and had learned all his skills. His piano skills were no less than his. And this kind of Song Mo has actually reached the level of a master. It just lacks the reputation that a master has accumulated. The most important thing is, pay attention to Song Mo's age. 19 years old. It's hard to describe this with human words. This is simply a monster. Chapter 33 Genius is just the threshold to see his back. Although the blogger of the Piano Prince on the Sea account was explaining Song Mo, the excitement on his face made people who didn't know the situation think that he was the awesome one. His face flushed when he got excited. The lips were constantly humming. His hands were shaking constantly. To be honest, even if I said this, you might still not believe it. Do you think I'm a water army hired by Song Mo? Do you think I took his money? After all, Song Mo's family seems to be very wealthy. But I want to tell you, no, I didn't take a penny from anyone. I made this video to help you understand Song Mo, especially when the entire internet is blackmailing him and bullying him online without even a shred of evidence. I'm a little bit of an angry young man. When the blogger said this, he was so excited that he didn't know where to start with the words he had organized long ago. He took a sip of water to calm himself down. Then, in a very serious and earnest tone, he said, "No matter which country or which nation, the emergence of a master is the pride of the country and the pride of the nation. It's like a champion who wins an Olympic gold medal. Chinese people are honored to have done it. I am angry about the existence of such a talent, a national treasure and a world treasure, especially when he is so young." But he was smeared and abused by the entire internet. It was a level that ordinary people could hardly tolerate. It was extremely vicious cyberbullying. We can't go on like this. We will be embarrassed abroad. Foreigners treasure the treasures we don't value. Japanese media, American media, and other foreign media will also attack us and extend an olive branch to Song Mo. All outsiders will welcome him. How embarrassed will we, the family, be by then? No matter who Song Mo offended, the person in front of the screen who slandered Song Mo, I hope you can stop immediately. Otherwise, the consequences will not be something you can bear. The blogger finished his speech with a wry smile. But he did not call on everyone to protect Song Mo again. He was very emotional, as if he was reminiscing about the past. To be honest, I have been learning piano since I was a child, and I have a talent for it. I used to think I was a genius. I thought most people in the world were ordinary people, and people like me who had outstanding talents in certain areas were already superior to most people. Until I saw Song Mo's video. Really, many piano beginners or outsiders don't understand. That is, you don't know the piano well enough. If you are lucky enough to really step into the threshold of piano art, or rather, I am lucky enough to be able to call myself a genius and feel proud of it, you will know that the so-called genius is just a ticket to see Song Mo's back. At this point, the video blogger seemed to be a little bit broken. He said angrily, "Fuck, you made me cry. I won't say any more. I've said so much, you can believe it or not." Then, the video ended. Netizens were dumbfounded. A maverick donkey. Damn, this blogger said so much and in such detail. I finally understand it. Pink beads, what do you understand? A unique donkey, Song Mo. Awesome. Princess Wanju. I usually don't swear, but today, holy shit. Bull warrior, holy shit. Zion Yanankyo, holy crap. The evening breeze blows, damn it. There are quite a few comments in the comments section. All of the same. All of them are oh shit. Last night in the early hours of the morning. Unfortunately, I am uneducated, so I can only say F***ck to everyone. Yeah, this is what happens in fantasy novels. The so-called genius is just the threshold to see me? Yin duo. I also study piano, and my level. I won the runner-up in the national competition before. What the blogger said is right. It is true that outsiders only know that Song Mo is awesome, but only insiders know how awesome he is. Xia Shuqin's residence. After listening to Song Wanru's story, Xia Shuqin felt dizzy even though she was wearing her reading glasses. Wanru, are you telling the truth? Although he usually trusts his disciple the most. But in the face of the shocking facts, Xia Shuqin rarely felt a little doubtful, because the facts were too incredible. Song Wanru showed Xia Shuqin the video of Song Mo Paris playing. Immediately, this artist of the older generation, who enjoyed a very high reputation in China and had a dignified and elegant manner, jumped up from the sofa in surprise. It really jumped up. Xia Shuqin asked anxiously, "Where's Song Mo? Why didn't he come when you came? Have him come to see me." Xia Shuqin was eager to meet Song Mo. Even though the facts were right before her eyes, she could only believe it if she saw it with her own eyes. Song Wanru sighed. Song Mo doesn't have time. He is currently busy with a nasty matter. Xia Shuqin frowned. He has already achieved such success. What kind of trouble can he still be entangled in? Don't forget to take care of your lower body in a foreign country. Now you are being entangled by a foreign woman. Considering that Song Mo is in France, it makes sense. Romantic? Song Wanru asked. Teacher, you rarely go online, right? She took it out, opened Kuaishou, and randomly found a video that slandered Song Mo to show Xia Shuqin. He said seriously, I don't know how Song Mo made the eldest daughter of the Lung family unhappy. She was blackmailed by the other party on the internet. Now she is trying to clear her name. Xia Shuqin's excellent self-control could no longer be maintained. She yelled, bullshit. Who would accuse their own master of such a crime? Lung family. What Lung family? How come I didn't know there was such a powerful Lung family? Song Wanru considerately opened her phone to search and showed Lung Wanqiu's message to Xia Shuqin. After reading it, Xia Shuqin became even more furious. This is outrageous. What does she think she is doing? She is bringing shame to our country. Xia Shuqin was so angry that she could hardly breathe. Song Wanru quickly patted her back to calm herself down. After Xia Shuqin recovered her breath, she immediately made a phone call. The call is connected. She started to curse him. Lao Zhang, look at what you are doing. Culture. Is this how you manage culture? When did public opinion become so chaotic? No longer rational, only energy matters. Xia Shuqin's questions were like a string of cannonballs, making Director Zhang of the Ministry of Culture on the other end of the phone sweat profusely, and his hands even began to tremble. He knew Xia Shuqin, a very prestigious veteran in the industry. Now, I'm being questioned by such a veteran in such a harsh tone and with such extreme words. He instinctively felt that something big had happened. Dean Xia, what's wrong? Is there any trouble? Director Zhang asked cautiously. Chapter 34 Ninja Turtles. Something's wrong. The sky is falling. After listening to Xia Shuqin's angry story, Director Zhang broke out in a cold sweat, but at the same time, he also felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, it's still early. The news has not yet spread completely in the country, and the people have not yet become completely outraged. He said gratefully, Dean Xia, thank you so much. Xia Shuqin did not have a good face, let alone a good tone. She said forcefully, almost in a blaming manner. Remember, the people are the masters of this country. Capital's evil deeds should not happen in China. Director Zhang nodded repeatedly. After hanging up the phone, Xia Shuqin held her forehead and sighed. Some people want this country to be good. Some people just want to be the superior one, and just want to suppress and persecute others. She felt tired. Forget it, don't contact Song Yimou. We are also responsible for this matter. Or we all have a responsibility. Call him after this little disturbance has passed. Although the matter actually had nothing to do with Dean Xia Shuqin, she still felt ashamed and was speechless. Song Wanru hurried to comfort her. Teacher, what does this have to do with you? There are some people who are too evil-hearted. Xia Shuqin waved her hand. Stop it, stop it. Let's see how Lao Zhang handles it. If he can't handle it well, I will personally go to him to ask for an explanation from his superiors. At this time, Chunshi was huddled in the apartment and laughing. How can you not laugh? As long as Song Yimou is not well, he is happy. What's more, with Lung Wanqiu's financial and traffic support, a Kuaishou account created by Chun, she also rose extremely rapidly. He took advantage of his cute looks and chose to become a beauty and cosplay blogger. Put on some puppy makeup and cosplay as characters from games or anime. It also has its own characteristics. In the past few days, he has accumulated tens of thousands of fans. Although not as exaggerated as Song Yimou was only good before. Why is he so blackened by the whole network now? Shouldn't she plan that bad bloggers like Song Yimou would be banned soon due to the indignant accusations of netizens, right? Lung Wanqiu's power is greater than he imagined. Perhaps, he could hint to Lung Wanqiu indirectly. Thinking of Lung Wanqiu, a look of disgust inevitably emerged in Qinshi's eyes. How can there be such a disgusting woman in the world? Fat and ugly. The most disgusting thing was that Lung Wanqiu actually had inappropriate thoughts about him. If it weren't for the need for this woman's power and resources, he had already cut off all ties with her and parted ways. Qinshi watched the video with a smile on his face. Only then did he notice that the account of Song Yimou, whom he followed, had been updated. With such great pressure, you still dare to update? This isn't a statement of withdrawal from the internet. Thinking of this, Qinshi clicked on the video updated by Song Yimou with full anticipation and then began to change his face instantly, performing the Sichuan opera face-changing stunt on his face. There was jealousy burning in his eyes. So jealous that the face is distorted. Qinshi contacted Lung Wanqiu immediately. He really couldn't bear to see Song Yimou get better. Hello. There was a magnetic and sexy voice on the other end of the phone, but it was a pity that the owner of the voice was a square Sailor Moon, which was unsightly. Qinshi stammered, his tone pitiful. Sister Wanqiu, I'm a little sad. Can you drink with me tonight? Without you, I wouldn't dare drink alone. Qinshi hinted that he felt empty inside and want a drink. The only person around him whom he can trust is Lung Wanqiu. Lung Wanqiu's voice was hurried. What did you say? Sad? Xiaoxi, wait for me, I'll be there soon. In just 10 minutes, Lung Wanqiu arrived downstairs of the apartment where Qinshi lived. Qinshi opened the door to welcome Lung Wanqiu. Lung Wanqiu walked in breathlessly. Because of worry and Qinshi's previous ambiguous hints, Lung Wanqiu was not only breathless, but also so nervous that sweat broke out on his forehead. Qinshi felt disgusted, but still forced a smile. Seeing him forcing a smile, Lung Wanqiu asked with concern. Xiaoxi, what happened? Are you in a bad mood? Qinshi said bitterly. Nothing. He took out a box of beer and opened a can for himself and Lung Wanqiu respectively. Seeing this, Lung Wanqiu still accompanied Qinshi to drink, even though she never drank beer and didn't like the taste of beer. As Qinshi drank, tears began to flow freely. Lung Wanqiu hurriedly wanted to wipe his tears, but was avoided by Qinshi. Her hands hung awkwardly in the air. Fortunately, Qinshi didn't embarrass him for too long. Qinshi was slightly drunk at this time, and said with tears in his eyes, Sister Wanqiu, thank you for your concern. In fact, I'm not as fragile as you think. I'm just a little sad. Why can those who have hurt others still live so happily and so well? Lung Wanqiu looked at Qinshi, who looked so weak that he seemed about to break. My heart couldn't help but tighten. Of course she knew who was bothering Qinshi. Lung Wanqiu assured Qinshi. Xiaoxi, I promise you that Song Yimou won't be around for much longer. I will immediately put pressure on the authorities to have him permanently banned on Kuaishou. Once I have established a firm foothold in the Magic City, I will begin to suppress the Song family comprehensively. Do you think this will work? Qinshi's eyes were filled with tears. Sister Wanchio, why don't you stop helping me? I'm afraid it will have an impact on you. Really, I don't deserve this. Seeing Chun-Shi's tears, Lung Wanchio's heart was broken. Who cares whether this will cause trouble to their own development? She said confidently. Don't worry, the Song family has no official support, and its assets are only tens of billions. Sister Lung does have this ability. Xiaoxi, I won't let you suffer any injustice. Lung Wanchio's affectionate eyes fell on Chun-Shi. This caused Chun-Shi to feel a chill. I almost wanted to vomit. Chun-Shi cried and said, Sister Lung, I really don't know how to repay you. Lung Wanchio felt increasingly restless inside. Chun-Shi really ticks her sexual quirks. He has the appearance of a puppy and a weak and insecure personality. As cute as a sheep. If only we could ravage it. She reached out her hand and held Chun-Shi's hand. Her heart slightly moved, but she still said with concern, Xiaoxi, Sister Lung will always care for you. Chun-Shi really wanted to vomit. This bitch. Who gave her the confidence to dare to touch me? After being touched by Lung Wanchio's greasy hands, he felt so nauseous that his stomach churned, and he almost vomited out the food he had eaten the previous night. Why isn't an Inua by my side? He would rather lick an Inua's white silk feet than see Lung Wanchio's pig face again. Endure, endure, endure. Chapter 35 Jeet Kien Do. Leave Chun-Shi's apartment. In the cold late autumn, the way he walked was almost floating. She called her secretary and spoke sternly. Secretary Lin, go put pressure on the staff at Kuaishou. I hope to see news that Song Mo has been banned within a week. Lung Wanchio controls many official channels. The power of the Lung family entrenched in Kyoto is different from that of local families. The family roots in Kyoto are often very deep and can be reflected in the local area. What's more, this is a fight on the internet, so the geographical limitations are even smaller. However, after Lung Wanchio gave the order, there was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Lung Wanchio frowned and said unkindly, Why aren't you talking? Do you want me to handle it myself? Secretary Lin organized his words and said bitterly, Boss Lung, I have something to tell you. I received a warning call today from above. I wanted to inform you that calls to your personal phone have been unavailable. It says that we should stop doing anything against Song Mo and quickly withdraw the Navy to calm down this disturbance. If we insist on not changing our ways, he will have to deal with it impartially. Lung Late Autumn is not stupid. She immediately realized, did Song Mo find a backer? No. Secretary Lin replied, but he is his own supporter. Immediately, Secretary Lin sent a compiled document to Lung Wanchio. Lung Wanchio received the documents and found that they were all in English. She looked through the papers with a frown on her face, eyes filled with astonishment. What's going on? The Song Mo she was targeting was not just the heir of a small family. With a total asset of only tens of billions, are you a young person who created an account on Kuaishou and wants to become an internet celebrity? Why is it so tricky? Mr. Lin, so what should we do now? Secretary Lin's advice was to stop immediately and not go against the wind when the wind was not right. But as a secretary, she could not make the decision for Lung Wanchio. Lung Wanchio felt very unwilling. She was silent for a while, then said, Let's see. Yes, Mr. Lung. Lung Wanchio chose to wait and see for a while. When the international news reached the country, especially after Xia Shuqin called Director Zhang, the actions of all parties were incredibly fast. Many videos that slandered Song Mo have been taken down, and even some bloggers have had their accounts banned. Related reports have also begun to appear on the internet. Very intense, very fast. Tencent. 19 talented teenagers amazed Paris with their skills, and the world's celebrities were amazed. Phoenix.com. Overseas headlines are occupied by Chinese youth, with a 1,000-word article that is shocking throughout. People's Daily Online. He was accepted as a disciple by the world-class master list and was praised as the most talented person in the history of piano, the youngest master. His true identity has been revealed. CCTV commented, The phoenix is soaring high in the sky, and lofty ambitions are rising. The autumn geese are flying high in the sky, and lofty sentiments are rising in their hearts. We must know that when we were young, we had the ambition to be the best in the world. Young people have ambitions and dare to take the lead. The world belongs to the young, and the future is our future. These days, Song Mo's account on Kuaishou. The number of fans started to increase almost at a straight-line speed. Hundreds of thousands of followers added in one day. Xiaoro happily checked her account every few minutes and was delighted to see the number of fans increasing visibly. I really want to share it with Song Mo. Unfortunately, Song Mo's reaction was relatively calm. Isn't Song Mo excited at all? He's been practicing boxing and fighting every day these days. He obviously just needs to become an elegant pianist. Xiaoro didn't understand, but she admired Song Mo very much. I think people like this are really amazing. Although he has achieved extremely significant results in certain areas, he has never boasted about it, nor has he become complacent with his own glory. No matter how loud the noise outside is, you can still concentrate on doing your own thing. And at this time, Song Mo was chatting with a foreigner. Song Mo spent a lot of money and asked Sheldon for help to hire a boxing coach from abroad. Although he is a boxing coach, this foreigner has learned a lot of different things. In fact, he has learned a little bit of everything. Brazilian war dance, Indian yoga, Sanda, Muay Thai, wrestling. That's all. Song Yimo could have thought that this foreigner was quite fond of martial arts, so he learned a little bit of everything. But he actually knew traditional Chinese martial arts. Don't be too outrageous. Bruce is a big bald guy. He is tall, in his 40s, and in his prime. Song Yimo asked Bruce where he learned martial arts. He said that when he was young, he went to Shaolin Temple to be a monk for 2 years, and later he entered a martial arts school in Chinatown to learn martial arts. After 2 bottles of beer, Bruce's eyes flashed with reminiscence. Shaolin Temple taught me a lot of kung fu and laid a solid foundation for me in martial arts. Although I felt that as a foreigner, even though I was talented and hardworking, I still couldn't learn the most profound martial arts. But I am still filled with gratitude. There are many boxing and martial arts gyms in Chinatown. I joined Liang's martial arts gym and learned Wing Chun. I am very interested in Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do and have always wanted to replicate it. Bruce Lee learned Wing Chun, which is why I chose to learn Wing Chun. Unfortunately, my understanding of martial arts has never reached Bruce Lee's level. I don't have that extreme speed, nor do I have the magical martial arts philosophy of anticipating the enemy in advance. Bruce told Song Yimo, "You should be clear about what you want to do by learning martial arts. If it's for physical fitness or a hobby, you can practice everything. If you have great aspirations for martial arts, I hope you can achieve something. Then it is not so much about learning, but about quality." Song Yimo laughed. "I learn martial arts just for fun. Bruce, I want to learn it, so it's okay, right?" "Well, it looks like this job isn't going to be easy." Bruce shrugged nonchalantly. Song Yimo asked him curiously, "What do you think is the most powerful among all the kung fu?" Bruce thought for a moment. "There is no distinction between strong and weak in martial arts, only suitable and unsuitable. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. However, there is a difference between advanced and backward martial arts concepts. If we talk about the most advanced martial arts philosophy in the world, it must be Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do. In fact, everyone thinks his philosophy is right. But it was so idealistic that when it was first proposed, everyone thought it was correct nonsense and a fantasy. But Bruce Lee conquered everyone with his own powerful strength. From then on, Jeet Kune Do was not just a martial arts concept, but a practical martial art. Of course, until now, apart from Bruce Lee, no one has ever heard of anyone else practicing Jeet Kune Do." Song Yimo nodded, thinking about something. Chapter 36 Song Yimo, "If you mess with me, you're done." Bruce said a lot. Song Yimo listened and gained an intuitive understanding of martial arts. "First, all martial arts in this world are based on science." Bruce said. "To put it bluntly, martial arts were originally developed for the purpose of fighting. It was only later that other deeper meanings gradually emerged. For example, strengthening the body and restoring its functions. Another example is exploring the limits of the body, developing the body, and stimulating potential. If you want to learn how to keep fit, I can teach you. If you want to learn how to fight, I can teach you even better. But developing your own body and stimulating human potential, I'm not good enough, and there are not many people in the world who can really do it." "What do you want to learn?" Song Yimo said decisively. "Fight. I want to learn how to fight." Song Mo's eyes were surprisingly bright. For others, martial arts may be limited by their talent. It requires opportunity, understanding, training, and remedy. Put yourself in a desperate situation and then you will be reborn, destroy, and then you will stand up. It is difficult to appreciate the true taste of everything. But for Song Yimo, all he needs is proficiency. As long as you are proficient enough, you will soon be able to break through your own limitations. "Okay, then I'll teach you how to fight. But you have to know that learning how to fight means you're going to get beaten." Song Yimo laughed. It was a rare joke for him. "Bruce, as long as you don't beat me to death or cripple me, I have no problem with this." The first thing Song Yimo started to learn was Sanda. The teaching begins with hands-on instruction and hands-on training. And Inua has always been very concerned about Song Mo's news. She knew that Song Yimo went to France to participate in a competition. "But I didn't expect it to be performed at the Paris Opera House. Take off the cotton socks and step on the quilt with your ice cream-like little feet." And Inua plunged headfirst into the soft quilt, kicking his 2 thin legs outside. Song Nual, "Even if you are a god descending to earth, you can't ignore me. Going to France is a big deal. Playing the piano in a Parisian theater is a big deal. Being praised to the skies by all the news media is a big deal. Why don't you look at me straight in the eye?" And Inua looked towards the bed. "When I saw the WeChat chat page on my phone, the frustration in my heart is about to reach the sky. I sent you dozens of messages, but you didn't reply to any of them. Song Yimo, you are amazing. Are you going to die?" "Oh." And Inua grabbed the pillow next to him, grabbed it, and said angrily, "Song Yimo, don't you know how to write the word death? I will teach you right now." And Inua rode on the pillow, swung his snow-white little fists, and started bombarding. After throwing dozens of punches, a thin layer of sweat appeared on his body. But the anger still remains. And Inua thought for a while. "I looked at my own little feet that looked like ice cream. Anger arises from the heart. Evil is coming from the side." She raised her little feet and stepped directly on the pillow. "Please eat my feet. Stomp you to death. Asshole Song Yimo." After venting all his emotions, Inua was out of breath and sweating a lot. Instead of taking a shower, she fell directly onto the pillow. "I'll crush you to death. So what if I'm sweating? Don't be disgusted." After a while, I regained some energy. And Inua turned over again and sat on the pillow. His eyes and tone were fierce. Grab the two corners of the pillow as if you were pulling your ears. Song Mo, if you mess with me, you're done for. I saw a series of news about Song Mo on the internet. Lin Weiwei was also surprised. What the hell? During this period of time, she had been investigating who was responsible for the trouble and finally found out that it was Lung Wanxiu from the Lung family. The Lung family and the Lin family in Kyoto are of similar size, but the problem is that the Lung family has stronger connections above them. Fortunately, she analyzed that it was only Lung Wanxiu who was targeting Song Mo personally, not the Lung family in Kyoto, so she didn't have to worry too much. Only, she had just gotten ready and had no time to make a move. In other words, she planned to take action when Song Mo was in a critical situation, choosing a more critical time to gain Song Mo's gratitude. In the end, Song Mo solved it himself. This little boy is so funny. I'm really curious about what other surprises he can bring me. Lin Weiwei's lips curled up slightly. Speaking of which, ever since Chunshi pretended to be sick and came to the infirmary last time, and in Inua and Song Mo had a conflict, she has never seen Song Mo again. I'm really looking forward to meeting you next time. You've given me such a big surprise. How should I appear in front of you? Miss Lin Weiwei of the Lin family. In the mirror of the infirmary, Lin Weiwei was reflected with her lips curled up, as if she was smirking. A badass woman in a doctor's uniform. It feels like something from a movie or TV show on a certain island. Then Lin Weiwei suddenly remembered something. Damn it. I forgot that he was reborn and knew my identity a long time ago. Lin Weiwei complained a lot. How can I play with this? Rebirth or something? That's too unfair. Lin Weiwei looked worried. The idea of providing timely assistance was forced to be abandoned. Why is it so difficult to have a way of appearing that will blind someone's eyes? Night. Lung Wanxiu received a call. It's in the family. She looked a little unhappy. Answer the phone. Hello? Second uncle. The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone went straight to the point and started talking to Lung Wanxiu directly. Lung Wanxiu did not interrupt him throughout the whole process. I don't know whether I don't dare or I don't want to. The middle-aged man said something very coldly at the end. I have seen your abilities, but I am very dissatisfied with the way you handled this matter. My family is also very dissatisfied. Let's finish it sooner rather than get stuck in it and unable to get out. Don't let it affect you. Then, there was the cold sound of the phone being hung up. Lung Wanxiu put down his phone, his expression uncertain. On the one hand, she felt it was difficult to explain to Qinshi. On the other hand, she was extremely unwilling. Even in Kyoto, she thought she was the best among her peers, but why did she fail at the hands of a small Song family in Magic City? Lung Wanxiu is extremely competitive. Except for her appearance, she wants to be the best in every aspect. She pondered for a while. Finally, I called Secretary Lin. Hello? Mr. Lung. What can I do for you? Lung Wanxiu's words are concise and to the point. Stop doing anything about Song Mo. Yes, Mr. Lung. Hang up the phone. Lung Wanxiu took out the information about Song Mo. Looked through it carefully. The frustration she suffered at the hands of Song Mo made her a little interested in this man. But this interest was more about wanting to understand him and defeat him. That's all we can do. As for Qinshi, just coax him when the time comes. Chapter 37. Super Popularity, IMA Association. After she dealt with Lung Wanxiu. I was waiting for her news with great anticipation. However, what he finally waited for was Lung Wanxiu telling him that Song Mo could not be moved for the time being, and he could only wait for the right opportunity in the future to let go of him. She hung up Lung Wanxiu's phone with a very disappointed tone. Then he threw the ornaments on the table to the ground. Vent your emotions angrily. He not only resented Song Mo in his heart, but also Lung Wanxiu as well. If he had known that this fat woman didn't even have this ability, why would he have compromised? She felt like he was going crazy with jealousy. Everything Song Mo has is what he has always dreamed of, whether it is the lofty status or everyone's recognition. She desires it very much. What's more, Inua has been distracted recently. She even saw her watching Song Mo's videos in class several times in a row. Why? What is Song Mo's reason? She gritted his teeth. He watched Song Mo's videos over and over again. In the Kuaishou videos, Song Mo was simply like a perfect male god. He is elegant and cultured, his slender fingers dancing on the piano and his eyes focused, like a king in his home court. There is always a calm temperament. Precisely because it was too perfect, She felt even more resentful. If it weren't for my background. If he had such a good family environment like Song Mo, he would definitely be able to do what Song Mo could do. Shi finally focused his attention on a video of Song Mo and Song Wanru playing a duet, and concentrated his attention on Song Wanru. It seems like this is Song Mo's sister? Shi made up his mind. If it doesn't belong to him, he can just grab it. Song Mo was a little annoyed. The school has been contacting him. The principal specially found a counselor. Asked for his contact information. Even made more than 10 calls in one day. After Song Mo answered the call, the president of Magic City University, Chi Wanba, went around in circles before finally explaining his thoughts. I hope Song Mo can go on stage and say a few words at a party held by Magic City University, no matter what he says. When people showed up, the school expressed gratitude profusely. However, Song Mo still refused. But he still had to go to school. Song Mo needed to learn knowledge in college. and in his future development plans, he had already planned to engage in scientific research. If he stays in school, he will probably be harassed. Either an autograph or a photo. One or two would be fine, but if all of them were like this, Song Emo would really go crazy. He felt a little irritated. All of it was vented through martial arts training. The crazy martial arts training over the past 2 days allowed Song Emo to quickly reach the entry level of martial arts. Introduction to Martial Arts, 27/100. It is much more difficult to master martial arts skills than to play the piano. Every time you raise your score by a few points, you get beaten. Moreover, the speed of improving proficiency is much slower. Since martial arts was not an imminent skill, Song Emo was not in a hurry. With his current strength, he should be able to defeat an Inua, right? Thinking of this, Song Emo was satisfied. Life gradually began to return to normal. Song Wanru has gone back to school for classes. Song Emo will also go back to school today. An Inua was sitting upright in the classroom attending class, but suddenly she seemed to have some realization in her heart and looked up. She saw the guy who had been on her mind and made her so angry that she gritted her teeth. She almost screamed out loud. However, an Inua soon realized that he was in class. Therefore, she did not do anything out of the ordinary. But when Song Emo walked towards the seat next to Xia Ro and passed by her, he snorted coldly. Song Emo ignored her. An Inua's inner universe is about to explode again. Song Emo is now a celebrity in the school. People outside may not know the value of Song Emo, but the students of Magic City University are all young people with a strong ability to absorb information. After understanding Song Mo's level, they all worship it as a god. At Shanghai University, a special club was even created. It's called the AIMO Association. It is an operation similar to a fan club, which is equivalent to a fan group. The teachers are also very familiar with the name Song Emo. This class happens to be an advanced mathematics class. Song Emo resumed classes today. Following the rules of the advanced mathematics teacher, he walked silently from the back door to his seat, but he still attracted everyone's attention. Song Emo? Someone shouted in surprise. Then they all turned around. Where? Where is Song Emo? Song Emo finally came back to school. Hi, it's really Song Emo. The originally quiet classroom suddenly became noisy. Song Emo didn't feel complacent at first, but looked at the advanced mathematics teacher guiltily with an innocent look in his eyes. Teacher, I didn't mean to disrupt the class. Everyone, please be quiet. Otherwise, I, a top disciple of teacher Song Hao, might be expelled from the sect. The advanced mathematics teacher also looked at Song Emo. There was a hint of regret in the eyes of this old man in his 50s. The look he gave Song Emo was even more regretful. It feels like a talented disciple has gone astray. The calculus teacher cleared his throat but did not scold the students. It was a rare joke for him, who was always old-fashioned. It seems that handsome guys are more attractive to classmates than advanced mathematics. Song Emo is now a celebrity. Considering our friendship, it shouldn't be a problem for him to ask you for an autograph, right? Song Emo was so embarrassed that he picked his feet. I could only smile awkwardly. Teacher, what you said is just nonsense. The media outside are just bragging. I am just an ordinary college student. There is really nothing special about me. I am not a big star. Talking about signing is really insulting to me. A brave student among the students howled loudly. That won't do. This is a real genius boy, a candidate for world-class master. I want to pass this signature down to future generations as a family heirloom. Song Emo, you don't want to take away my heirloom, do you? As soon as these words were spoken, there was a burst of laughter. Many people began to agree. That's it, Song Emo, if you don't give me your autograph, then I won't be able to sleep tonight. The first ones to start making a fuss were the boys, but later on, many girls also came to support them. That's right, Song Emo, our AIMO association can't be without even a signature. With the connivance of the advanced mathematics teacher, many students were so bold that they even left their seats to ask Song Emo for his autograph. How dare Song Emo? You can't sign your signature in class. Still under the direction of the advanced mathematics teacher, every student in the class signed and then went to class. Everyone else was fine. When it was an Inua's turn, Song Emo subconsciously wanted to avoid him, but was forced by his fierce eyes and had to sign his name casually. This guy was particularly troublesome, asking Song Emo to sign her clothes. In public, Song Emo didn't want to get entangled, so he did as he was told. After signing, the students calmed down and realized that it was class time and the calculus teacher had been very tolerant, so they still had to respect the teacher. So, at the reminder of squad leader and Inua, the class quickly restored order. The advanced mathematics teacher looked at Song Emo with a smile. Song Emo, you really stole the show today. You haven't been to my class for 2 weeks. I don't know how much you have missed. I'll give you a question. Come up and try to answer it. Chapter 38 The Hot Pot of Mathematics. You old man. Very bad. Song Emo cursed in his heart. He knew that the advanced mathematics teacher was not a good person. I disturbed his class. How could he let me go so easily? Fortunately, he had already mastered the skills. I have already gone through all the advanced mathematics books. For him, the knowledge in the textbooks is not difficult at all. The advanced mathematics teacher picked up the chalk and quickly wrote a question on the blackboard. He clapped his hands and said cheerfully, "This question is very simple. It can be solved with the knowledge you have learned. Song Yemo took a look. There was silence for a moment. Song Yemo asked with a frown on his face. Teacher, are you sure this is related to advanced mathematics? Are you sure this is an easy question? There is no knowledge point related to this question in this semester's textbook. The high school teacher retorted. Nonsense, using calculus. Are you trying to trick me, boy? The advanced mathematics teacher's face was full of regret for being tricked. Song Yemo laughed. All's fair in war, teacher. He walked up to the podium, looked at the questions on the blackboard, and recalled various knowledge points about calculus, not missing even the smallest detail. The calculus teacher looked regretful, but he was sneering in his heart. Young people are still a little immature. This problem can indeed be solved using calculus, but I spent a week trying to solve it myself and ended in failure. Just go ahead and solve it. One by one, no one said a word. Song Yemo frowned and stood in front of the question for a full 5 minutes. Not even a single word was written. The calculus teacher smiled with satisfaction and said that it is necessary to give the young people some advice. It is easy to become proud and complacent when young and successful, which may lead to not going far in the future. If you can avoid arrogance and impatience and calm yourself down, you will be able to stand firm for a long time. The advanced mathematics teacher opened his thermos cup and tasted the perfectly hot water in the cup with great pleasure. He said slowly, I'll give you another 5 minutes. If you can't even move the pen, then go down. Song Yemo didn't say anything. He kept thinking with a frown on his face. The whole class thought that Song Yemo might be trying to save face. Holding on. But no one laughed at Song Yemo. Because no one in the class knows how to do this. Only an Inua looked at Song Yemo in a daze, confused by the messy advanced mathematics knowledge in his mind. Humph, stinky Song Yemo, you're pretty awesome. Maybe it can be solved? And Xiaoro. She believed in Song Yemo. After all, Song Yemo has brought her too many surprises. And she also knew Song Mo's character. If he didn't know how to do that, Song Yemo would not have wasted time there and would have come down happily long ago. Sure enough, another 3 minutes passed. After careful consideration, Song Yemo suddenly began to write and wrote down the answer as smoothly as flowing water, with the unparalleled grace of playing the piano at the Paris Opera House. With a flick of the finger, the chalk runs in a perfect parabola and falls into the chalk box. Song Yemo stepped down confidently. The calculus teacher walked to the blackboard, pushed his reading glasses on his nose, and looked carefully at the answer on the blackboard. The more he looked, the more confused he became. Finally, the advanced mathematics teacher looked at Song Yemo with a puzzled expression. That little look. Baba. Song Yemo. The advanced mathematics teacher called his name seriously. Song Yemo said, yes. I have a very practical suggestion. Why don't you give up literature and study science? Maybe you will be a talented mathematician in the future. Mathematics is the subject that tests your IQ the most. It is also recognized as the most difficult subject. At the same time, it is also the cradle of the world's great scientists. Aerospace, missiles, and nuclear bombs. All of these have a close relationship with mathematics. Of course, Song Yemo wants to learn mathematics. Taking this opportunity, he immediately expressed his position. Teacher Song, I will definitely study math well. I will practice less piano and read more math in the future. The advanced mathematics teacher nodded with satisfaction. This child is teachable. The students are really jealous. What kind of chosen one is Song Yemo? It would be fine if you were good at playing the piano, but you play it so well that it's outrageous. What is the concept of a world-class master? He is only 19 years old. Is he going to heaven? I'm already feeling jealous and have no choice but to accept the fact that you're great at playing the piano, so just treat it as if you're a 1 in a million piano genius. God, please give you a treat. But why are my academic performance so good? Some students have already reacted. Asked, Teacher, is this question beyond the syllabus? I don't understand how you solve this calculus. This is a very difficult calculus question, right? Can you tell me what level of question it is? The advanced mathematics teacher sighed. It's not a difficult problem. This problem can be solved using calculus. These are all knowledge points you have learned. It's just a little difficult to solve. How difficult is it? A girl couldn't help but ask. I spent a week trying to figure it out. The math teacher's casual remark made the whole class gasp. Even the calculus teacher couldn't solve it. Song Yemo solved it in less than 10 minutes? Doesn't that mean Song Yemo is better than the calculus teacher? The voice of the whole class. Brother, Song Yemo, you are my real brother. You are so fucking awesome. I give up. So jealous. The air seemed to be filled with the sour smell of lemonade. Song Yemo was very calm. There is a very clever part in this question. If you use conventional thinking, it is easy to fall into a calculation trap and waste a lot of energy. After class, Song Yemo was called to the office by his advanced mathematics teacher. Xiaoro picked up Song Mo's calculus book, flipped through it, and found that Song Yemo had not made any notes in the book. But all the questions are written. And the processes are all extremely simple, or even without any process, and the answer is just written directly on it. Xiaoro felt her ears a little itchy. She looked up and found an Inua standing next to her, with his hair rubbing against her. Miss An was staring at Song Mo's textbook in her hand. Xiaoro had a strange expression on her face. She really had a feeling that an Inua, the eldest daughter of the An family in Modu, who had previously had a conflict with Song Yemo, was very strange. She seemed very interested in Song Yemo. I am looking forward to meeting Song Imo. Want to know everything about Song Imo. But it doesn't seem like she likes Song Imo. And Inua explained. I just took a look. Finally, he added. I didn't expect Song Imo to be so powerful. Xiao, girl, what are you talking about? The atmosphere was a little awkward. Fortunately, at this time, Song Imo came back from the advanced mathematics teacher's office with a test paper in his hand and returned to his seat. And Inua also returned to his position. Xiao looked at the paper in Song Mo's hand curiously. This is the test question my advanced math teacher gave me. Song Imo explained. Just now, he has become the disciple of the advanced mathematics teacher and is ready to swim in the hot water of mathematics under the guidance of this old hand. Chapter 39, Rise to Fame, Achievement Achieved. Reputation System Activated. Song Family Villa. Song Imo is practicing martial arts under Bruce's guidance. The two sides are fighting now. Although Bruce did not use his full strength, Song Imo, who had only learned martial arts for a few days, was able to fight back and forth with him even though he was letting himself go. Bruce praised. Boss, you have a talent for martial arts. I'm pretty sure you've never learned martial arts before. But you learned everything I taught you in one go, which is already an outstanding progress. Song Imo was sweating profusely. Bruce was calm and collected. He made a casual move while saying, I originally thought that teaching a young master like you martial arts would be troublesome. After all, your foundation is too weak, and I was always worried that you would get hurt. Now it seems that this job is still easy to do. I have been learning Sanda these days. Song Imo has already developed a fighting skill. Fighting Novice, 88/100. Let Bruce teach you a few more moves and some practical stuff. I should be able to advance to the entry level of fighting soon. Once you get started with fighting, it is no problem for them to beat up 3 or 5 ordinary adult men without any weapons. Then, Song Imo was distracted. He was knocked to the ground by Bruce's whip kick. Bruce shook his shoulders. Boss, it's not a good habit to be distracted during a fight. Song Imo waved his hand. Signal to stop training. Just now, an electronic prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. The sound of the system. Thanks to your unremitting efforts, you have gained a lot of reputation and achieved system reputation achievements. The first phase of Rise to Fame is complete. The system mall is officially launched. Reputation value system activated. Song Imo said to Bruce. That's all for today's training. Then he entered the room. Prepare to study the wonderful uses of the system mall carefully. Open the store. Song Imo looked at it carefully. I discovered that there is something called reputation. He now has a full 10 million reputation points, and his reputation points are still rising. This is a virtual currency obtained by comprehensively calculating his influence and popularity. Reputation points can be used to purchase items in the system mall. Can also be used for raffles. Song Imo took a look at what was in the mall. Then, fuck, Song Imo exclaimed. It's really an instinctive reaction. The goods that came into his sight surprised him too much. Props, invisibility cloak, bamboo dragonfly, master key, future mecha, super intelligent brain, medicines, Dawandan, Zasudin, Xiandan, Bigudin, anti-cancer drugs, Changshan pills, books, 5 animal exercises, health preservation tips, 10 ingredient decoction recipe, dragon and tiger bone strengthening pill recipe, stable nuclear fission, stable nuclear fusion. Everything you need. Ridiculously strong. With a huge sum of 10 million reputation points in hand, Song Imo instantly felt inflated. Bye. After careful browsing and selection. Marrow cleansing pill, 500,000 reputation points. Get it. Dawandan, 500,000 reputation points. Get it. Recipe for dragon and tiger bone strengthening pills, 1 million reputation points. Get it. 5 animal exercises, 5 million reputation points. Get it. Instantly consume 7 million reputation points. Song Imo was still a little unsatisfied, but he still stopped buying. There are more than 3 million left. Save it. It's better to trust yourself than anyone else. As long as my military strength is strong enough, unless I'm attacked by the country, even Jesus can't take my life. Although choosing the technological side may cause greater impact and sensation. But for Song Imo, there is ample time. Self-protection is the most important thing. Song Imo was very curious. Why could a mere 5 animal exercises be sold for a full 5 million reputation points? After seeing its introduction, Song Imo finally made up his mind to buy it. 5 animal exercises, imitating bears, tigers, monkeys, deer and birds, exercising the body comprehensively, developing physical potential, strengthening muscles and bones, and prolonging life. Human potential is infinite. Song Imo always believed that pursuing evolution and transformation like this, and focusing on developing one's own martial arts, is the true right path of martial arts. As for fighting, what Bruce taught is enough. The system cannot directly instill Song Mo's skills. Everything still depends on Song Mo's own practice. After clicking to use 5 animal exercises, Song Imo immediately felt a stream of information being instilled into his mind, and a series of images appeared. In the picture, there is a figure constantly doing various stretching movements. Song Imo was not stupid. He started to move according to the images in his mind. Fortunately, his room was big enough for him to display his skills. During this process, Song Imo received a mantra of mental method. He recited the mantra silently and felt as if there was a stream of energy in his body, flowing through his limbs and bones. Wait until he is fully proficient. The image in my mind also disappeared. In order to concentrate and feel the qi in the meridians of his body, Song Yimou had kept his eyes closed. Wait until you open your eyes happily. Song Yimou felt as if his eyesight had improved, his hearing was clearer, and his body was more flexible. It's all thanks to the disappearing energy. This is equivalent to Song Yimou practicing it 10 times. At the same time, Song Yimou gained a special skill. Introduction to 5 Animal Play, 1 out of 1,000. It's just the entry-level stage. If you want to improve to mastery, you need 1,000 proficiency points. It's really good stuff. Song Yimou felt that this should not be the traditional 5 animals exercise, but a modified 5 animals exercise that absorbed the concept of the 5 animals exercise and was transformed and optimized to the extreme. Song Yimou then looked at other items. Marrow cleansing pill cleanses the hair and marrow and returns to the innate energy. Dahuan Dan. It can save the life of a person when he is on the verge of death. If he is not injured, the medicinal power will be completely transformed into pure vital energy, which will strengthen the body and increase the power. Song Yimou put away the Dahuan Dan. He picked up the marrow cleansing pill and took it directly. I heard that when a person is in the mother's womb, the innate qi is the most abundant. After birth, the innate qi begins to dissipate continuously and is completely dissipated when the baby is about 8 or 9 years old. Innate energy is helpful for martial arts training, so many people start practicing martial arts from a young age. Although Song Yimou is already 19 years old, as long as he takes this marrow cleansing pill, he can still reverse his innate nature, improve his aptitude, and make his martial arts training more effective. Take the marrow cleansing pill. Song Yimou immediately felt a strong urge. His face changed. He opened the door and ran towards the toilet. During the detoxification process, impurities with a medicinal scent continued to overflow from Song Mo's pores. He took a bath, by the way. Look in the mirror after washing. My skin feels much better. It feels crystal clear. Next, use the single recipe of Dragon Tiger Bone Strengthening Pill to help me refine a powerful medicine to strengthen my physique. However, the recipe for the Dragon and Tiger Bone Strengthening Pill requires wild tiger bones as the most critical medicinal ingredient. Only in this way can the effect be best. Wild tiger. Song Yimou knew that it would be difficult to do this in the country. But if you're willing to spend the money, you can find this thing in the Russian Bear. Song Yimou called Sheldon. Abroad, the other party is obviously more powerful than oneself. Chapter 40. Dropping out of school? Song Mo's trick. Song Yimou asked Sheldon for help again. Far away in France, the heir to this super family is still as out of touch as ever. Tiger bone. Sheldon asked in confusion. Song Yimou, what do you want this for? If you like tigers, I have a few and I can give you one. If you prefer wild tigers, I can get you a live one, but you may have to go abroad to see your little baby. Song Yimou laughed and scolded. I said I wanted wild tiger bones. What did you give me tigers for? In traditional Chinese medicine, tiger bones are an extremely rare medicinal ingredient, and I recently got a rare prescription that requires wild tiger bones as a medicine to make an elixir. After hearing Song Mo's words, Sheldon's lazy voice instantly became excited. Alchemy. Is it the kind of alchemy that Qin Shi Huang and Su Fu did? Song Yimou, you want tiger bones, right? I can get you as many as you want. Can you get as much as you want? Song Yimou hesitated slightly. Forget it. Wild tigers are protected animals after all. Hey, what? There are so many wild tigers in Russia. We don't know how many were hunted before. They have only stopped the large-scale hunting now, but there are still many tiger bones left. That's more than enough. Song Yimou then nodded and said, then help me collect them. Sheldon said excitedly. Song Yimou, you haven't answered my question yet. When you say alchemy, do you mean the elixir of immortality that Qin Shi Huang and Su Fu made? Song Yimou didn't expect that Sheldon was actually an expert on China and even knew this unofficial history. Song Yimou denied. The elixir of immortality is just a legend. But it's true that I want to make an elixir. Sheldon asked curiously. So what kind of elixir are you going to make? Song Yimou smiled slightly. Dragon and tiger bone strengthening pills. It's mainly used to help people strengthen their bodies. Sheldon, speaking of which, I have a collaboration regarding dragon tiger bone strengthening pills. I wonder if you are interested? Sheldon was stunned. Song Yimou, are you going to start a pharmaceutical company? It's not easy for outsiders to get involved in the pharmaceutical industry now. It has long been monopolized by pharmaceutical giants. Unless you can come up with an absolute drug effect, it will be difficult to make a breakthrough. Song Yimou didn't say much, just simply and authentically. After I have mastered the dragon and tiger bone strengthening pills, I'll send you a copy, and then we can talk about this matter in detail. Sheldon agreed readily. Song Yimou hung up the phone. Song Yimou looked at his Kuaishou account. After enjoying the benefits of reputation, he also clearly realized the importance and necessity of reputation. Increase your influence. Nature becomes the top priority. In today's era of internet celebrities, the fastest and quickest way to capture traffic is always to show up and be active in the public eye. The key is, bring emotional value or practical value to others. Be active and don't be forgotten. He now has millions of fans, but he has only produced 4 works. Compared with those internet celebrities who are always in front of the audience, his presence is much less. Song Yemo sent a message to Xiaoro. She told her and Xiaoyu not to rush home after class today, but to have a small gathering with Song Yemo in the school coffee shop. How should it develop next? It is necessary to discuss it carefully. Afternoon. After class, Song Yemo was about to go to the cafe with Xiaoro as agreed. Unexpectedly, the counselor found him and said that there was something going on. Song Yemo had no choice but to let Xiaoro go first. Follow the counselor to the office. Unexpectedly, the head teacher, the dean, and the principal were all there. Seeing Song Yemo, they all looked relieved. To be honest, Shanghai University is now famous. Because of the news that the enchanting young man Song Yemo has become popular in the past few days, the official account of Magic City University has also gained countless followers. It's a pity that Song Yemo refused to speak publicly in school and talk about his success experience. Otherwise, he might have been able to create some positive news. The dean spoke first. Old Hua, you have some great students. Song Yemo has made our school famous these days. We are almost becoming an internet celebrity university. Song Yemo, you've returned to school recently. Are you keeping up with your studies? Song Yemo pursed his lips and smiled. Thanks for your concern, teacher. I can keep up with the lessons. The head teacher was also relieved and said, to be honest, you made such a big noise that I was shocked. I even doubted whether you were a student in my class. I won't believe it until the evidence is irrefutable. Song Yemo, I'm very curious. Who were the people who listened to you playing in the Paris Opera? What was your mood at that time? Was Master List easy to get along with? How did you become so outstanding? Haha, no need to answer. I'm actually still surprised. Song Yemo smiled, but said nothing. The principal also looked at Song Yemo carefully. Young people today are really amazing. After receiving such a great honor, no matter how well educated or experienced one is, few people at this age would not be proud and complacent. Today, I actually saw a young man who is not easily affected by praise or criticism. It's really rare. Song Yemo, you are great. Song Yemo said modestly. Teachers, you are too kind. Song Yemo estimated in his mind. The school probably wants to reward me. I will probably be given a place in graduate school. Certificate of honor. Scholarship. Credit. To be honest, he is not that rare. So there is no expectation. Sure enough, the head teacher soon told Song Yemo about the reward given by the school. It was pretty much the same as what Song Yemo thought. But Song Yemo refused. My family is relatively well off, so I don't need the scholarship. I'll leave it to other students. With a world-class certificate, there is no need for other honorary certificates. The places for guaranteed postgraduate study are also given to other students. Song Yemo thought for a long time and said something shocking. Teachers, since you are all here, then I'll tell you what I think. I want to drop out of school. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. No. The president of Magic City University flatly refused. If such a promising young man who has brought great honor to Shanghai University is forced to drop out of school, how will he cope with the situation? How embarrassing it is when outside doubts arise. Song Yemo did not give the teachers a chance to educate him. He quickly said, Teachers, to be honest, I can be considered a genius. I can finish my schoolwork very quickly. It would be a waste to spend extra time in class. I have a lot of things to do. I can swim in the ocean of academics, develop my own career, and learn more knowledge outside the classroom. What Song Yemo meant was that he didn't want to be delayed. But his real purpose was to retreat in order to advance, hoping that the school would give him privileges. Just because he wanted to break a window. It was hard for the people in the room to agree. He had no choice but to say he wanted to lift the roof, and everyone might have preferred that he break a window. Chapter 41, Honorary Professor. Suspicious Woman. The principal narrowed his eyes and looked Song Yemo up and down. Suddenly he said, I know now. You are making conditions of mine. Song Yemo obviously wanted to apply to the school for the right to graduate as an exception, or the right to take a long leave of absence. Song Yemo said bluntly. Any school will accept this condition. A world-class master should have certain privileges. Besides, I can finish my final exam early. Song Yemo knew it clearly. In college, there is actually a concept of skipping grades. If you are particularly excellent in some aspect, or having special talents. For example, talented athletes can apply for early graduation as long as they pass the relevant assessments. The principal is naturally aware of this. He could understand Song Mo's thoughts, and he also knew that Song Yemo was qualified now. The principal pondered for a while and nodded. How about this, you graduate early. I will transfer you to the music department. As long as you pass the piano professional rating exam, I will let you graduate early. But there is one condition. Song Yemo asked. What are the conditions? The so-called piano assessment is actually just a formality. Everyone is well aware of the strength of world-class piano masters. There is no one in the entire Magic City who is better than Song Yemo in piano, let alone an assessment assigned by a teacher from Magic City University. The principal said, Song Yemo, I wonder if you are interested in being a teacher at a university? Become a distinguished professor at the Conservatory of Music, specializing in teaching missile piano. Don't worry, there are very few classes, only 2 a week. What is this? Song Yemo finally understood. In fact, this is the benefit the principal gave him. But the principal is not stupid, he is very smart. As long as Song Mo agrees, Magic City University will do its best to promote Song Mo and spread the news that he is a world-class piano master. This way, Shanghai University will never lose out. Although Song Mo knew all this, the matter itself was beneficial to him, and he had no reason to refuse. Song Mo agreed readily. Okay, I promise. The principal stretched out his hand and shook Song Mo gently. The two of them smiled knowingly. It's a pleasure working with you. The principal wanted to invite Song Mo to dinner, but because Song Mo had an appointment, he had to apologize repeatedly and politely declined the dinner. Arrived at the cafe we had agreed on in advance. Xiaoyu and Xiaoro were already waiting. Song Mo walked up and greeted the two women. Sorry for the wait. Song Mo spread his hands helplessly. I was just caught by the instructor to discuss something. It's all right. Xiaoro ordered a cup of coffee for Song Mo and said attentively. Boss, we didn't wait long. Xiaoyu looked at his sister with disappointment. Girls are so unreserved. Don't you know that only by respecting yourself can you be respected by others? Only by loving yourself can you be loved. It's all the same. Nothing wrong with it. Xiaoro ignored her sister's look. She said cheerfully, Song Mo, the news reports before have not yet died down and are even in a stage of extremely rapid growth. It is expected to bring in millions of fans. If this continues, you'll soon become a big internet celebrity. Song Mo had a smile in his eyes. Thanks for helping me run the business all this time. Xiaoro blushed slightly and waved her hand. Hey, you're my boss. Besides, I didn't lose a penny from my salary. Song Mo hesitated for a moment and said, although this growth is encouraging, we still need to keep up the good work. Xiaoro, I will transfer to the music school in a while and graduate early after the assessment. Then I will become a distinguished professor at the Conservatory of Music of Magic City University, and I will go to the Conservatory of Music to teach 2 classes every week. You can write this experience down in your resume when the time comes. Song Mo didn't brag just to show off. You know, he played the piano in the Paris Theater and was hailed as the youngest master in the world and the future light of the music world. This is far more dazzling than the so-called resume of a professor at the Magic City University. But on the online platform, people are divided into 3 types. First, cultured. Second, those who have some culture but not much. 3, uneducated. Many people, especially some older people who are not interested in international music, would rather say that they are university professors at a young age than tell them that they are world-class masters. They will be amazed. This kid is amazing. He's already a university professor at such a young age. Good job. You're eating a government-funded meal. For Song Mo, if he wants to gain reputation, he needs to let more people know him and understand him, and to increase his influence, no matter whether the other party is educated or not. Therefore, Song Mo will not limit himself. If he can, he wants to please everyone, young or old. Xiaoro agreed. Song Mo continued. Also, I can't just develop in China. I should also have my own internet account overseas. Xiaoro, I want to create an extranet account. Can you manage internet accounts on the extranet? Xiaoro hesitated and said, I do understand. But boss, I still suggest you find a professional to do it, preferably a foreigner. In this way, we will not suffer from acclimatization and will be better able to adapt to the external network environment and formulate appropriate operation strategies. Song Mo frowned slightly. What Xiaoro said makes a lot of sense. However, among all the foreigners he knows, it seems that only Sheldon is slightly more reliable. Let him manage his own account? How is that possible? Sheldon doesn't have the time for that. Let Sheldon find someone to help him manage it? Song Mo doesn't trust other people. So who are the idle foreigners that can be trusted? Song Mo immediately thought of a delicate foreign girl who looked like a Barbie doll, and it was Sheldon's sister Adeline. It seems possible. Song Mo decided to wait until he got home. Call and discuss it with Adeline. Just when Song Mo was discussing important matters with Xiaoro and Xiaoyu. In the tea restaurant on the 2nd floor diagonally opposite. Familiar location. An Inua sat there and peeked. She acts like a nympho, but she is inexplicably curious about Song Mo. The favorable living conditions have allowed an Inua to develop a brave personality. As long as she wants to do something, she will do it boldly. Fortunately, she was simply interested in Song Mo now and just wanted to see more of what he was busy with. An Inua suddenly noticed. A fat guy walked into the cafe, which was the one where Song Mo was. Doubts arose in her mind. Why does it feel like this fat woman is also coming for Song Mo? Although the woman was fat, she had a strong aura and didn't look like a good person. The woman walked to a position and sat down, just in time to observe Song Mo. This made an Inua suspicious instantly. Strange woman. Are you some nympho? An Inua took out his cell phone, edited the message and sent it to Song Mo, but then he regretted it again. I've lost my mind. Wouldn't this reveal that I was also watching Song Mo? Message read. It's too late to withdraw. P.S. Sorry for the late updates in recent days. I will add another chapter. I will try to update early tomorrow. Chapter 42. Broken Defense. Lung Wanxiu heard Song Mo's inner voice. Song Mo saw the message on his phone. I was surprised. An Inua is looking at him? Does it have to be so thrilling? An Inua. Song Mo, there is a fat woman in your upper right corner who has been observing you. Lung Wanxiu sat in his seat leisurely. He looked carefully at Song Mo and Xiaoyu and Xiaoro sitting opposite him. She has read all the information about Song Mo very carefully these days. Lung Wanxiu is very alert when dealing with this man who made her feel embarrassed. Although she doesn't know how to play the piano. But I also know what amazing achievements this little boy in front of me has made. That's really interesting. Only then did Lung Wanxiu realize that Song Mo was even more handsome in person than in the information he provided, and his skin was so crystal clear that it seemed to be glowing. She is not surprised. Why is Song Mo praised on the internet as a handsome man once in 5,000 years, and said to be the white moonlight in memory, the only true god who kills all white moonlights? Although it was the flattery of a group of crazy girls who loved chasing stars, but in Lung Wanxiu's life experience and knowledge, she had never seen a boy more handsome than Song Mo. Chun Shi's words. Lung Wanxiu made a silent comparison in his heart. I feel that even if Chun Shi is slightly inferior to Song Mo, he is still the best in my mind. At this time, she saw Song Mo raised his head and seemed to look in her direction. Lung Wanxiu lowered his head naturally, fiddling with the coffee in hand. Lung Wanxiu believed that Song Mo would never be suspicious of her because they had never met before. If it weren't for Chun Shi, she wouldn't have paid attention to Song Mo's existence. But there was a sudden sound. Lung Wanxiu was completely shocked. It really is this woman, Lung Wanxiu. Song Mo also behaved normally, but he was already sneering in his heart. Come to think of it, Lung Wanxiu looks really ugly now. So fat, like a pig. I don't even want to see it. People say being fat is healthy, but being as fat as a sow is really disgusting. It's really outrageous to be this fat. Song Mo sneered mercilessly in his heart. Hear his voice. Lung Wanxiu's face turned red instantly. The fat hands held the coffee cup in their palms. The anger in his eyes. It was as if he wanted to burn Song Mo to ashes. Well, Lung Wanxiu was so angry that she laughed. Ever since she became obese due to illness, she hated it most when people talked about her appearance. Even any topic related to weight was an absolute taboo that could not be mentioned in front of Lung Wanxiu. And being insulted so bluntly, being called a fat pig, is even more unacceptable. The powder keg in my heart is about to explode. But Lung Wanxiu still had doubts in her heart. She didn't see Song Mo move his mouth, so how did she hear Song Mo's voice? This fat woman must be trying to help Chun Shi. So she wants to come here in advance to scout the area and get familiar with me, the guy she's dealing with. Song Mo really found it ridiculous. She is still like in her previous life, just a dog that Chun Shi can call upon at will. In my previous life, I helped her resolve the root cause of her illness. Eventually, after a long period of exercise and recuperation, her body recovered and her weight gradually decreased. But after she regained her weight of 110 kilograms, she turned against him not long after and ran to Chun Shi to continue licking him. Before, Chun Shi was ungrateful and abandoned her, cutting off all contact. She didn't bear any grudge at all, but when I was helping her, he said so many sweet words to her. It's disgusting just thinking about it. Song Mo really found it very interesting. She is such a heartless person. I'm really curious. She saw with her own eyes that she would be tormented by that nightmare-like disease for the rest of her life, and Chun Shi left her and never looked back. She became as dejected as I saw her in her previous life. What kind of scene will it be? Song Mo thought of this, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. How can you not smile when you think of something that makes you happy? In another 3 years, his second uncle will gradually seize power. By then, how can the depressed Lung Wanxiu be a match for his second uncle? With such an ugly appearance, no one around me cares about me, and even the huge wealth that I have worked so hard for will be taken away by those close to me. Compared to my previous life, it's not much worse, right? Song Mo doesn't even need to target Lung Wanxiu. He just needs to stand here quietly, watching the tragedy happening to Lung Wanxiu, watching her life gradually go downhill. He didn't even need to look back, he just needed to treat him as an insignificant person, or even an opponent who was not worthy of being on the stage. Don't need to pay too much attention. She doesn't deserve it. Song Mo ignored Lung Wanxiu. He sent a message to an Inua. Song Mo. An Inua received the message. Just say, oh, and it's gone? Don't you want to express your gratitude? She replied angrily. An Inua, what do you mean? An Inua, could you please be polite? An Inua, it's okay to just say thank you. After a while, Song Mo sent a message. Song Mo, don't pay attention to me anymore. Song Mo, go home and have dinner with mom. An Inua said angrily. Son of a bitch. Fortunately, she was in a private room. Otherwise it would definitely attract some attention. A storm was brewing in Lung Wanxiu's brain. She couldn't believe it. Not only did I hear Song Mo's thoughts, and also know the future development, Song Mo is a reborn person. She knows herself. Moreover, in his previous life, it seemed that he had successfully cured the disease and lost weight with the help of Song Mo. Lung Wanxiu was ecstatic when he got the news. She can still be saved. It's not like she hasn't tried treatment over the years. But whether it is Chinese medicine or Western medicine, she has looked for them all. In the past few years, I drank a lot of extremely bitter Chinese medicines and was constantly tortured by various medical machines in the hospital. I didn't lose weight, but I became more and more haggard at a speed visible to the naked eye. She was depressed for a long time. After being locked in the room for 3 days with almost no food or water, he finally figured it out and decided to cheer up. He took over the family business and proved his ability. On the other hand, I regained my confidence. But now, someone actually told Lung Wanchio that her illness could actually be cured? If what he said was true, then Song Imo must know a way. Lung Wanchio was not overwhelmed by joy. She instantly realized a very grim fact. How could Song Imo help her? From Song Mo's inner voice, he knew that he was ungrateful. And when he was at the lowest point in his life, Chun-Shi ruthlessly abandoned him. And then there was the second uncle's seizure of power 3 years later. These three problems are the huge mountain of troubles facing Lung Wanchio. This made Lung Wanchio extremely confused. Chapter 43. Lung Wanchio is unable to defend himself by accusing the obscene stalker. Song Imo chatted with Xiaoyu and Xiaoro normally. Xiaoyu suggested, Song Imo, after you become a distinguished professor, you can make a video of your class and post it on Kuaishou as video content. And this will save you time. Just go to class as normal. There's no need to design a video. Xiaoro's eyes lit up, and she expressed her opinion. Yeah, that's really good. Song Imo, your class videos are actually very attractive. First of all, you are at a master level, and the course content is full of valuable information. Secondly, the interaction with students is also very interesting. The most important thing is that everyone finds it fresh. Just imagine, a professor who is much younger than the students is teaching older students in a very elegant manner. This contrast is the best video content. Song Imo nodded slightly. This is indeed a good suggestion. I have few classes, so I'll see if there's a conflict. If there is, I'll take some time off and go over to help you shoot. Xiaoyu thought about it very carefully. After discussing, they prepared to leave. Song Imo got up, went out to drive, and sent Xiaoyu and Xiaoro away. Lung Wanchio, who had been looking forward to hearing Song Mo's inner voice again, now knew that Song Imo had discovered her, but she was very thick-skinned and pretended not to know. Song Imo glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. Lung Wanchio knew that Song Imo was looking at her. Sure enough, I heard Song Mo's voice. Why didn't you find it in your previous life? This fat woman's eyes are really obscene. As the president of Lung Group, Lung Wanchio has been arbitrary and autocratic since she came to power. She can be said to be a dictator. And after she gained power, no one dared to talk about or make fun of her appearance. In addition, she is actually a bit fragile, and over time, this has become a recognized taboo in the Lung Group. Lung Wanchio felt as if she had been completely humiliated. She could sense the contempt in Song Mo's heart. Yes, what's in your heart is the truth. But that's it. The feeling of humiliation in my heart is particularly strong. The cold late autumn is unbearable. She raised her head and narrowed her eyes. Meet Song Mo's eyes. Sir, do you have any opinion about me? I see you look at me in an unfriendly way. Lung Wanchio spoke in a sarcastic tone. There is a momentum of fighting with drums beating. However, Song Imo was not interested at all. He was surprised and said, Ma'am, are you talking to me? Lung Wanchio responded sharply. Are you blind? Who are you talking to if not you? Song Imo looked at Lung Wanchio's greasy fat face. Nodding, he said seriously, my eyes were not blind before, but now they are going blind. The cold late autumn air makes the fat body tremble. Slam the table. Bang. There was a loud bang, and the table shook. The people in the cafe noticed the conflict here. His eyes were focused on Song Imo and Lung Wanchio. After a quick look, I saw a fat woman looking aggressive, while a man with cold eyes looked stunned. Just by looking at their faces, you can tell who is the innocent party. There was a lot of discussion in the cafe. The staff lady also came over quickly. After looking around and seeing Song Imo, her eyes lit up and she reminded Lung Wanchio in a gentle voice. Ma'am, please calm down. We have 24-hour surveillance video in our store. No matter what misunderstanding there is, it can be explained clearly. Lung Wanchio was being stared at by so many people. Among them, there were many strange looks. Now the waiter was clearly leaning towards Song Mo's side and was hinting to Lung Wanchio, overtly and covertly, not to cause trouble here. She was so angry that she said, What do you mean by that? This person insulted me with his eyes. Can't I defend my legal and legitimate rights? The waiter naturally didn't believe it. Song Imo looked like a well-educated, handsome guy. How could he stare at a fat woman? Even if someone really looked down on you, how could they express it? You also say that people insult you with their eyes. You should call the police. Just say that you were fucked by a mentally strong woman. See if the police officer disgusts you. The waitress insisted. Ma'am, please restrain your behavior and always pay attention to evidence. Lung Wanchio is not in the Lung Group's company. Not to mention that everyone doesn't know her identity as the president. Even if they know that you are the president, what does it matter? In a harmonious society, do you still want to be the tyrant? Lung Wanchio felt like crying, but had no tears. How can this fat woman be so stupid as to become the president of the Lung Group? If it weren't for her father's relationship, she would have been passed over for this honor alone. Seeing Song Mo's playful look, Lung Wanchio became even angrier, but she now felt helpless. At this time, another waitress trotted over. Panting, he showed the surveillance backup in his hand to the first waiter. Sister Yu, this is surveillance. After watching the surveillance video, the waiter's expression suddenly became serious, and he looked at Lung Wanchio with a bit of scrutiny. Madam, you have been sitting in the corner and observing this gentleman since you came in. Then, when this gentleman was about to leave, you suddenly started to attack him. It's hard to say this wasn't premeditated, but I don't know what your purpose is. Are you trying to blackmail this gentleman? The waiter said righteously. Please give me a reasonable explanation. The cafe is full of young people. They are all people who like to watch the fun, and no matter how big the event. What's more, one of them is a fat and sleazy girl, and the other is a cool and handsome guy. The contrast between the two makes the atmosphere extremely lively. There was a lot of discussion immediately. No way, this woman is following the handsome guy? There are surveillance videos as evidence. How can it be fake? In fact, you can tell by looking at the face. Oh, you also know something about face reading. Not really. It's just that she looks a bit like Thanos. Huh. Finally, someone spoke up. Why don't we call the police? This woman doesn't look like a good person. She has been following us and even bit us back. I don't know what she wants to do. Lung Wanqiu saw it immediately. Someone actually took out his cell phone to call the police. Her expression changed several times, and finally she ran out of the coffee shop in shame. Xia Yu and Xia Rou, who had already gone out, saw that Song Yimou had not come out yet. Back into the coffee shop. As a result, he was almost hit by a 250-pound high-speed artillery shell. They looked at Lung Wanqiu, who was running away in astonishment. Xia Yu frowned slightly. Strange. Why does this person look familiar? Xia Rou doesn't care about this. She went in and looked for Song Yimou. After Song Yimou expressed his gratitude to the waitress, he went out to send Xia Yu and Xia Rou home. Lung Wanqiu ran to the garage. Panting. I felt even more humiliated. As the president of Lung Group. When had she ever been insulted like this? Unforgivable. Chapter 44. Send Xia Rou and Xia Yu home. Song Yimou began to practice martial arts. Bruce soon noticed the changes in Song Yimou. He was surprised. Boss, what happened to you? Just one day's interval. But the changes are extremely obvious. In terms of fighting skills, Song Yimou still learns as fast as before, but the problem does not lie there. What really surprised Bruce was Song Mo's control of strength. Anyone who truly studies martial arts knows the existence of strength, which is generally divided into obvious strength and dark strength, and there is no difference between the two. In the history of China, it is generally recognized that there is only one person who has cultivated Ming Jin to the pinnacle, and that is Xiang Yu, the king of Western Shu. Those who are famous for their hidden power are usually masters who are reclusive, extremely low-key, and well-versed in the ways of assassination. There is also a rumor about the concept of Hua Jin, but there is no definitive conclusion as to whether it exists or not. Anyone who possesses Hua Jin is, without exception, a master of martial arts. Bruce has practiced martial arts for many years, but he has only mastered the technique of using Ming Jin's force, which has made him a leader among the world's fighters. But, just now, during the fight with Song Yimou, he clearly felt that Song Yimou used a sophisticated way of unloading force. Among them is the change of strength. Is it something you realized on your own? Bruce looked at Song Yimou differently. Boss, I really envy people like you. It's okay for you to be rich, but I have no interest in money. But you have the thing that I desire most. Talent. Damn talent. Fuck. Do you know how long I practiced martial arts before I knew about this thing called power? But you just started learning, and your body started using it subconsciously. Bruce is like eating a whole bunch of sour grapes. He did not hide his envious and jealous look. Song Yimou was slightly stunned, and he pondered for a while. Just now, I did feel that it was much easier for me to deal with Bruce than before. It should be because of practicing the 5 animal exercises. Song Yimou thought for a moment. He stared at Bruce. Bruce's anus tightened. His expression changed drastically, and he said, Boss, do you Chinese like this too? That won't do. I'm an absolutely straight man. It seems that Bruce was harassed by some perverts when he was in Europe. Proper exercise can attract the opposite sex. Excessive exercise attracts the same sex. Song Yimou said with a dark forehead. Bruce, if you put on such a disgusting attitude again and act pretentiously, I will fire you immediately. I have no interest in you. Even less interest in men. Boss, look at what you said. It's as if I'm not a man. Bruce shrugged. Okay, boss, I'm just joking. Don't take it too seriously. Song Yimou said unhappily. Don't make such meaningless jokes. Bruce, are you a famous fighter or martial artist? Bruce said, it's okay. I'm just a familiar face in the circle, but I'm not that famous. I want to create a sect. What do you think? Song Yimou asked straight to the point. Bruce's expression was so wonderful. Boss, are you sure you're not joking? Although I can see that you have a talent for martial arts, it's not fun to start a new sect. You have to let everyone know you. In other words, you need to go around and fight. Song Yimou certainly knew this. I remember that there is actually a global martial arts tournament in the United States, right? Bruce Lee was the one who astonished everyone at the martial arts conference around the world with his skills, stunning the world and convincing all the martial arts masters present with his strength. His influence spreads all over the world. He is the Asian most known to Europeans. There are bronze statues of him all over the world. The United States sets June 8th of each year as Bruce Lee Day. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, a country where the majority of Muslims believe, Bruce Lee even beat the president and Gandhi to become the only bronze statue in Central Park. Such influence is really enviable. Compared to the piano, obviously, inheriting Bruce Lee's path is also an important choice for Song Yimou to quickly expand his influence. Bruce looked at Song Yimou as if he were a madman. He felt that he, as a boss, was really whimsical. Boss, I have to tell you that there is only one Bruce Lee in this world. Song Emo said firmly. Yes, there is only one Bruce Lee in this world. However, there will be another powerful martial artist who will inherit his spirit, carry forward Kung Fu, and show it to the world. Bruce didn't want to say more. He was still sneering in his heart. This Chinese boss is too young. Although, who hasn't been young and energetic? But he had never seen anyone as arrogant as this. Song Emo seemed to see what Bruce was thinking. He smiled mysteriously. Bruce, I know that facts speak louder than words. Let time tell you the result. As the system prompt sounded, the proficiency of Fighting Newbie has finally been maxed out. Combat entry, 1/1000. Song Emo let out a breath. During the following sparring process, Bruce was surprised at Song Mo's proficient basic fighting skills. This doesn't seem like a level of proficiency that could be possessed by someone who has never been exposed to fighting. Bruce couldn't help but marvel. This was definitely the person with the most martial arts talent he had ever seen. However, he still did not think that Song Mo could surpass Bruce Lee, because martial arts is really mysterious, and you may show extraordinary talent in the early stages. However, after you reach a certain height, sometimes you will reach a bottleneck, which may become a mountain that you cannot overcome in your lifetime. Bruce sighed. Bruce Lee will be the pinnacle for 100 years, and no one will be able to surpass him in a short time. However, Bruce was very satisfied with Song Mo's talent in martial arts as his coach. Therefore, he focused and taught Song Mo fighting skills carefully. At dinner time, Song Wanru also came back from school. She had seen the car parked outside. Knowing that Song Mo has returned, Song Mo had just come out of the shower at this time. After training in martial arts, he was sweating profusely and had to take a shower again. Wearing a bathrobe, Song Mo looked lazy. Brother, are you free tomorrow? The teacher asked you to go to her place. Song Wanru was talking about Xia Shuqin. Song Mo nodded slightly. Go ahead. After all, it was thanks to teacher Xia Shuqin's help that we were able to calm down public opinion so quickly. It's just a pity. Although Lung Wanxiu withdrew the water army and rumors. But Song Mo could not let them pay the price. After all, the Lung family's foundation was too deep, and the Song family's foundation was too shallow compared to it. By the way, sis, mom and dad will be home soon. Song Mo wiped his hair casually. Tell Song Wanru the news. Chapter 45, Childish Mother by Jiao Jiao. Song's father and mother are on a business trip. It's been exactly 1 month. It's time to come back. Song Wanru nodded. Really? Mom and dad didn't tell me. When will they be back? The day after tomorrow. Song Mo knew it clearly in his heart. In my previous life, my parents gradually transferred the family business to me only after I showed my business acumen. I have made achievements ahead of time, although they are not in business, but when my parents come back this time, they will probably hand over part of their business to me. Song Wanru will not inherit any property. After all, she was adopted, but her parents have prepared a lot of properties for her, enough for her to live a worry-free life. Song's father and mother both felt more sorry for Song Mo. After hearing Song Mo's voice, Song Wanru did not complain at all. On the contrary, I feel very lucky. If it weren't for Song's father and mother, maybe her life is either spent struggling in an orphanage or left to be bullied in society. In short, a bad ending is more likely than a good ending. There was nothing she was dissatisfied with. Song Wanru felt very ashamed. I failed to fulfill my duties as a sister, and instead accepted so many benefits from the Song family. I feel so sorry for my parents and Xiaomo. But I don't know how I can help my brother. As usual, Song Mo played a few piano pieces before going to bed, casually brushing up his proficiency. Then he went into the house and went to sleep. After visiting teacher Xia Shuqin, Song Mo put on a show of strength in front of the old gentlemen and ladies, then ran away. He fled to his car and fastened his seatbelt. Only then did he start to complain to Song Wanru with lingering fear. Sister, this is too scary. These teachers are really too enthusiastic. Song Mo smiled bitterly. Just now, a group of old men and women wanted to help him introduce someone to someone. Without exception, they were all granddaughters or even nieces and nieces who were eager to get married. That scene was even more vigorous than the emperor choosing a concubine. I can't afford it. I really can't afford it. Song Wanru covered her lips and smiled secretly. I think they have good intentions. Isn't it good to help you find a date? Brother, you are in college now, so it's good to have a relationship, right? Speaking of this, Song Mo's mood turned slightly cold. Forget it. Even the closest people can betray you sometimes. Sometimes there just aren't enough chips. I have no plans in this regard for now. After noticing Song Mo's mood changes, Song Wanru suddenly became nervous. She felt that this must be Song Mo's experience in his previous life, which made his heart cemented, and he looked down on all girls. If we investigate, does that include myself as well? Thinking of this, Song Wanru felt a little ashamed. Think that you owe something. Although she had never done anything to let Song Mo down in this life, she didn't even have the thought of hurting Song Mo. Even if it was me in my previous life, it was still me. Did I really do something to let my brother down? Or was there a misunderstanding? Is it me or my brother who has been deceived, causing him to misunderstand me? No matter what, Song Wanru didn't dare to provoke Song Mo's emotions again. She quickly changed the subject. Come to think of it, now that my parents are back from their long business trip, do they know about your amazing achievements during this time? They didn't even video chat with me before they came back. That's right. After all, you are my biological son. Song Wanru pouted in grievance. But in fact, it's just an act. This trick worked for her. The conflict was diverted instantly. Song Mo quickly said, they didn't call me on video either. Don't you know your parents? They say they're on a business trip, but they're actually just taking the opportunity to spend some time alone. They're having so much fun. Why would they care about two light bulbs like us? But they should know what has been resolved. They called me in a hurry and said they would return to China immediately. Now that I haven't worried about them for such a long time, they must know. Sister, don't think too much. Your parents have been so good to you. From childhood to adulthood, I am the only one who has been beaten and scolded. Song Wanru smiled. I know, I'm just teasing you. It's only right for your parents to be nice to you. Even if they're not nice to me, I'm grateful. I promised my parents that I would take good care of you. If you are well, I am fine, brother. Song Family Villa. A man in a suit and a little girl dressed very freshly walked into the door arm in arm. Song Mo and Song Wanru, who were having breakfast, saw the two of them. Dad, Mom. They both shouted in unison. Song Wanru stood up to greet him. Song Mo didn't move, drinking the century egg and lean meat porridge leisurely. You kid, I haven't seen you for a month. Don't you miss me? I didn't even call my mom once in this month. You say, should I fight? The freshly dressed little girl let go of the hand that was holding the man's arm, rushed up and grabbed Song Mo's ear. Her eyes were fierce, but her voice was a little coquettish. Like she's acting coquettishly. Song Mo glanced at the woman. This woman is Song Mo's biological mother, but she is petite and doesn't look old, so she looks more like Song Mo's sister. Maybe that's the case. Mr. Song has always been loyal and affectionate to Miss Song. This is good for Song Mo. At the very least, he doesn't have to worry about an illegitimate child running out and disturbing his peaceful life. There wouldn't be a stepmother appearing out of nowhere. Song Mo sighed softly. Faced with the woman's questioning, he calmly took out his mobile phone and opened a chat record on WeChat. A voice message from a month ago was played. My dear son, your mom and your dad are on a business trip. We'll probably be on a trip for about a month. It's very tiring to be on a business trip, so don't bother your parents if you have nothing to do. Mua love you. Bye Jiao Jiao. Do you have anything else to say? The evidence is irrefutable. Song's mother suddenly became embarrassed. She coughed dryly a few times. You did very well, son. Mom, I'm just testing you. No. She suddenly became fierce. If Mom tells you not to hit me, will you really not hit me? I'm just testing whether you love your mother or not. I didn't expect that feelings couldn't stand the test like this. Stop. Song Mo couldn't stand it anymore. Song Tianqing, take your wife away quickly. I have to go to school after dinner. Song's father stepped forward helplessly and held Bai Jiao Jiao's hand. Okay, let him finish his meal and go to school. Bai Jiaoju pouted. She slapped Song Mo on the head, catching him off guard. Son, don't hang out outside after class today. There's a cocktail party at the Dihao Hotel tonight, and there are many young people there. Here is the invitation letter. Go and take a look. If I don't go, what should I see? Song Mo didn't want to go. Must go. My son is so great. He always stays at home. If I don't show him off, how will others know that this is my son? Go quickly and make Mom proud. Chapter 46 in Inua. I have been waiting for a long time. Song Mo still couldn't convince his mother. Finally, I had to agree. Only then did he take off his clothes and go to school. Bai Jiao said that although the dinner party in the Emperor Hotel is a gathering of wealthy people, many second-generation people will also come to participate. Purpose. It's probably just about getting to know each other. It's okay, son. When the time comes, just sit at the young people's table and pretend to be cool among those rich ladies. When the time comes, Mom will call you and you have to come over immediately, understand? Bai Jiao gave many warnings and instructions. The core idea is that I must show off in front of those so-called girlfriends, and you must cooperate with me. No. On the first day his mother returned home, Song Mo hoped that she would go on a business trip immediately. Song Mo came to school for class. Those who graduate early need to apply and go through the procedures. During this period, Song Mo still has to attend classes as usual. Song Mo didn't care. Study as usual every day, and work hard to improve your proficiency in learning mastery. Once you have reached the maximum proficiency, you will be promoted to a master, and maybe you will get a pleasant surprise. At present, learning proficiency has greatly enhanced his memory, and his comprehension and thinking abilities have been greatly improved, whether in liberal arts or science. Especially during the time he was studying with the advanced mathematics teacher, this old man in his 50s exclaimed, "Oh my God, this time he really saw a talented kid." Song Mo immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge with full concentration, not paying any attention to an Inua's occasional glances, nor paying any attention to the corner. A thing called Chun-Shi cast a resentful look at me. Do you hate Chun-Shi? In the past, Song Mo would definitely answer that he hated it very much. I hate it even now. But it is still very different from the hatred I had before. Song Mo now has a condescending and contemptuous attitude towards Chun-Shi, which is a kind of indifference and ruthlessness that comes from knowing that the other party will eventually perish. He is looking forward to it. How would they feel if I stepped on Chun-Shi and his harem and destroyed him bit by bit in front of them? Would someone like an Inua cry? An Inua sneered when he heard Song Mo's inner thoughts. He crying? I can only clap my hands and cheer. Stinky Song Mo, a self-righteous guy. After muttering a curse under his breath, and Inua began to think about something. That is, will Song Mo go to tonight's party? And Inua didn't know, but she, who never liked attending such parties in the past, changed her mind and attended this party because she had some expectations in her heart. Many imaginations even emerged in my mind. If he attended the party, the status of both parties would change quickly. How could Song Mo still be so arrogant in front of him? And how could he dare to ignore him? I will definitely embarrass him then. Thinking of this, and Inua felt that most of the depression in his heart had dissipated. Suddenly my thought changed. Forget it, let's not go too far tonight. If I give him a little face and praise him in front of others, wouldn't the relationship between the two of them be eased quickly? There are so many ideas in my mind that I can't wait to implement them. Because the dinner time is scheduled for 6 p.m. It officially starts at about 7 o'clock. Today, Song Mo and Bruce announced that there would be no combat training today and gave him a day off with pay. Bruce actually felt a little regretful when he got the news. It wasn't that he had any unspeakable thoughts about his boss, but he was just disappointed that he couldn't witness someone's rapid promotion with his own eyes. He felt like this was a development game. He accepted an apprentice, and later saw with his own eyes that this apprentice quickly leveled up at a speed that others could hardly imagine, even though he himself did not become stronger. But it still feels great. Song Mo went home and took a quick shower. I just picked up a piece of clean clothes to wear. Finally, it was replaced at Song Wanru's strong request. Song Mo didn't dress casually like this before, but since he was far ahead in a certain field and had absolute confidence, he no longer paid much attention to his appearance. Although he looks quite good. However, the rich inner qualities and absolute self-confidence are the real reasons why Song Mo ignores his appearance. Drive to the Dihao Hotel. The hotel was completely booked today. The doorman outside the door stood in a neat row. Whenever a guest presented an invitation, someone would lead the guest in and then bow and greet them in unison. It's very pretentious, but it can give people a feeling that they are valued. Song Wanru took Song Mo's hand and walked into the hotel. The lighting on the first floor is quite fancy. At first glance, it looks magnificent, but Song Mo felt that it revealed a sense of nouveau riche and lacked artistic embellishment. He did not like this overly bright light. Mr. Song, Miss Song, this way please. The doorman was quite capable. Facing such a wealthy man and his second generation, he did not show any nervousness at all. Instead, he introduced the two of them in a relaxed and cheerful manner. That is the beverage area, that is the food area, who is over there, who is over here, where are the entertainment facilities, and if you need anything, you can press the emergency summons button at any time. A waiter will come to serve you. Song Mo was more interested in the beverage area. Letting the doorman go about his business, he took Song Wanru to the beverage area. Sir, madam, what do you want? Immediately, a bartender from the front desk came to inquire about her needs. He was a handsome guy with medium-long hair. Thank you, I don't need anything. But, bro, can you lend me the bartending tools you have? Sure, the bartender said with a smile. Obviously, this is not the first time he has encountered such a thing. Many second-generation people have nothing to do and don't like to do serious work, so they choose to learn some messy entertainment skills. These skills usually have a characteristic. Show off. Cocktail making is a skill that is convenient and can be very popular in bars or even at banquets, so it is naturally a favorite of some second-generation people. He only needs to use more professional terms and make a few random compliments after the second generation has finished mixing the drinks to help the second generation win the heart of the beauty. The second generation is happy, the beauties are happy. The second generation was happy and gave a tip, and he was also happy. Everyone is happy. Song Mo took the cocktail vessel. He picked up the bottle quite skillfully and shook it slightly. The liquid emitted a cool glow under the light, with a magical beauty. The movements are extremely light and perfectly matched the lively music. There were no unnecessary showmanship, but every gesture was extremely elegant and beautiful, just like a hearty art performance. Combined with the relatively cool face, the boyish bangs, and the well-fitting suit, it is definitely a rare visual feast for girls who are obsessed with looks. The pouring of ice cubes, the ultimate purity. Under the stirring rod, the swirling liquor looks like colorful neon lights. Song Mo took out a piece of vanilla, added it to the wine glass, and handed the azure wine in his hand to Song Wanru. Sky Dream, a cocktail that looks good and tastes good. He smiled slightly, quite satisfied with his work. The bartender was dumbfounded. The skills of this second generation are even better than mine. Who is the real tyrant in this field? He was surprised for a while. He didn't even utter the words of praise he had prepared in advance. And somewhere in the hotel, an Inuwa took out his cell phone and stopped recording. She smiled triumphantly, revealing her two fangs. Song Mo, I finally caught you. I have been waiting for a long time. Chapter 47, My Best Friend is Here, Gothic Rose. In order to squat Song Mo, an Inuwa changed her previous lazy princess style. Even arrived early today. She knew that Song Mo's parents were on the invitation list, and felt that even if Song Mo didn't want to come, he would most likely be required to come. Sure enough, she finally caught Song Mo. After discovering Song Mo, she did not alert him. Instead, she was watching Song Mo to see what he was going to do. In the boring and tedious life of this super rich lady, there was now a game to kill time. It's called observing Song Mo. and Inua's curiosity was really a little off. After seeing Song Mo take the cocktail shaker, and Inua seemed to realize something and immediately turned on the video on his mobile phone and indeed collected some footage. She thought she had a better understanding of Song Mo. But Inua always felt that what she knew about Song Mo was still just the tip of the iceberg, and she could not predict his huge size hidden beneath the ice. Although we are classmates, but it is so mysterious. Being unpredictable and unpredictable really piques a cat's curiosity. Even if you smell danger, still couldn't help but get closer to explore. Song Wanru looked at Song Mo in surprise. He took a sip of the azure wine in the glass. The alcohol content is indeed very low, but not like many cocktails that fail. It lost the taste of alcohol and was more like a mixed drink. Sister, just drink this one. Although the alcohol content of this wine is very low, you will still get drunk if you drink too much. Song Mo reminded. Song Wanru nodded obediently and took small sips of the drink. Song Mo didn't drink it himself. Why don't you drink it yourself? Song Wanru tilted her head, puzzled. Head tilt is so cute. At times like this, she actually acts like a younger sister. Song Mo complained in his heart. I don't drink much, especially outside. Song Mo mainly didn't want to get drunk and lose his clear mind outside, because he always felt that the world was full of dangers. Only by staying sober can you be the support of your family at all times and ensure your own safety. Song Wanru felt even happier when she heard his inner voice. If you don't want to drink, then don't drink. Sister still relies on you for protection. She savored the dream of the sky in her hands with great contentment. And Inua suddenly felt a little envious. I envy Song Wanru, who is by Song Mo's side. She had never received any good treatment from Song Mo and had always been despised and hated by Song Mo, not to mention any reliance and protection. It's a pity that an Inua overlooked one thing. Her mother and Song Mo are not married. In other words, Song Mo is not his father. Why do you spoil her? After Song Mo mixed a cocktail, he didn't mix any more. Obviously, I just tried it briefly. He had never mixed any wine before, but when he was working on his cooking mastery skill, he also read a lot of books related to food. Alcohol is naturally included. After a quick try, I didn't expect that my cooking skills would also be effective in making cocktails. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. More people entered the hotel. The rich and the second generation each have their own circles. Enoch and Inua heard someone calling him. Look back. It turned out to be Uncle Tang's daughter Tang Xiaowan. The Tang family and the Yin family are old friends and have a deep cooperative relationship, so Inua and Tang Xiaowan have a lot of interactions. The other person is her very good best friend. The only difference is that Inua is the only daughter in the family, while Tang Xiaowan has an older brother. It's just this little thing. There is an obvious difference in the status of the two. When the two of them were getting along on an equal footing, it was mostly Tang Xiaowan who took the initiative to contact Inua, as she really wanted to establish a good relationship with Inua. The sun rises from the west. You came so early this time. Tang Xiaowan winked at Inua. By the way, he pointed at Song Mo in the distance. Or are you feeling aroused? What are you talking about, Xiaowan? Inua was instantly embarrassed and raised his hand to hit Tang Xiaowan. Tang Xiaowan dodged and laughed. When she joked like this, it seemed to outsiders that she and Inua were very close. Stop making trouble. Tang Xiaowan really couldn't cope with it. It really hurts when Inua's little fist hits my body. How could she have forgotten this? The opponent is very strong and is a genuine Taekwondo black belt. And Inua refused to give in. Tang Xiaowan had no choice but to beg for mercy. I was just talking nonsense. Missin, please forgive me. Only then did Inua snort. She looked at Tang Xiaowan as if warning. You can make fun of anyone, just not him. Why? Tang Xiaowan asked instinctively. This question stunned Inua. Yeah, why? She hesitated for a long time and finally managed to utter a word. Why? It just won't work. Tang Xiaowan keenly smelled something wrong. She looked Inua up and down, then looked at the cool and handsome boy in the distance. No way. Tang Xiaowan was surprised and said, Inua, are you serious? You like him? Dislike. Inua retorted as if in response to conditioned stress. But as soon as the words came out of my mouth, I felt an inexplicable regret in my heart. Tang Xiaowan really became interested. Enoch, tell me, who is this boy? What do you like about him? Or, how far have you progressed? Inua looked worried. I already said I don't like it. Who would like such a self-righteous guy who has no respect for others? Moreover, Song Mo always cursed her in his heart. She's not a masochist. How could I possibly like him? I hated him the most at the beginning. Tang Xiaowan's brain was much smarter than Inua's, and she could quickly extract information from just a few words. This guy doesn't like you? You can hear the resentment in Inua's voice. It's not the resentment of hatred. It's a little girl's complaint. It's a boudoir resentment, family members. Tang Xiaowan instantly felt a sense of solidarity with the enemy. Enoch, this guy is really too much. He is not interested in a fairy like you. Is he blind? Tang Xiaowan's words were truly from the heart. And Inua is the kind of girl who looks pure and clean at first glance, giving her the feeling of being protected by the snow on the top of Mount Everest. At the very least, she has always envied girls like this. Tang Xiaowan's appearance was not bad either, but she and Inua had completely different styles. She wore black eyeliner and black lipstick, which was a bit like the dark style of Gothic rose. It has nothing to do with purity and cleanliness. It is another kind of evil beauty. And Inua felt a little guilty. Actually, there is a misunderstanding between him and me. What misunderstanding? Tang Xiaowan felt that she had grasped the key. Chapter 48. This is billions of wealth. Facing Tang Xiaowan's questioning, and Inua felt even more guilty. Hey, it's none of your business. Why are you asking these questions? She pushed away Tang Xiaowan, who was approaching her. Are you annoying? The more Inua acted like this, the more Tang Xiaowan wanted to find out what had happened between her and that cool and handsome guy. And Inua was clearly interested in that person, but he acted like they were a pair of bickering lovers. And that handsome guy? What kind of person could be so dismissive of the eldest daughter of the Yin family? Who doesn't know that an Inua is the only daughter of the Yin family? Marrying her means becoming the son-in-law of a huge group. Inherit my father-in-law's business empire. Tang Xiaowan stuck to an Inua. Enoch, I'm doing this for your own good, right? You have no experience in dating, and you don't know how to deal with boys. Is it that you clearly want to have a good relationship with him, but it always goes against your wishes? And Inua had no interest at all. But what Tang Xiaowan said really hit the nail on the head. And Inua hesitated for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tang Xiaowan quickly said, I know you don't understand, but it doesn't matter. We are good friends after all. I'll help you with the advice. Don't worry, I will never tell anyone about this. And Inua looked at Tang Xiaowan, hesitated slightly. Then he sighed. Okay, but don't get me wrong. I really don't like him. I just pay some attention to him. And Inua first introduced Song Yamo. Tang Xiaowan was stunned when she heard this. Those beautiful eyes painted with black eyeshadow couldn't help showing a look of surprise. No, Enoch, are you sure you're not telling a story? From what you said, it seems like this guy doesn't have any flaws. Look, based on the information you said, at such a young age, he is handsome, talented, wealthy, has great reputation, and has so many skills. Are you sure this isn't a paper figure you imagined? Although I don't want to admit it, what I said is the truth. And Inua was slightly worried. She also felt that Song Mo seemed a little too outstanding. Maybe it's because I'm too good. So, this guy dares to ignore me like this? I know you wouldn't lie. But, which girl who falls in love doesn't see beauty in the eyes of her lover? Tang Xiaowan felt that she couldn't trust an Inua completely. It is better to reserve your opinion. So, why is there a bad relationship between you and him? This is because of a misunderstanding. And Inua recounted the conflict between himself and Song Mo, covering all the causes and consequences. Tang Xiaowan's eyes widened in shock. You mean, you stood up for a green tea boy, forced the handsome guy to apologize, and used the power of the Yin family to oppress him? And all this happened without any evidence. And Inua, are you sure you like this handsome guy and not that green tea boy? Tang Xiaowan is really rare. What on earth is inside an Inua's seemingly pretty head? Don't say that the handsome guy doesn't want to pay attention to her. I guess he has already started cursing in his heart. I've already said it. It's not that I like you. I'm just a little curious. And I'm a little sorry for what happened before. And Inua was furious at this time. She raised her right foot and pretended to kick Tang Xiaowan. But Tang Xiaowan quickly dodged. No. I guess I said something wrong, okay? Tang Xiaowan sighed heavily. The expression was even solemn. Enoch, do you know what mistake you made? And Inua said angrily. Why do you think I made a mistake? Didn't I just misunderstand him at first? I apologized later. Why does he keep harping on this matter? Can't he, a grown man, stop being so petty? Taking this opportunity, and Inua vented the resentment that had been accumulating in his heart for a long time. I've shown my goodwill many times before. What else do you want me to do? Do I have to kneel down and beg him to forgive me? And Inua looks like a resentful woman. Tang Xiaowan felt a little funny. Oh, she's anxious. She's anxious. Enoch, don't worry. You didn't do anything wrong. But he didn't do anything wrong either. Tang Xiaowan said some nonsense and then began to persuade. But, Enoch, don't be too angry. It seems to me that the handsome guy cares about you very much. Why am I not angry? Can't I just give birth to a child? And Inua was originally complaining. But suddenly I heard the second half of Tang Xiaowan's sentence. Slightly stunned. My heart seemed to be beating uncontrollably. What did you say? Oh. Tang Xiaowan was a little confused. Oh, Enoch, don't be angry first. Not this one, but the next one. And Inua was a little anxious. Tang Xiaowan seemed to have suddenly realized something, but she was not quite sure. She asked tentatively, that handsome guy actually still cares about you? And Inua nodded imperceptibly. At the same time, he said in a very calm tone, don't talk nonsense. That guy hates me so much, and you actually said he cares about me? Tang Xiaowan boasted that she had understood an Inua's little thoughts. Suddenly, I felt confident. Little girl, are you here to question me? I see you clearly just want to hear something nice. Ahem. Tang Xiaowan cleared her throat and said seriously, young girl, have you ever heard a quote from Mr. Lu's son? What? The more a person cares, the more he pretends not to care. What do you mean? Silly girl, think about it. If he really doesn't care about you, can he just treat you as an ordinary friend? Why do you have to pretend to ignore it? Did he really not see it? No, he actually saw it clearly, but he just pretended not to see it, just to make you very anxious. That just shows that he cares about you. Tang Xiaowan made an authoritative judgment. Because he cares about you, he took strong measures against you. Turning a blind eye is the best proof that he is angry. Regarding what Tang Xiaowan said, whether it is true or not is no longer important. And Inua liked to listen, and she was willing to believe such a fallacy. A reasonable conclusion. Tang Xiaowan could even hear the sound of her heart beating wildly, and could clearly see in Inua's white earlobe gradually turning pink. Yes, he cares about you. Like an authoritative professor in the field of love, expert Tang Xiaowan once again emphasized her conclusion. What are you talking about? What nonsense, I really have nothing to do. And Inua hesitated. He reluctantly rolled his eyes at Tang Xiaowan. So cute. As a girl, Tang Xiaowan couldn't help but be moved. Seeing in Inua's shy look, Tang Xiaowan looked at Song Yamo, who was sitting quietly in the corner with envy and jealousy. This wild boar was really lucky. That's billions of wealth. And he gave me a wife who I could bully for free. Chapter 49, Taming Song Mo. Lung Wanchio's attack. Song Mo was eating salted fish at the wine table. At this moment, he was using his mobile phone to watch some martial arts videos. These are all precious fighting videos that cannot be found on the internet. Got it from Sheldon and Bruce. Watching the proficiency of Introduction to Fighting increased little by little. There is no such thing as too much of a strong sense of security. Song Wanru was holding a cup of Sky Dream mixed for her by Song Yamo. She looked at the focused Song Yamo with a faint smile on her face. The two of them are quite compatible. One has a cool temperament, the other is gentle, and both are very good looking. What a pity. The tranquility is destined to be only temporary. Storms always come unexpectedly. Lung Wanshio also came to the dinner. She was wearing an oversized suit, not an expensive evening gown like the other female companions or wealthy women. She arrived earlier. It's just not in the area where the second generation are active, but at gatherings of wealthy people. At this time, many wealthy people toasted Lung Wanshio. This is a powerful dragon that has crossed the river. This ruthless character who came from Kyoto to Shanghai to develop, the power behind him is extremely great. Everyone ignored Lung Wanshio's fat appearance. In such an occasion, with everyone's compliments, Lung Wanshio occupies an absolutely high position and has absolute confidence. In comparison, the late autumn is cold and the moon is surrounded by stars. The couple on the field seemed much more deserted. They didn't go to toast either, but stood outside the crowd, looking a little unhappy. Bai Jiao looked at Lung Wanshio with disgust. Husband, is this fat woman the one who bullied our son? Song Tianqing smiled bitterly. Wife, although she is indeed a fat woman, you should be careful not to let her hear you. The power behind her is very strong. I failed because of her when I wanted to suppress those rumors. Bai Jiao snorted coldly. She's already a fat woman, and you don't want people to say it? How did our son offend her? She clearly wants to torture our son to death. Song Tianqing frowned. In fact, he still wanted to find out what the misunderstanding was. It would be best if the competition between the two sides ended here, otherwise the Song family would always be the one that suffered greater losses. The arm cannot bend the thigh. Song Tianqing whispered something to his wife. Although Bai Jiao was very dissatisfied, she didn't say much in the end for the sake of her son. Song Tianqing picked up a glass of wine and walked towards Lung Wanshio, who was surrounded by wealthy people, with a humble smile on his face. Boss Lung, I'm Song Tianqing from the Song Group. You've been in the Magic City for a while, and I've never had the chance to meet you. Now that we meet today, I want to toast you. Lung Wanshio had known about the existence of Song's father and mother for a long time, but she had always pretended not to know them. When she heard Song Tianqing's voice, she turned around in surprise, with a bit of contempt in her eyes and her voice full of doubt. Song Tianqing? What is that? Are you also the #1 person in the Magic City? The Song family is worth only tens of billions, but Lung Wanshio personally controls hundreds of billions of capital. She has much more wealth than Song Tianqing. But this is not a reason for her to be arrogant. There was a flash of anger in Song Tianqing's eyes. He said with a smile, Boss Lung, you are joking. You must know me. After all, we have never met in person, but we have met in the business world. Boss Lung is indeed a big shot from Kyoto. I, a small pawn in the Magic City, have really experienced what hard power is. Having someone above you means you are heroic and domineering. Song Tianqing raised his glass and drank it all. I did it. You can do whatever you want. Boss Lung, I really want to know what the conflict is between us. Can this conflict be resolved or not? What do you want me to do? Please give me a definite answer. The wealthy people around Lung Wanshio didn't say anything. They looked at the two of them thoughtfully, analyzing the relationship between them. There are no dogs here that bite others for their masters. Everyone is considering their own interests, protecting themselves, and not standing up for any party. They are all old foxes who won't release their eagles until they see the rabbit. Lung Wanshio was silent for a while. She looked Song Tianqing up and down. He was indeed a self-made man who relied solely on his wife's dowry of several $100,000 to eventually become the president of a multi-billion-dollar group. Lung Wanshio was still resentful of the embarrassment Song Yamo had caused her in the coffee shop last time, as well as the excruciating pain of having her scars torn off. But at the same time, she also had a glimmer of hope. Song Yamo, do you know how to heal yourself? Moreover, it seems like I had an ambiguous relationship with him in my previous life. Shouldn't she betrayed himself? Song Yamo helped me, but I stabbed him in the back. Thinking like this, Lung Wanchio's mood was also extremely complicated. She could only suppress her anger. Lung Wanchio thought for a moment and said coldly, "Whether we can shake hands and make peace depends not on you and me, but on your son." Song Tianqing didn't understand. Why? According to my information channels, my son should have no connection with you. If you were not on the internet. Mr. Song, Lung Wanchio suddenly shouted. Be careful with your words. Dare to do, but not take responsibility? Song Tianqing was so angry that he laughed. He gritted his teeth and said, whatever. Let's make it clear today. It's easier to dodge an open attack than to defend against an arrow from the dark. Just don't shoot a sneak attack from behind in the future, Boss Lung. What kind of ability is it to slander others behind their backs and use the power above to suppress them? Bai Jiao Jiao called Song Yimo. Call your son to come quickly. Song Yimo, who was idle outside, finally received the news and stretched lazily. Can I finally go home? This party is really not fun at all. He can't get along with those playboys. I also don't like those domineering rich ladies. The two sides are at different levels. And, with the system in place, Song Yimo might as well go home and practice boxing or do exercises, both of which are more meaningful than socializing. Song Yimo took Song Wanru in. After an Inua saw this, he also said to Tang Xiaowan tacitly, Xiaowan, do you want to go in and say hello to my dad? Tang Xiaowan saw through it, but didn't say anything. She said straightforwardly, okay. When Song Yimo entered the venue, he immediately felt a lot of stares, most of which came from wealthy people who own groups with a market value of over 10 billion. But he was not at all nervous. Compared to those who attend the performances in Paris theaters, there are aristocrats who come from hundreds of years of history and are capital tycoons who own huge business empires. It's just a small scene right now. It was one of the figures. It instantly caught his attention. Lung Wanchio's body is really, wow. Among all the men, she looks particularly large, like a sow among a flock of pheasants. It's hard not to notice her. But she actually appears here? Looks like there's going to be some fun tonight. Song Mo's inner voice came out. Lung Wanchio's face suddenly turned dark. The suppressed emotions exploded instantly. The Song family really raised a good son. He is handsome, and I heard he is also very talented. It's a pity that his character doesn't seem to be very good. My younger brother was bullied before. School bullying caused him to suffer from Yu syndrome. These days, he doesn't even want to go to school. Mr. Song, you are a very particular person. Tell me how you should educate your son. You can't bear to beat or scold him. How about kneel down and apologize? Lung Wanchio had a sneer on his face. Those doubts in my heart. Confusion about past lives. Never mind. She would first tame this little man and let him know what it meant to be obedient. Then, from him, get the solution to your weird illness. Chapter 50. Open Threat. Don't you consider your parents? Lung Wanchio has been an extremely selfish person from beginning to end. Extremely selfish. Just like in her previous life, she said all the sweet words to keep Song Mo by her side, and after successfully counterattacking, she was still unwilling to let go of Chun Shi and licked him again. She understands her strengths. Now that she controls huge capital, it is the best time to control Song Mo. Otherwise, she will have to wait until Song Mo grows up. The advantage is gone. Do you think you can control everything after rebirth? Unfortunately, you don't know that all your thoughts are under my control. I think you helped me in my previous life, so it shouldn't be a big deal for you to help me again in this life, right? Don't worry. I will compensate you for the injustice you suffered in my previous life. But first you have to tell me how to cure the disease. Lung Wanchio is confident that he can tame Song Mo. She believed that she was unique in the world because she could understand Song Mo's thoughts. In the novel, she is the heroine. Lung Wanchio took the initiative, thinking that he was standing at an absolute high position, and looked down at Song Mo with contempt. You can kneel down and apologize if you don't want to. Lung Wanchio's condescending attitude seemed like he was giving alms. You and Chun Shi should apologize to each other. Then shake hands and make peace. Go out for dinner with me tonight. That's the end of this matter. And, to make amends, I will ask the Lung group to give some of its resources to the Song group, and the two groups will carry out comprehensive cooperation in business. Lung Wanchio said next. This surprised everyone, including Song's father and mother. When Song's father heard Lung Wanchio say that Song Mo should kneel down and apologize, his face turned pale, and Bai Jiao Jiao was ready to rush up and tear the fat woman apart. I didn't expect it was just a feint, a verbal warning. Lung Wanchio's current posture seems to be that he wants to turn hostility into friendship. Lung Wanchio was certain that Song Mo would accept her conditions. Businessmen make huge profits. According to her thinking, for Song Mo, choosing reconciliation is naturally the best solution, not to mention that he can also get her own capital support. As for why Song Mo and Chun Shi should reconcile, why should I let the two of them meet and have dinner with me? This is Lung Wanchio's most critical move. Ever since she heard Song Mo's thoughts, Lung Wanchio also believed that Chun Shi was a heartless person, but she didn't care much. Chun Shi is actually not important. He is like a kitten or puppy, providing comfort to his owner when he is feeling empty. His biggest role is to provide emotional value. Lung Wanchio knew his true character. I just sneered in my heart. She was too naive before. He treated a puppy he just casually raised with such care, even to the point of being humble. But not anymore. A dog is a dog and cannot be served at the dinner table. On the contrary, after hearing Song Mo's inner voice, Chun-Shi has become of great value to me. He is the tool I use to stimulate Song Yimou, get close to Song Yimou, and control Song Yimou. The two of them had a grudge in their previous lives, and it seems that it revolved around me. I think Song Yimou must have hated Chun-Shi to the core after his rebirth. He definitely doesn't want to see Chun-Shi live a peaceful life. Let the two of them fight, just like the fight between the original wife and the mistress in the female novels. Jealousy and resentment will make them lose their minds, and I will be the biggest beneficiary in the end. Song Yimou and Chun-Shi have a grudge against each other, and they also hate each other. If they want to change the situation, they naturally have to drag Song Yimou, who is outside the situation, into the water. Let Song Yimou and Chun-Shi compete, and try all kinds of ways to please him. As long as Song Yimou pleases her, Lung Wanqiu will punish Chun-Shi. It's like a dog taking action and its owner giving it a reward. Then use some other tricks, such as pretending to be drunk and telling the truth, saying that he likes Song Yimou, and torturing Chun-Shi cruelly to restore his image in Song Mo's heart. Let him know that this life is different from the previous one. Song Yimou thought he was the biggest winner. Actually, Lung Wanqiu is the mastermind behind the scenes. She would never tell Song Yimou that she could hear his inner voice. She was confident that she could easily control the reborn Song Yimou. Lung Wanqiu is fat, but his eyes are surprisingly bright and have a hint of charm. She stared straight at Song Yimou, waiting for him to respond. Soon, she heard Song Mo's voice as she wished. What tricks is Lung Wanqiu trying to play again? How ridiculous. I have been with her for so long in my previous life. How could I not know what kind of person she is? She is selfish and an absolute sophisticated egoist. She can beg for my company and say sweet words, but she can also lick Chun-Shi again because she is unwilling to give up. A woman like her whose heart is uglier than her appearance is really disgusting. Song's father and mother also looked at their son. Bai Jiao suddenly spoke. My mother's voice is very clear and crisp. Son, don't make it hard on yourself. Don't let yourself suffer even the slightest injustice. No matter what you choose, your parents will support you. Song Tianqing's deep voice was also heard. Son, your mother is right. Follow your heart. Song Yimou was slightly touched. It's great to have such parents. Although Lung Wanqiu is 175 centimeters tall, Song Yimou is still half a head taller than her. Song Yimou met Lung Wanqiu's burning gaze. A gentle smile. Boss Lung is Boss Lung after all. He is still very skilled at giving a slap in the face and then giving a sweet date. Unfortunately, I refuse. Song Yimou spoke every word with unprecedented firmness. With unquestionable determination. I'm not wrong and I won't apologize. The people who should apologize are those who shamelessly slandered me. Besides, Boss Lung, I really don't like you. Let's forget about having dinner together. Song Yimou confronted him head-on, feeling refreshed. I was reborn, not to be humble and suffer. Damn, this fat woman is still dreaming? Song Wanru squeezed Song Mo's hand vigorously. Meeting her concerned gaze, Song Yimou sighed slightly. Sister, don't worry. He thought Song Wanru was afraid that he would offend Lung Wanqiu, but he didn't know that Song Wanru was actually just concerned about Song Mo's feelings. Lung Wanqiu's face, which had been confident, suddenly darkened, and there was suppressed anger in his voice. So, you're going to fight me to the death? She never expected it. Even though he had been given a way out, Song Yimou refused to give it up. He was just reborn, not reincarnated into a wealthy tycoon's family. I wonder if the Song group is a bit troublesome for the Lung group, but it is just a trouble? Lung Wanqiu threatened. Have you really thought it through? You should know what will happen if you fight with me. You can live freely and at ease on your own. But don't you consider the family business that your father built from scratch and the life that your mother will live as a rich wife in her later years? After the falling out, Lung Wanqiu's words were as direct as they could be. How ugly it can be. How ugly it can be. She's already making a threatening statement. Chapter 51. Has my son sacrificed his chastity? Lung Wanqiu finished speaking harshly. The atmosphere suddenly became cold. Most people watched this farce without any intention of stopping it. For these wealthy businessmen, being able to adapt to changing circumstances is definitely the most basic skill. The winds seemed to be picking up. Someone immediately began to persuade Song Yimou. Hey, you are such an ignorant kid. It is better to resolve a feud than to create one. Mr. Lung is obviously trying to give you a way out. Why don't you understand? You don't know how powerful Mr. Lung is. He's a big shot from Kyoto. He has connections up there. If he leaks some information to do business, he's guaranteed to make money. Not only do they want to reconcile with you, they also want to cooperate with you. If it were me, I would have already been grateful. Then you should be grateful. Song Yimou waved his hand, interrupting the noisy speech of the middle-aged man in front of him. In fact, the reason why I didn't reconcile with President Lung has a lot to do with you. The middle-aged man looked stunned. What does it have to do with me if you don't reconcile? Yeah, what does it have to do with you? Song Yimou immediately asked back. The middle-aged man moved his lips a few times, but finally became speechless and had to hide in the crowd in shame. Song Yimou straightened his back and looked at Lung Wanqiu. Boss Lung, in this world, it's not the one with the bigger fist who holds the truth. If you think that's the case, then I respect your point of view. Then, I'll use my fist to make you listen to what I have to say. Song Yimou was not at all nervous and faced the opponent head-on. He had already made a plan in his mind. With Lung Wanqiu against it in the country, the Song group will undoubtedly continue to decline. Instead of making parents unhappy, it is better to directly give up the domestic market and then move to foreign markets. Received a call earlier. The tiger bones that Sheldon airlifted have arrived. He'll give Sheldon a surprise. Lung Wanchio was so angry that he laughed. Idiot, idiot. Song Mo turned out to be such an emotional fool. He made such an irrational decision, which put Lung Wanchio in a difficult situation. Do I really have to engage in a business war with Song Mo? Lung Wanchio is confident that he can win. She was even confident that she could bring down the Song group. But what is the point of all this? Lung Wanchio just wanted to achieve her goal. There was no need for her to put herself in a thankless trap. Lung Wanchio's face turned pale and blue. She has now realized that Song Mo is not a puppy like Chun-Shi who can be easily kneaded and flattened, but a genuine wolf dog. No, it's not a wolf dog. He is an aggressive wolf. Is it really necessary to break all of Song Mo's bones before we can tame this lone wolf? Lung Wanchio gritted his teeth. I don't think you'll cry until you see the coffin. Okay, let's fight. I am not jealous even in Lung Wanchio. You are tough now, but when the Song group is completely suppressed, your father is frowning, and your mother is worried. I wonder if you are still tough. It has come to this. It was almost a complete breakup, and war was officially declared. Just when everyone thought that the most exciting part of the day had been performed, and the opening song of a big drama was about to end, another turning point occurred. Song Mo, don't be afraid of him. You are my classmate in Inua. I stand on your side. The clear voice sounds like an Oriole. Everyone present was stunned for a moment. It was not until I turned my gaze to the owner of the voice that I suddenly realized. The daughter of the Yin family in Modu. Their power is in no way inferior to that of the Lung family. And they're a local family in Shanghai. But the eldest daughter of the Yin family shouldn't be stupid. If they were just classmates, why would she help Song Mo? Many people present were secretly complaining in their hearts. I'm afraid that the little girl is just feeling amorous and wants the beauty to save the hero. But an Inua cannot represent the Yin family, and the low-key in Changlan, the head of the Yin family sitting on the other side, is the real person in charge. Under the gaze of everyone, and Changlan stood up and said with a wry smile, Enoch, what are you going to do? Dad, and Inua cheered. Song Mo is my good friend. The president of the Lung group is such a bully. It was obviously the man she kept who provoked Song Mo out of nothing, and Lung Wanchio was the first to strike. Dad, you have to help my friend. And Inua's tone was a little coquettish, which made Changlan feel unbearable. But the Lung family in Kyoto is not easy to deal with. However, it is still possible to keep the Song group afloat. And Changlan nodded helplessly. In fact, this was exactly what he wanted. The Lung family came to Shanghai to develop without saying a word, and the market they occupied was nothing more than those of the local families in Shanghai, including the Yin family. Now there is an excuse to boycott. It was also a pleasant surprise. And Inua didn't know what Changlan was thinking. She jumped up and said, Dad, you are the best. He totally ignored Lung Wanchio's sudden change in expression. And Inua looked at Song Mo. I felt indescribably proud. There was a rare hint of shyness on her face. Look, you bastard Song Mo. I was the one who took action at the critical moment. Just tell me whether you are grateful to me or not. You were just talking nonsense before. Are you good at talking? Just keep scolding me and see who is the villain and who is the gentleman who lets bygones be bygones, right? Why is your voice silent now? You are so stupid that you don't even know how to praise me. Song Mo was also confused. His chaotic mind was a little confused for a moment. It seemed that, didn't Inua take the wrong medicine? It's hard. The fist is hard. My feet also became hard. Believe it or not, I will stomp you to death with one foot. You bastard. And Inua smiled with his face, but not his heart. Student Song Mo, tell me, are we good friends? Good friends should help each other. Song Mo flatly rejected it. No. And Inua's face turned dark instantly. Fortunately, Song Mo hesitated slightly. Still against his will. But thank you anyway. Lung Wanchio's situation now became awkward. Because of the fate of an Inua's father in Changlan, Lung Wanchio was instantly isolated and helpless again. Those around him who originally wanted to change their attitude according to the situation also temporarily gave up the idea. Lung Wanchio looked at an Inua with a smile. The little girl has good taste. She made a good friend. But you misunderstood. I didn't support Shin-Shi. I just sponsored him to go to college out of kindness. You can talk nonsense, but you have to be responsible. And Inua curled his lips. Talking nonsense? Ridiculous. The man with the surname Lung knows it clearly. Lung Wanchio realized that if he stayed any longer, he would not gain any benefits. She stood up and wanted to leave. At this time, a plump and graceful figure wearing a purple dress ran in. Oh no, why did I oversleep? After Lin Weiwei ran in, her eyes lit up when she saw Song Mo. Student Song Mo, I didn't expect to see you here. Bad lines, poor acting. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lin Weiwei came here for Song Mo, but Lin Weiwei herself didn't feel embarrassed at all. She ran up to him warmly and familiarly and took Song Mo's arm. Meeting is fate. Add me on WeChat. Look at what he said. It's really a straight shot. But everyone was shocked. The woman in the purple dress was none other than the eldest princess of the Lin group, Lin Weiwei. I don't like doing business. I prefer medicine. He is also a celebrity in the circle. She is actually related to Song Imo? Everyone looked at Song Imo differently. Good boy, you have such a strong background. Song's father and mother also looked at their son with strange expressions. Bai Jiao couldn't help but mutter. My son, is he sacrificing his looks to preserve the family business? Thank you for your hard work, son. Mom will definitely spend money wisely in the future and will not let your efforts go to waste. Chapter 52. Tit for tat. Strange Shura Field. Song Imo frowned. Lin Weiwei, why did she come here? I'm almost forgetting about this woman. Song Imo was not used to it and wanted to pull his arm out of Lin Weiwei's arms. However, Lin Weiwei took Song Mo's arm and moved even closer to him, giving people the feeling that you don't want to have anything to do with me, but I have to go against you. Song Imo frowned and said, Ms. Lin Weiwei, we don't seem to be that familiar with each other. Lin Weiwei puffed out her chest. What do you mean by familiarity? All familiarity starts from unfamiliarity. Let's add WeChat and get to know each other. After a few visits, you and I will become familiar with each other, right? Everyone present looked at Lin Weiwei and Song Imo in surprise with strange eyes. Who on earth is this kid and how could he win the favor of both the eldest lady of the Yin family and the eldest princess of the Lin family? It seems that the eldest daughter of the Lin family is still pursuing this boy. No wonder he is not afraid of the president of Lung Group at all. This kid has someone backing him up. Lung Wanchio's expression also changed at this time. The Yin family alone was nothing, but with the addition of the Lin family, she would have to consider whether it was worth going to war with the Song family. Lung Wanchio remained silent. There was another person present, whose expression was the same as Lung Wanchio's, and changed in an instant. And Inua was originally extremely excited. After a lot of effort, he finally found an opportunity to help Song Imo. Just now, he stood in front of Song Imo and said that he would protect the Song family in the other's surprised eyes. I was so proud and happy. I was just thinking that Song Imo would then humbly apologize to me, and their relationship would finally be restored. Maybe I could even repay the favor. Until Lin Weiwei showed up halfway. And Inua looked at Lin Weiwei with gritted teeth. How shameless this woman is. Song Imo was obviously resisting, but she still held his arm. She didn't even have Song Mo's WeChat, yet she still said that she and Song Imo were very familiar with each other. You, the lower class girl, have lost all your dignity. Lin Weiwei also felt the unfriendly gazes in the crowd at this time. After searching for a while, she met in Inua's eyes and sneered in her heart. Hey, isn't this the eldest daughter of the Yin family? She was the naive girl who misunderstood Song Imo because of a green tea boy before, and even wanted to use the power of the Yin family to force Song Imo to apologize without any evidence? Why is her look like a dog fighting over a bone? Didn't she dislike Song Imo before? Why is she acting like her boyfriend was snatched away? Her eyes are so green. And Inua spoke. Her voice is gentle and soft, making people feel comfortable listening to it. Sister Weiwei, thank you. I originally thought that I might not be able to protect Song Imo by myself, but I didn't expect you to show up at the critical moment. And Inua came forward kindly and pulled Lin Weiwei away from Song Imo, with a peaceful smile on his face. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Sister Weiwei, didn't you meet Song Imo once? Why are you willing to help him today? And Inua asked curiously, implying that Lin Weiwei and Song Imo were not familiar with each other at all. Why were they meddling in this matter? Lin Weiwei did not answer, but asked, Studenten, what's going on? Have you finally forgiven Song Imo, or has Song Imo stopped caring about your slander against him? Lin Weiwei's attack power is even stronger. It's true that I'm not familiar with them, but I'm better than you, who conflicts with others and slanders them, right? And Inua clenched his fists. There's a feeling of frustration that I have the strength, but can't use it. The most crucial thing is that I cannot refute it. The two women got together. He was mumbling something, but I couldn't tell what he was saying. But it didn't stop everyone from seeing clearly that the two girls were jealous of Song Imo. For a moment, all envious eyes were cast towards Song Imo. Song Imo didn't know what kind of medicine Inua and Lin Weiwei had taken wrongly. After his rebirth, he had basically no contact with the two of them. There was even a conflict between him and Inua. So why would they help me? I don't understand. Song Imo was not an indecisive person. If he couldn't figure something out, he would just put it aside for the time being. He took a step forward and looked directly at the silent Lung Wanchio. Boss Lung, whether the Song family is good or not is not up to you, and I will remember your previous threats. You can give it a try and see if I, Song Imo, and the Song family are the pushovers you think they are. After making these harsh remarks, Song Imo was the first to leave. Song's father and mother looked at each other and hurried to catch up. Lung Wanchio was looking at Song Mo's back, reflecting in his heart. Why did things eventually develop to the current situation? This time she wanted to resolve the conflict with Song Imo, but it ended up exacerbating the conflict because there was a problem with her assessment of Song Imo. Song Imo was different from Qin Shi, and he was unwilling to compromise. This man is soft-hearted and doesn't take hard measures. And Inua and Lin Weiwei were originally fighting openly and secretly, but when they suddenly saw Song Imo just leave, the two women stopped fighting. Hey, Song Imo, you haven't added me on WeChat yet. Lin Weiwei shouted anxiously. Song Imo, don't you even say thank you for helping you. And Inua also stamped his feet in anger. Lung Wanchio was not in the mood to stay any longer, so he sat for a while and then left. Yeah, I know. And Inua wanted to catch up with Song Mo, but was stopped by Chenglan. Tell me what kind of person this young man is. And Chenglan's face was gloomy. He had worked hard to raise his daughter for 20 years, so how come she suddenly started to become disloyal? It seems that other men are not interested in her. And Inua paused and gave a pitiful and innocent look, which really softened in Chenglan's dark face. He smiled bitterly. You have to let Dad know what kind of person you like. That is the Song Mo we saw today. Both his temperament and image were extremely stunning. He faced Lung Wanchio's oppression with neither servility nor overbearing, and he looked like a talented person. If it was the yellow-haired will-o'-the-wisp boy, and Chenglan almost wanted to tear Song Mo apart. Lin Weiwei pestered Song Mo all the way. Song Mo remained unmoved. Teacher Lin, please respect yourself. There is an age gap between us. Lin Weiwei graduated with a master's degree and started working. She is already 25 years old, and Song Mo is only 19 years old. There is a full 6-year age difference between the two. Lin Weiwei's face froze. I angrily scolded in my heart. You little bastard, who are you calling old? Women are blooming at 30. As long as I take good care of myself, I can be 18 every year. Song Mo's indifference did not offset Lin Weiwei's enthusiasm, but instead made her heart more active. Haha, a woman 3 years older than you is bound to bring you gold bricks. Bai Jiao Jiao also stood on tiptoe and slapped Song Mo on the back of the head. Can you speak? According to what you said, I am older, right? She's the daughter of the Lin group, and it's so difficult for her to get your WeChat ID. Hurry up and take out your phone. Mom will add it for you. Chapter 53 Miracle Medicine. Along the way, Bai Jiao Jiao and Lin Weiwei had a very pleasant conversation. Song Mo's face was filled with black lines. Mom, why are you telling so much to outsiders? If you keep talking, you will tell me all the dark history of my life. Rebellious son. Bai Jiao Jiao frowned and said coldly, Mom worked hard to raise you. What's wrong with telling me about the hardships in the process? If I don't tell you, no one will know that when you were a kid, you wanted to drink milk during the weaning period, but you ran to ask your sister if she had Nana? Mom, this time, it wasn't just Song Mo who couldn't stand it. Song Wanru, who had been quiet all this time, couldn't help but shout loudly. What nonsense are you talking about? My brother and I were young at that time and didn't know much. Song Mo also fell into an awkward silence. Song Tianqing frowned. The child is already grown up, and you still say these things. Aren't you embarrassing them sincerely? Bai Jiao Jiao knew she had said something wrong, so she added something unnecessary. It's okay. You're not siblings anyway. Hearing this, Lin Weiwei, who had been laughing with her hands covering her lips, gradually stopped smiling and looked at Song Wanru with a strange look. So there's a boss here? Song Wanru felt Lin Weiwei's gaze. She looked at her, pursed her lips, and smiled, without saying anything more. Having stayed with Song Mo for a long time, she heard a lot of his voices. I know from my inner voice that Lin Weiwei in front of me is also one of Chun Shi's bootlickers, and it seems that she is usually jealous of an Inoa. She caused Song Mo a lot of trouble in her previous life, and Song Mo disliked her very much in his heart. People like Lin Weiwei are nothing to be afraid of. After a series of gaffes, Bai Jiao Jiao finally stopped exposing Song Mo's secrets, making Song Mo feel a lot quieter. Lin Weiwei is really shameless. Are you going to follow me to the Song family by sticking to me? Song Mo noticed her intention. Is Lin Weiwei still planning to spend the night at my house? This is really weird. Why is she pestering me? We obviously don't have any connection at all. Is it because of Qin Shi? The plot has inertia. Lin Weiwei finally hooked up with Qin Shi, and she approached me with bad intentions. If someone is too nice to you for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. Song Mo was alert and more wary of Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei's inner thoughts. No way, I am the one being blamed for this. Song Wanru smiled softly and no longer cared about Lin Weiwei. Of course, Lin Weiwei did not beg to stay overnight at the Song family. Although she was thick-skinned, it did not mean that she was really shameless. After Lin Weiwei left, Song Mo then breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Bai Jiao Jiao seriously. Mom, don't be fooled by Lin Weiwei. She is not as good as she appears to be. On the contrary, I think she is trying to get close to me for no apparent reason, which is very suspicious. Bai Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes. Suspicious? They went straight to Lung Wanchio just for you. What else is suspicious? If they wanted to harm you, why would they do this? Song Mo was speechless. Bai Jiao Jiao pinched her chin and thought. However, there is indeed something wrong with this eldest lady of the Lin group. If you rush up, you'll get it for free. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Bai Jiao Jiao looked at her son's face carefully. If he had some understanding, he would ask, is he here to cheat on me? Song Mo. The next morning, Song Mo received a call. After dialing, Sheldon's voice came out. Song Mo, the tiger bones you asked me for have been brought to China. Please make your own arrangements. To be honest, I'm looking forward to what kind of surprises it will bring me. I won't let you down, Sheldon. Song Mo chatted with Sheldon casually for a few words and then hung up the phone. Song Mo's eyes flickered. Now that the tiger bones have arrived, the refining of the dragon tiger bone strengthening pills must be put on the agenda. He first told his subordinates in the company to get it. Put the tiger bones into the medicine storehouse prepared in advance. Afterwards, Song Mo contacted Bruce. Bruce, I'm going to show you something. It took 3 days. Song Mo finally succeeded in refining the dragon and tiger bone strengthening pills. It can be refined so efficiently. It's all thanks to Song Mo's cash ability. Resources are efficiently assembled, so Song Mo doesn't need to worry about anything. He only needs to operate a few key processes completely on his own. Bruce looked at the black pill in his hand. There was a hint of suspicion in his eyes from time to time. Song Mo, is this the elixir? Are you sure this will work? Facing Bruce's questioning, Song Mo smiled easily. Bruce, whether it works or not, won't you know after you try it? As he spoke, Song Mo swallowed a dragon tiger bone strengthening pill into his stomach. Suddenly, I felt a warm current flowing through my limbs and bones, and my lower abdomen felt warm. Seeing this, Bruce followed suit and swallowed the pill. After a moment, Bruce's eyes lit up. Then, his expression was almost ecstatic. Song Mo, this is really amazing. When I was young, I fought everywhere and accumulated a lot of hidden injuries. Although they don't affect my daily activities, they are always painful. After I took your pill, I felt that the hidden injuries on my body were alleviated a little, as if there was a mysterious power contained in it. Song Mo had expected this, so he was not as excited as Bruce. Song Mo gave an unfathomable smile. Bruce, actually, this dragon tiger bone strengthening pill has a very special effect. It is this function that allows him to sell it for hundreds of times the price. Bruce looked stunned. Any special effects? Song Mo didn't keep Bruce in suspense. He told Bruce directly. It's a problem that men gradually become unable to do as they age, and people usually call it kidney deficiency. I'm old, I have money and power, but I don't have a body to squander. The dragon and tiger bone strengthening pill can solve this problem from the inside out. It can not only nourish the kidneys and accumulate essence, but also strengthen the functions of all aspects of the body. Bruce is not stupid, of course he knows what this means. The foreigner showed an unprecedented look of surprise. Oh my god, there is such a miracle drug in the world. Song Mo then described a beautiful future. From a commercial perspective, the authentic dragon tiger bone strengthening pills we just ate are actually not suitable for sale because their effects are too good. Therefore, I decided to divide the dragon and tiger bone strengthening pills into 3 levels. The high-end ones are the authentic dragon and tiger bone strengthening pills. They are not for sale. The mid-range ones are dragon tiger bone strengthening pills, which have half the effect and are expensive. The low-end ones are the dragon and tiger bone strengthening pills, which are inexpensive and affordable. In China, the price is more affordable. Song Mo already had a plan in mind. He decided to open up overseas markets, and he needed Sheldon's help. Chapter 54 Lung Wanchio's attitude changes. Chun-Shi's anxiety. After class, Chun-Shi returned to the apartment. Lung Wanchio informed him that she would go there in person this time to put pressure on Song Mo and make him apologize to him in person. Although Chun-Shi was not satisfied with just an apology, Lung Wanchio said that nothing could be rushed and asked him to be patient. Perhaps it was from Lung Wanchio's voice that Chun-Shi heard a coldness that he had never heard before, so he did not dare to ask for too much and had to agree. He sat in the apartment, waiting for any news from Lung Wanchio. Just as I was wondering, my cell phone rang. The person on caller ID was Lung Wanchio. Chun-Shi took the phone. Hey, Sister Wanchio, have you dealt with it? Chun-Shi asked impatiently, but there was silence on the other end of the phone. After a while, Lung Wanchio's bland voice was heard. Song Mo won't apologize. Chun-Shi asked very dissatisfiedly. Sister Wanchio, didn't you promise to help me out? And you even said that the Song family is nothing compared to you. Shut up. Lung Wanchio stopped him sternly. She was now holding back a lot of resentment in her heart, and she couldn't help but vent all the frustration she had experienced with Song Mo. Besides, she has a good memory. How could Song Mo know that after Chun-Shi found a new employer, he immediately fired him? Did all the support he had provided over the years go to waste? Since the other party is an ungrateful person, there is no need for her to fantasize about him being her white moonlight. Just spend the money and treat it as raising a dog. Chun-Shi said in disbelief. You actually yelled at me? What's going on? Is there a rebellion? Hadn't Lung Wanchio always been his bootlicker? Why did his attitude towards him suddenly change and become so bad? It was only after I met Song Mo that I became like this. When Chun-Shi thought of this, his face suddenly turned dark. Song Mo, it's you again. Did Song Mo say something to you? Chun-Shi's aggrieved voice makes people want to cry. Sister Wanchio, would you rather believe the nonsense of an outsider than believe me? Lung Wanchio really wanted to laugh. If Song Mo really told her. Of course she didn't believe it. But the problem is that Song Mo didn't say a word at all, and everything I heard was Song Mo's inner voice. Lung Wanchio suddenly felt a little bored. What is the difference between Chun-Shi and other men? She sponsored Chun-Shi to go to college because he did not mind her appearance and always encouraged and cared about her. She thought he was a naive and pure boy. Even, provide him with all material assistance. In the end, it was just a deception. Lung Wanchio's anger grew stronger and stronger. Chun-Shi, after all, apart from Song Mo's inner voice, I don't have any evidence at the moment. If I can prove that you are really deceiving me. Haha, I'll let you know what it means to be unable to live and unable to die. You have to spit out everything you've eaten from me, and I'll let you taste the consequences of cheating. Lung Wanchio's eyes were cold, but she said softly, Xiao Shi, I'm sorry, it was Sister Lung who was impulsive just now. I didn't mean to yell at you. I'm just angry at that guy named Song Mo. Sister Lung has helped you this time, but I didn't expect Song Mo to be so stubborn and refuse to apologize. The most hateful thing is that a young lady from the Yin family and a princess from the Lin group suddenly showed up and helped Song Mo. Even with the Yin family and the Lin family together, I have no way to stop them. Xiaoxi, you should also understand Sister Lung. Chen Shi's voice suddenly became hurried. His eyes were red, and he was breathing heavily. The eldest lady of the Yin family? Is she an Inua? He was so emotional. Considering that Chen Shi and an Inua were classmates, this guy was probably coveting others, which was why he was so sensitive. Lung Wanqiu sneered even more in his heart, but still nothing was revealed. As if to deliberately tease Chen Shi, Lung Wanqiu said calmly, "An Inua? That's indeed her name. And the eldest princess of the Lin family. I remember her name was Lin Weiwei. An Inua. Lin Weiwei. Both of these names sound so familiar. An Inua used to be the squad leader who took great care of him. Lin Weiwei was the school doctor he had seen in the school infirmary before. Because of Song Yemo, an Inua has cut off all contact with himself. Lin Weiwei also had a very bad first impression of herself. Chen Shi's teeth are about to break. The chance to change his fate, the chance to get rid of that fat bitch Lung Wanqiu, was all ruined by Song Yemo. Song Yemo ruined his life. Chen Shi's eyes were red. The voice trembles. Sister Wanqiu, what should we do now? Why would Lin Weiwei and an Inua help Song Yemo? Lung Wanqiu heard the trembling voice on the other end of the phone and immediately found it extremely ridiculous. She deliberately said, "What should I do? I don't have any other options." It seems that an Inua and Lin Weiwei are both pursuing Song Yemo. The two of them even fought over it. Of course, I am willing to help him. Chen Shi felt hopeless. Song Yemo, why does he? I couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. It was still accurately captured by Lung Wanqiu. Haha, Song Yemo is handsome, and his family has some assets. Most importantly, he is talented. How many people were amazed by his performance at the Paris Theater? Xiaoxi's sister Lung, that's not what I meant. No matter how outstanding he is, if he has bad character, it won't work. In my opinion, he is not even as good as a HEIR of yours, Xiaoxi. As if realizing that he had said something wrong, Lung Wanqiu hurriedly made amends. But on the other end of the phone, Chen Shi couldn't see. Lung Wanqiu had a mocking and sarcastic sneer on his face, and he said in a panicked voice, "Xiaoxi, you actually have many advantages. You are kind, honest, down-to-earth. Xiaoxi, you have to be more confident." Chen Shi's face turned pale, and he was cursing in his heart. Helplessly, he was completely dependent on Lung Wanqiu financially at this time, and he didn't want to make money by working part-time, so he could only swallow his anger. After Lung Wanqiu mocked Chen Shi, she saw that the other party was so soft-hearted that he didn't even dare to vent any resentment or dissatisfaction. He looked down upon Chen Shi even more. It turns out that after taking off the filter in your mind, looking at this person again, he is just an ordinary green tea boy. Lung Wanqiu sneered in his heart. It would be best if Chen Shi didn't let her down too much. In a few days, she will find someone to test it out. As long as Chen Shi can pass the test, it doesn't matter if we continue to fund him. If you can't, whatever you eat, you should spit out 10 times. Let this bastard have a taste of his own medicine. Chapter 55. Limited to a long-term, no deception. 50-year indenture. Ever since I learned the 5 animal exercises, Song Mo developed a habit of getting up early and doing morning exercises. I got up at 5 o'clock and practiced Wakingxi for more than an hour, just completing a complete set. The 5 animal exercises produced by the system are really good. After typing it once, my body was sweating slightly, heat was emanating from my pores, and I felt a warm current flowing through my body. It's quite comfortable to take a shower after the fight. The school has already changed my major, and the assessment has officially begun. Song Mo only needs to go to the music conservatory and demonstrate his piano skills in front of several professional teachers. After passing the assessment, he will be able to graduate early. By the way, you can also sign a contract. Become a specially appointed piano teacher at Shanghai University. Song Mo came to school. Enter the agreed classroom. It is the music room of Magic City University. I saw 2 female teachers with dignified faces and a male teacher who looked very elegant. These are the professors who were responsible for evaluating him. Absolutely respected. Song Mo greeted him and then sat on the piano bench, waiting for the teacher to announce the assessment items. The first is to discern musicality. It's not just the piano. The teachers can play any sound on the piano, and Song Mo needs to replicate it perfectly. Cleared the first test. The second item is to test performance ability. The third item is to test creative ability. Passed all 3 tests. The elegant male teacher was the first to congratulate. Congratulations, Song Mo. I've seen the video of your performance in Paris. Your performance is much better than mine. You've already reached the level of a master. This assessment is just a formality, but I still feel amazed and convinced. 2 female teachers also spoke one after another. Yes, I often heard your name at Xia Shuqin's place before. Many colleagues joked that they wanted to recruit you as their son-in-law. If nothing else, your child will definitely be a musician. Of course not. Genes are inherited. Even if musical talent is not inherited, musical education is always necessary. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Song Mo went to the principal's office and signed a contract to be hired as a specially appointed piano teacher. After signing the contract, classes will officially start about a week later. Song Mo left the school and waited for a while. Xiaoro and Xiaoyu both finished class, so he took the two girls out. Xiaoro seems to love jeans. She can always be seen wearing denim shorts. Her long white legs are particularly dazzling under the sun. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, coolly wears a baseball cap and always carries a camera on his back, saying that he is always recording the beauty in life. It has to be said that he is indeed dedicated. Milk tea shop. Xiaoro took a sip of Yangji Ganlu and complained. Boss, you changed your major and graduated early, but that leaves me alone in the finance department, right? I will be alone in class and won't have anyone to ask questions to. What should I do? Xiaoyu hits without mercy. What should I do? Eat when I need to eat and sleep when I need to sleep. For a lazy person like you, isn't your life dream to be a rent collector, wearing slippers and carrying a sack to collect rent every day? Please. Sis, I do want to, Xiaoro said indignantly. But the policy is not strong enough, and I have no luck in life, so I haven't become a demolition household. I really envy those rich people who just do whatever they like, as long as they are happy. Song Mo joked, I envy rich people. Why don't you help me manage my money? As long as you don't spend money on buying luxury houses and cars, you can spend it on food, drink, and entertainment as you like. Just help me count how much money I've made and think of ways to make me happy every day. Xiaoyu blurted out. What's the difference between this and keeping a mistress? Song Mo suddenly realized that he seemed to have said something wrong. Apologetically, I'm sorry. I was just kidding. Tisk, just kidding. Xiaoro muttered softly. The other two didn't hear clearly. Song Mo talked about business. By the way, Xiaoro, I have something I want to discuss with you. I have recently become fascinated with martial arts and want to emulate Bruce Lee and make some achievements in Kung Fu. It would be best if I could have the same reputation as him. Song Mo told the two girls that he had been practicing martial arts recently and informed them that he had made some progress and was considering whether to create a new account or continue to use the original account for posting piano videos. Xiaoro and Xiaoyu looked at each other. Xiaoyu took the lead and said, Song Mo, do you mean that you want to use your beautiful hands that play the piano to drive wooden stakes and split bricks? Xiaoro was also full of dissuasion. Song Mo, why don't you just forget about it and focus on playing the piano, isn't it? Song Mo shook his head slightly. He wants to attract more fans and have a higher degree of fame. After all, piano is still too niche. On the contrary, martial arts, which has a long history and is suitable for people of all ages from ancient times to the present, both in China and abroad, has the widest acceptance and is also in line with his current actions of practicing martial arts. Martial arts is my interest, and I also have the same ambition as Bruce Lee, to make those foreigners admire us Chinese and recognize the true blood and backbone of the Chinese people. Speaking of this, Song Mo was really quite passionate. Doesn't that man have a sword hidden in his heart? When I was a child, I saw a relatively straight stick that could make no grass or trees grow within a 5-mile radius. Seeing the two women hesitated to speak, Song Mo knew that he was underestimated. In the milk tea shop, he couldn't just smash the table to prove himself. Song Mo simply stood up. I know neither of you believe it. Stand up. Xiaoyu and Xiaoro didn't understand why, but they still stood up. Then, Song Mo lifted up the two women, one in each hand. Oh, the two women exclaimed in unison. While Song Mo lifted the two people up, he also shook them up and down. His face was not red, and he was not out of breath. He did not feel any pressure at all. Without the initial panic, Xiaoyu asked in surprise, Song Mo, are you so strong? Xiaoro pinched Song Mo's muscles. Don't mention it. It's still pretty hard. Song Mo put the two people down and didn't pay attention to the admiring and envious looks from the male compatriots in the milk tea shop. Nor did he care about the small group of female compatriots who covered their mouths and stared at him with wide eyes. He blinked at Xiaoro with great pride. How is it? I said I have some skills, right? Xiaoyu pinched his chin and thought. It seems that I have already found a job for after graduation. Song Mo, you won't abandon me after you're done with me, right? Song Mo laughed. Long-term cooperation. We can sign a 20-year long-term contract or a 50-year indenture. If you are dissatisfied with the salary, you can withdraw unilaterally at any time. Xiaoro became anxious. Song Mo, I want one too. What position are you applying for? I think I'm careful and attentive, and I care about people, so I can definitely adapt to the position of secretary. Think about it. What? Why can my sister do it, but I can't? Chapter 56. Young people should exercise moderation. After playing around for a while, they started to discuss serious business. Xiaoyu suggested, Song Mo, I think since you want to change your development path, it would be better for you to position yourself as a more unique and iconic existence. So, my suggestion is to create a new account. And, with this brand new account, you can take a brand new approach. Before Song Mo opened his mouth to speak, Xiaoro, the curious one, started asking out of curiosity. A completely new way? What way? Xiaoyu rolled his eyes. He ignored his sister. Instead, he continued to say to Song Mo, in order not to conflict with your piano persona, And to create a sense of mystery and unknown fantasy, you should hide your identity on the internet. At the same time, it also prevents me from being classified as a beauty anchor. Cover your face so that people's attention is not on your appearance, but on your kung fu and physical strength. You have achieved perfection in kung fu and kept it simple. All the pictures and shots should be simple and plain, highlighting your real kung fu. This is the only way to break through the restrictions of the internet. It has become a cross-era phenomenon. Xiaoyu said this, still a little excited. It seems that he has already seen Song Mo's successful future. Xiaoro was surprised. No way. Sister, you really believe what Song Mo said before? He said he wanted to surpass Bruce Lee. Song Mo. I give Xiaoyu a 10 for this wave. Deduct Xiaoro's salary. Xiaoyu woke up from a dream. She didn't know when it started, but since she met Song Mo through her sister's introduction, she has experienced a series of things. She had a mysterious confidence in Song Mo. It was as if the other person was the embodiment of a miracle. And every time Song Mo wanted to do something, he never failed. He would always do it and talk about what he was doing only after he was absolutely sure. But after hearing Xiaoro's reminder, she still felt that she had taken it for granted. Xiaoyu smiled awkwardly. Yeah, of course, this is based on the premise that you have absolute strength. However, Song Mo, since you can lift me and my sister with one hand effortlessly, and even lift us above your shoulders, I think you should have some confidence, right? It doesn't matter. Just take your time. As long as the operation is good, there is a chance that it will become popular abroad. Song Mo smiled, but said nothing. He gave Xiaoyu a thumbs up with one hand. Praise. You have ambition. The other hand gave Xiaoro a headache. Pretending to be angry, he said, Xiaoro, I remember who said before that you were my lifelong diehard fan. Your faith is collapsing really fast. Xiaoro immediately expressed her loyalty. Report to the boss. Xiaoro believes you will succeed. You will not only be the most handsome martial artist in the world, but also the strongest martial artist in the world. Song Mo invited. Are you free today? Would you like to try it out at my house first? Take some family videos or pictures and post them online? Create an account on both TikTok and Twitter. I thought about it and realized that I had been struggling with how to operate external websites. But in fact, we are just providers of materials, and netizens are the audience who comment on them. My account only needs to keep posting high-quality videos. There is no need for any other guidance. At most, you can buy some traffic in the early stage. This is my persistence and also my respect for the fans. Xiaoro was panicked. No wow, boss, if you arrange it this way, then what's the meaning of my existence? In the future, won't I just be able to watch you and my sister being affectionate, but feel sad and angry and powerless? Song Mo's face was filled with black lines. What's going on? You are still in charge of the account. Letting it go doesn't mean you won't care. Besides, can't you help your sister with the editing? Xiaoro's miserable expression disappeared. He nodded thoughtfully. That's true. Song Mo held his head and sighed. Let's go to my house. Came to the Song family. To prevent exposure of identity, he deliberately wore a loose training suit, and he also found a Monkey King mask from somewhere, wrapping his whole body tightly. It was in a closed martial arts training ground again. Song Mo's true identity is completely unrecognizable. Then, Song Mo began to take off his clothes. Xiaoyu, Xiaoro, both of them were confused. Hey, Song Mo, what are you doing? Xiaoyu said in panic. Could it be that his beastly nature has been aroused, and he is preparing to cause trouble to the good family? Song Mo explained. I'm photographing my muscles. I'm wearing a baggy training suit. How can you tell that I'm a peerless hunk? Then why did you put it on and then start taking it off again? Xiaoro was puzzled. If you're going to take it off, why don't you just do it right from the beginning? It's the contrast that matters. Xiaoyu understood. You appear as a muscular man when you first appear on the stage. How can it be as shocking as when you are dressed? You are a tall and handsome young man who looks frail and weak, and when you take off your clothes, you become a big and strong gay man. But Song Mo looked. Even if he takes off his clothes, can he still turn into a Schwarzenegger? But the next moment, she was slapped in the face. Xiaoyu felt as if he had returned to his childhood, the time when he had never seen the world. When he saw KFC and McDonald's for the first time and saw many delicious-looking things inside, he felt greedy from the bottom of his heart. I'm really greedy. It's not the kind of rough feeling that is muscular, stiff, and bulky. It really feels like a work of art. Like the most perfect muscular lines carved out of marble, the streamlined beauty. Even Xiaoyu was swallowing her saliva, but her disappointing sister had already surrendered. Xiaoro's eyes were blank. She didn't even remember whether she swallowed her saliva or not, and she didn't pay any attention to her body's subconscious reaction. She felt as if her eyes were going to be blinded by the light. Sister, this life is worth it. These unpromising words made Xiaoyu very angry. She slapped Xiaoro on the back of the head and shouted angrily. Look at you, you are such a loser. Isn't my sister recording a video? I'll send it to you when I get back. You can use it however you want. Just be moderate. Hey, thank you, sister. Song Mo heard the interaction between the two sisters. He was originally performing movements to show off his muscles, but the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. I finally finished the action. Then he said with a dark face. That's enough, you two. Obviously, I am the man, but you two are sisters. You have created a strange feeling for me that I am being coveted. After getting to know each other, Song Yimou knew that Xiaoyu and Xiaoro usually looked serious, but in fact they often joked together. I can also drive. Chapter 57 Hooking Up with Song Wanru. Chun-Shi is reckless. Huh. Xiaoro let out a hearty laugh. There's no one around right now. This is your territory again. Boss, even if you want to do something, can we two weak women stop you? Song Yimou shook his head, looking thoughtful. That's hard to say. Since ancient times, there have only been cows that died of exhaustion, but no land that was damaged by plowing. Besides, you two against one is not good for me. Xiaoyu's face turned red. You're crazy. You're making dirty jokes to the employees. Song Yimou sneered. It was obviously some employees who provoked the boss first. The villain actually filed the complaint first. Seeing that the two women were still trying to show off their verbal skills, Song Yimou quickly waved his hand to interrupt their spell. By the way, please don't publish the pictures and videos taken today. Don't post it. Why? Xiaoyu and Xiaoro were puzzled. Song Yimou explained. This is not perfect enough. Today I'm just trying to shoot and see the results. When I have mastered some skills, I will start filming again. By the way, do you two think the effect is okay? Xiaoyu and Xiaoro looked at each other. Xiaoro said, Boss, why don't you put on your clothes first, and then we can discuss this topic in detail. You're topless. I feel embarrassed seeing you. Xiaoyu also said, Yes, I blush too. Song Yimou put on his clothes embarrassedly. The two then gave their comments. From a girl's perspective, I think it's the perfect body shape. Too big if I add more, too thin if I lose more. But for boys, it's hard to say. We don't know. You'll have to ask the boys. Okay. Song Yimou made a gesture and then sent the two back to school. Afterwards, he returned to the martial arts training ground and began to practice the 5 animal exercises without fail. Because of his perseverance during this period, and mainly because of the overwhelming power of the system, Song Yimou could even feel the energy in his body growing stronger and stronger. It is no longer the weak and seemingly undetectable feeling of qi in the body that I had when I first started practicing the 5 animal play, but the density of the qi is still not high. To use an inappropriate analogy, now it is only a thread. But I think if I persist for a while, I should be able to develop a thumb-sized qi soon. My goodness, all those other qigong masters are fake. Could it be that Song Yimou has turned into a real person? It has to be said that the rapid progress was not only due to the powerful 5 animal exercises after being modified by the system, but also due to the improvement of Song Mo's qualifications by the marrow cleansing pill, as well as the medicinal effects of Dawandan are still stored in the body. Song Yimou learned about it through all known channels. Whether in the past or now, there has never been any conclusive evidence of a qigong master. He may very well be the greatest person of all time. Even if not, as long as no one challenges him, characters from novels like Murong Fu and Xiao Feng should not suddenly appear. Who else but him will be the leader of martial arts in the future world? Thinking of this, Song Yimou became even more motivated. The other side. Chun-Shi has been under surveillance by Lung Wanxiu. He has been followed. But obviously, Chun-Shi didn't know about this. Because he was really depressed these days, he chose to go out and relax. But in a bookstore next to a garden, I met a familiar person. This person doesn't know Chun-Shi, but Chun-Shi knew her very well. Because her name is Song Wanru. She is Song Mo's sister. This was also the reason why Chun-Shi became jealous of Song Mo to the point of going crazy when he saw him for the first time in the short video. He madly hated the world for giving Song Mo so many preferential treatments. Extraordinary background, outstanding appearance, and a family that loves him. I didn't expect to meet her here. Chun-Shi felt itchy all of a sudden. The inner hatred towards Song Mo, as well as the infinite and somewhat morbid desire, made Chun-Shi's next action inevitable. Chun-Shi took out his cell phone, flipped it to the front camera, and carefully adjusted his appearance and facial expressions. It was not until I saw the boy in the picture, who looked so pitiful, as if he would break at the slightest touch, full of brokenness and stories, that I couldn't help but shudder. Only then did he step forward with confidence. Sister, hello, are you reading a book? The soft and fragmented voice of the boy reached Song Wanru's ears. After hearing this, Song Wanru looked up in shock. It seemed that Chun-Shi's feeling of brokenness disturbed his mind. She lowered her head, as if embarrassed. But it's all just a disguise. When he lowered his head, what Chun-Shi thought was shyness was actually a sneer that was extremely cold. Song Wanru was waiting for Chun-Shi here on purpose. This disgusting, annoying, and repulsive thing disrupted her normal life. The close relationship between her and her brother was no longer the same, and the peace and tranquility was disturbed. The cockroaches in the sewer, the maggots in the toilet, these disgusting things that make people unable to eat. How could she tolerate them breaking into her dining table again and again? Destroy your own beauty? Song Wanru is not a bad child who breaks the law. She has always abided by school rules and regulations since she was a child, and she also abides by laws and regulations when she grows up. Naturally, I will not retaliate maliciously or give others an advantage. But people who read a lot of books have dirty hearts. She set the trap in front of Chun-Shi. If Chun-Shi kept his distance from her, then everything would be fine. But if he had bad intentions, haha. It depends on which one Chun-Shi will choose. Song Wanru didn't need to guess, because if Chun-Shi made the wrong choice, she could help Chun-Shi make the right choice. Back to reality. Song Wanru raised the book in her hand. Of course I'm reading. Her voice has always been very gentle, which is due to her natural voice and speaking habits. Only when facing Chun-Shi, she would rather speak more harshly. Chun-Shi smiled apologetically. Sister, I'm so stupid. I asked a nonsense question. I'm asking, do you like Mr. Uchiyu very much? Chun-Shi pointed at the book in Song Wanru's hand with a smile. The title of the book was Cultural Journey, and the author was Uchiyu. Although it is a very common extracurricular reading book. But Chun-Shi didn't know either. He was so absorbed in finding shortcuts to change his fate, and was jealous of others that he didn't have the time to read any extracurricular books. I haven't read the textbooks much. The reason he knew this was that he just searched it on his cell phone. Song Wanru covered her lips in surprise when she heard that. You like Uchiyu too? Chun-Shi felt stable. He intuitively judged that the girl in front of him had definitely never been in a relationship. Or even if they have dated, she would be a very simple girl. Either possibility is good for him. Because the simpler and more innocent a person is, the easier it is to deceive them. Chun-Shi couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth, feeling complacent and proud inside. Chapter 58 Lung Wanxiu wants to use Song Wanru. Yes, I like Mr. Uchiyu very much. In the trilogy, I have read the other two, Boundless Traveler and 8,000 Years of Sigh. What a coincidence, sister. I wonder where you are a student from. Chun-Shi had a faint smile on his face. Within 3 sentences, he was eager to know Song Wanru's information. Song Wanru smiled gently. I'm a student at the Magic City Conservatory of Music. What's your name, sister? My name is Song Wanru. Hello, my name is Chun-Shi. Chun-Shi stretched out his hand and wanted to shake hands with Song Wanru. But Song Wanru felt extremely disgusted. How could she have had any contact with that person? She smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, I promised my brother not to chat up with strange men outside, let alone have contact with strange men. Chun-Shi looked embarrassed for a moment, cursing inwardly. It's Song Mo again. Why does he always hinder me everywhere? But the more this happened, the more Chun-Shi wanted to break free from the shackles and take away what Song Mo had. Your brother? Sister, do you have a younger brother? Chun-Shi pretended not to know. Song Wanru looked at the confusion on his face and felt that he was being hypocritical even more. How could Chun-Shi not recognize himself? How could he not know the relationship between Song Mo and her? The other party was so concerned about Song Mo that he always treated Song Mo as an imaginary enemy, and he and Song Mo appeared on the Kuaishou video. My brother's name is Song Mo, and he is a student at Magic City University. Song Wanru looked calm. Because the information she had was completely superior to that of Chun-Shi, Song Wanru felt confident and at ease that she had complete control over the development of events. The game has just begun. She just watched quietly, watching how the clown tried his best to put on an ugly and unconscious performance in front of her. Chun-Shi was surprised and asked, Song Mo? Which Song Mo? Song Wanru said proudly. The one who is very popular on Kuaishou is my younger brother. Here she plays herself. All of Song Mo's achievements were reasons for her to be proud, and also a source of comfort for her as a sister. When Chun-Shi saw the genuine expression on Song Wanru's face, an inexplicable fire in his heart began to burn. He once again swore in his heart that he would use his own efforts and use any means necessary to take possession of everything Song Mo had. He wanted Song Mo to also experience the feeling of having nothing. It's actually him. Chun-Shi was extremely surprised. Is it such a coincidence? Song Wanru looked at Chun-Shi with a strange look, and Chun-Shi explained, I am also a student at Magic City University. Sister, your brother Song Mo is my classmate. Song Wanru covered her lips and asked in surprise. Is it really such a coincidence? So, we two are really destined to be together. This guy is really disgusting. He keeps saying sister. Am I familiar with him? I only have one brother named Song Mo. I can't remember another disgusting guy named Chun-Shi. Chun-Shi didn't know that Song Wanru hated him to the extreme. He just felt that he had performed very well, so he said, since we are so destined to meet, sister, let's add each other on WeChat. Song Mo and I are good friends in school. The innocent smile on Chun-Shi's face is even more genuine than Ding Zhan's. If Song Wanru didn't know clearly what the other party had done and the dirty thoughts in his heart, she would probably be deceived. Song Wanru happily gave her WeChat account to Chun-Shi. 2 people plus. The two then chatted about many other topics. At this time, Chun-Shi didn't know that his every move was recorded, both visually and audio, and all were reported to Lung Wanxiu. Lung Wanxiu looked at Chun-Shi in the picture and Song Wanru, whom she met at the Emperor Hotel that day, and was immediately very surprised. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. Lung Wanxiu instantly felt that he had seized the opportunity. This is an opportunity to improve the relationship between myself and Song Mo. Song Mo is really too closed. Lung Wanxiu has already realized that under normal circumstances, Song Mo's rejection of her means that the two of them don't even have the chance to communicate properly. What's more, his previous behavior also greatly reduced his points in Song Mo's eyes. She must take a strong dose of medicine, no matter whether it can change Song Mo's mind. First of all, at least Song Mo has to get in touch with me. As for why he cares so much about Song Mo, after knowing that Chun-Shi was completely deceiving himself, his image as the white moonlight in Lung Wanxiu's heart was completely shattered. Even his past sincerity turned into Lung Wanxiu's clown memories. She felt that the humiliation Chun-Shi brought to her was even greater than Song Mo's straightforward contempt. Chun-Shi has been eliminated from Lung Wanchio's heart. But the void in Lung Wanchio's heart still needs to be filled. Who can she make up for it? Lung Wanchio thought of Song Yimou. Although Song Yimou had always been humiliating Lung Wanchio in his heart, and even completely denied Lung Wanchio's character with contempt, he was always sarcastic in his heart towards his appearance. But the cold late autumn can be felt. Song Yimou hates himself in his previous life. He was reborn with Song Mo's help and companionship, but he abandoned him after the transformation and continued to harass Chun-Shi because of his obsession with the past. He always calls himself a fat woman and a fat pig. This is how he vents his resentment. In fact, Song Yimou is a person who respects other people's appearance. Lung Wanchio had never heard Song Yimou make any comments about other people in her heart, and this also confirmed this. Speaking of Song Mo's resentment, if you put yourself in his shoes, it's just like Lung Wanchio is now extremely disappointed with Chun-Shi and even hates him to the bone. Was Song Yimou also so sad at that time? Lung Wanchio felt guilty for the first time. She murmured in a low voice. In fact, if there really is such a person, he would accompany me silently when I am sick and look ugly, and help me solve the disease and transform into a new life. What a happy thing that is. The me in Song Mo's previous life is not the me now. As long as Song Yimou is willing to help me again, let alone me, I will give him whatever he wants. What does it matter? Thinking of this, Lung Wanchio felt relieved. She's not making any mistakes now. At most, he helped Chun-Shi and suppressed Song Yimou before. But wasn't it unsuccessful? It is said that admitting one's mistakes is the beginning of improvement. Since Song Yimou is such a good person, what would it matter if he forgives me again? Looking at the real-time videos sent by the private detective, Song Wanru had a gentle smile on her face, and Chun-Shi's eager look. Lung Wanchio gave a creepy smile. Hee. Song Wanru, I remember when I saw you at the Imperial Hotel, you and Song Yimou seemed to have a very good relationship, right? You also clearly knew that Chun-Shi was Song Mo's enemy. But you were talking and laughing like this with Chun-Shi now. Does Song Yimou know about it? She already has a good brother like Song Yimou, but she still betrayed him because of Chun-Shi, a two-faced green tea scumbag. Then let me lend you a hand and lock horribly with this jerk. Do me a small favor too. To ease the conflict between me and Song Yimou, let me replace you and be the one standing next to Song Yimou. Okay. Chapter 59, Calculation. Cooperation. A smile appeared on Lung Wanchio's lips. After completely giving up Chun-Shi, she seemed to have opened up her Ren and Du meridians, and became the iron-blooded queen who was bullied and suppressed in the past, but rose to the throne and took control of the Lung group. Her mind is now extremely clear. Her current calculations are also linked together. She is still so sophisticated and selfish. Lung Wanchio did not alarm the enemy. She transferred a sum of money to the private detective, which made him ecstatic, but also as sensitive as a cat that smells blood, and he stared at Chun-Shi more cautiously. A private investigator knows who he's working for. The amount of money he received also made him feel Lung Wanchio's generosity. He knew that as long as he could perfectly or even exceed the tasks assigned by the financier, he will also be rewarded more generously. Song Wanru and Chun-Shi chatted happily for a while. Then, Song Wanru took the lead to say goodbye. Song Wanru apologized. Brother Chun-Shi, I have to go home for dinner first. Xiao Mo should still be waiting for me at home. Chun-Shi's face twitched, and he waved his hand. Fine. Sister Wanru, please go back soon. It's getting late. Don't keep Song Mo waiting anxiously. When Song Wanru left, Chun-Shi hesitated for a moment, then said, Sister Wanru, can you promise me one thing? Could you please not tell Song Mo that we know each other? Why? Of course Song Wanru knew why. Chun-Shi was simply afraid that his lie about his good relationship with Song Mo would be exposed. But she still asked this question on purpose. With a cat playing with mouse mentality, he wanted to know how Chun-Shi was going to answer. Chun-Shi looked embarrassed, as if he was very ashamed. Song Mo seems to like his sister very much. He usually cherishes her so much that he doesn't even introduce her to a good friend like me. I'm afraid Song Mo will be disappointed if he knows that his sister and I know each other. He'd probably get jealous. Although Song Mo is a very nice person, he is sometimes really fierce. I am a little scared. When Chun-Shi was explaining the reason, he also implicitly mocked Song Mo for looking very gentle on weekdays, but having a bad temper. I was just pretending in front of Song Wanru. So, sister, can you agree to my little request? After saying that, Chun-Shi looked at Song Wanru pitifully. Song Wanru just wanted to laugh after hearing this. I really give you face? You want to slander my brother casually? Do you really think I can't hear the meaning behind your words and see your little thoughts? Song Wanru smiled. Really? It seems my brother isn't as friendly and kind as I thought. I'll talk to him when I get back. I saw that Chun-Shi looked unhappy. Song Wanru added. Don't worry, I won't mention you. Of course there is no need to let my brother know. Otherwise, I don't know what kind of misunderstanding it will cause. I will make you, a green tea boy, suffer forever. Chun-Shi's face looked better now. Goodbye, Sister Wanru. Goodbye. Song Wanru waved and left. Return home. Song Wanru smelled the fragrance of food. I saw Song Mo walking out of the kitchen wearing an apron. She was surprised. Brother, did you cook today? Song Mo smiled and nodded. Yes. After graduating early and being hired as a distinguished professor, I only need to attend 2 classes a week, so I can spend more time at home. When I have time, of course I'll let you taste my cooking skills. By the way, you can also brush up your cooking skills. Song Yemo found this to be a very practical skill. After reaching a high level, one can also improve the body through diet therapy, which is also of great benefit to martial arts practice. Maybe it can also prevent being poisoned. My brother is awesome. Song Wanru was in a good mood. Without telling Song Yemo about his meeting with Qin Shi, he picked up the chopsticks and picked up some food for Song Yemo. Brother, eat more. You seem to be busy during this period. Working hard is a good thing, and struggle makes life full of vitality, but health is the most important thing. Song Yemo smiled gently. Life has been very peaceful during this period. Song Wanru also cares about him very much, and he also enjoys such a relaxing time. After dinner, Song Yemo called Sheldon. Hello? Song Yemo, you've been calling me a lot during this period. Sheldon's voice was full of complaints. He felt as if he had become Song Mo's subordinate, always helping Song Yemo do various things. Guy from China, you really have no sense of boundaries. Doesn't Song Yemo know that friendship is mutual? He didn't come to France to play a few piano pieces or attend his own yacht party. Wouldn't it be nice to give your buddy some face? Song Yemo naturally knew that he had been ordering Sheldon to do things recently, but who made him know this eldest son of a noble family who was quite powerful in a foreign country? Sheldon, did you receive the dragon and tiger bone strengthening pills I sent you? You can try it. It's priceless. Song Mo's voice was full of mystery. Sheldon said indifferently, I haven't eaten it yet. But this thing looks black and smells like medicine. Although it smells good, I'm not sick. Why would you eat this if you're not sick? Song Yemo said regretfully. Really? Didn't you read the instructions I gave you? They were inside the medicine box. And the instruction manual? There was silence on the other end of the line for a while. There was a sound of rummaging. After a while, Sheldon's surprised voice sounded. Song Yemo, is your medicine so powerful? I see the medicinal uses written on it are too exaggerated. Especially the aphrodisiac effect you mentioned, ahem. I mean, is it really that effective? Song Yemo smiled slightly. Sheldon, why don't you try it? If you're afraid that I might harm you, you can take the pill for testing to see if there are any harmful ingredients. Forget it, Song Yemo, I trust my friends. Sheldon picked one up and put it in his mouth. The body instantly warms up. He suddenly became quiet. Carefully feel the changes in your body. Suddenly, a shocking voice came from the phone. Song Yemo, do you sell these pills wholesale? Give me 10 boxes. Song Yemo angrily scolded. Beast, look what you're saying. You said this is a miracle drug. Do you really think that miracle drugs can be sold wholesale? Sheldon smiled awkwardly. Haha, you know, I was just joking. Ahem, Song Yemo, about that thing you mentioned before, about cooperating to start a pharmaceutical company, does it still count? Song Yemo smiled knowingly. Of course it counts. I'll go back to France to see you in a week. Chapter 60 Lung Wanchio's plan failed. Airborne professor. After hanging up the call, Song Yemo went to the martial arts training ground as usual and practiced fighting for a while. Wash up quickly, play a piano piece, and get ready for bed. Sister Wanru, go to bed early. Yeah, brother. You should get some rest too. Song Yemo returned to the room, but saw an extra file in his mobile mailbox. It is anonymous, but not really anonymous. Because the sender's nickname was actually Song Yemo, the people around you have betrayed you. Song Yemo was surprised. The word betrayal made him frown instinctively. Song Yemo had a bad feeling in his heart. He hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his finger and clicked on the file. A video appeared before his eyes. Song Mo's eyes suddenly became sharp. Just because, at the very beginning of the video, he saw Qin Shi and Song Wanru who had just said goodnight to him. I thought I had forgotten everything from my past life. But at this moment, it appears before my eyes again, vividly. Looking at Song Wanru and Qin Shi who were so happy in front of the video, Song Yemo knew that his original idea was not wrong. Why is Song Wanru different from her previous life? It's not different. It's just that she hasn't met Qin Shi yet. Song Yemo originally thought he would be angry. But he was surprisingly calm as an ancient well without ripples, or as calm as a mountain that could not be shaken by wind or rain. Looking at the end of the video, Lung Wanchio's contact information, her apology, and her request to join forces to punish Song Wanru and Qin Shi. Song Yemo smiled gently. The screen turns off. Go to bed as usual. Lung Family Villa. Lung Wanchio had been waiting for Song Mo's reply, but it had been 2 hours since the message was sent. Song Yemo had clearly accepted the video an hour and a half ago. But why is there no response yet? Is it because he doesn't care about Song Wanru or Qin Shi? Or is he holding a grudge against himself and is always wary of him? Lung Wanchio wasn't sure. She couldn't sleep all night, and at 10 o'clock the next day, she finally couldn't help but contact Song Yemo. It's in Song Mo's phone information. Lung Wanchio gritted her teeth and called Song Yemo directly. The first call didn't go through. The second call finally went through after a long time. When the call was connected, there was silence on Song Mo's end. It's like a depressing sea. Lung Wanchio was delighted, feeling that the other party's emotions must be extremely turbulent, and he was very angry. The voice softens in the cold late autumn. Song Yemo, I know you are very angry now, and I feel sorry for you and myself. Here, I would like to apologize for what I did to you before. I hope you can forgive a woman who is usually smart for making mistakes occasionally. I will compensate you for my mistakes. Otherwise, the shame in my heart will never go away. I hope you can give me this opportunity. Finally, I hope to join forces with you to punish those who are disloyal. Song Yimou listened to Lung Wanchio's long speech. I feel very calm. He doesn't know the truth about the matter between Song Wanru and Chun Shi yet, but he has already lowered his expectations in his heart. Is it true or false? It doesn't matter. Song Mo's original intention after his rebirth has always been to develop himself. With the help of the system, he will stand on top of the world, protect himself from harm, and face all injustice and betrayal with a cold face. Lung Wanchio, although I don't know what you are thinking, my attitude has always been very clear. I'm not interested in working with you, nor do I want to have too much contact with you. Since you know you were wrong before, don't bother me anymore. As for Chun Shi, that's your business. After saying that, Song Yimou hung up the phone. Song Mo's mind was always clear. He would not be led by Lung Wanchio. Even if Song Wanru and Chun Shi are having an affair, so what? This will not affect Song Yimou in the slightest. But Song Yimou couldn't help but reflect on whether he was a little too kind. As long as he treated people nicely, he would soon forget the harm others had done to him. Just like Song Wanru died to prove her integrity, he soon forgave Song Wanru. Song Yimou couldn't help but ponder. Perhaps he should be more focused. Especially towards those disgusting women encountered in the previous life, the flies surrounding Chun Shi, this pile of shit, one should remain indifferent. Song Yimou called Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I have to go to the music school to teach piano lessons at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Do you have time? There is time. Xiaoyu agreed readily. Song Yimou immediately began to prepare for the first day of class. And after Song Yimou hung up the phone, Lung Wanchio had a sad face. Isn't that right? Doesn't Song Yimou care about his sister Song Wanru? The last time I saw them together, they seemed very close. Is it because of me? Lung Wanchio's death is inevitable, and there is no explanation. In the end, I just felt that it was my own problem. Because of previous misunderstandings and prejudices left over from previous lives, perhaps Song Yimou simply didn't believe what he said? I should take action and produce evidence to make Song Yimou fully understand my attitude and determination, and let him know that what I said is true. Lung Wanchio had a hunch. Soon she will be able to obtain evidence of complete collusion between Chun Shi and Song Wanru. Because she knows Chun Shi. Chun Shi is the kind of person who is very impatient. When you want to do something, you will quickly act hastily instead of thinking carefully before making a plan. Some clever tricks, but no big picture. Lung Wanchio then contacted a private detective and asked him to keep a close eye on Chun Shi's movements. She didn't actually need to be reminded. Money is the best source of motivation. The private detective also found an assistant, and the two took turns to ensure that they kept a close eye on Chun Shi's every move 24 hours a day. Chun Shi didn't know that during the time he was away, many pinhole cameras had been installed in the apartment where he lived. He was lying on the bed, full of joy, holding the phone, having a passionate chat with Song Wanru. Perhaps because of his unique, cute image, plus the fact that he is Song Mo's good friend, Song Wanru seems to trust him extra. He has made an appointment to meet at the bar in 3 days. The meeting was suggested by Chun Shi, but the bar was chosen by Song Wanru. This surprised Chun Shi a little, but he didn't think much about it. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Song Yimou came to the Conservatory of Music of Magic City University. Inside the piano teacher, many students are eagerly waiting for the new piano professor to arrive. It is said that this professor is a master with a high reputation internationally. He also learned from a famous master and is extremely powerful. So who could it be? The students were full of curiosity. Chapter 61 Hand of God. Song Yimou came to the door of the piano room. I stood there for a while without going in. He made a gesture to Xiaoyu behind him to keep quiet. He listened quietly to the discussions inside. Speaking of which, the class is about to start. Why hasn't the new piano professor come in yet? Others are masters, and time is precious, so of course they have to arrive on time. Master, to be honest, there is one thing I can't figure out. What's the matter? Although our school is also a well-known 985 prestigious university, which piano master is not a foreigner. His price is ridiculously high. If he is really a master, which master would choose to come to our school to teach? Yes, it's not convenient for foreigners in China. Everyone instinctively thinks that someone who is known as a piano master must be a foreign tycoon. Song Yimou smiled slightly. The class bell rang just in time. He entered the classroom to the rhythm of the bell, walked to the podium calmly. The classroom was silent. Xiaoyu was very dedicated. She quietly slipped to the back of the piano room and recorded the entire process. After returning, she reviewed and edited the most exciting footage. At this moment, she saw the calm expression on Song Mo's face. Although he was younger than the students, his aura was extremely powerful. To put it in an authentic way, that style. With every move he made, there seemed to be a magnetic field around Song Yimou. The feeling of oppression made the students look surprised, but they did not dare to underestimate it. Ahem. Song Yimou cleared his throat. Hello everyone, my name is Song Yimou, and I'm your piano professor. Speaking of which, many of you may know me. After all, I have been in the news a while ago and have a lot of fans on Kuaishou. You all know that I am very young. However, the wise are the teachers, and we should respect them. In my class, the atmosphere can be relaxed and not serious, but discipline comes first. If you respect me, I will respect you. This is a professor introducing himself on his first day of teaching. Then, Song Mo paused slightly. His expression gradually became sharp. Now for another addition. My name is Song Mo. I am a disciple of the piano master list. I am a piano genius who made a splash at the Paris Opera House and has reached the level of a master. If you have any questions, you can ask me. I will demonstrate it to you or point out the shortcomings of your playing and give you the best guidance. At the same time, my final exam will be more difficult than other teachers. Song Mo finished speaking, with a gentle smile on his face, and said, "I've finished speaking. Now everyone can speak freely." Under the podium, many students looked excited, because the name Song Mo is well known in the piano world. Abroad, piano celebrities gave Song Mo a resounding nickname, Hand of God, because Song Mo's hands are slender and beautiful, flawless like God's hands, and the piano music he plays is like the most beautiful echo in the world. Many people who are interested in piano, especially young people, regard Song Mo as their idol and the male god in their hearts. Some students who didn't know Song Mo well had a lot of questions on their faces, but when they saw the excited expressions of their classmates, they probably knew that this overly young teacher was not bragging. It's really awesome. Song Mo didn't say much. He sat down at the professor's piano, looked focused. After adjusting to the tone of the piano keys for a while, he began to play. Compared to the performance at the Paris Opera, his skills were clearly more sophisticated at this moment. The distinct black and white piano keys, under the pair of perfect and slender hands, produced extremely beautiful sounds that amazed everyone's ears. Song Mo had introduced himself so many times before. None of them is as good as the moment he sits down and plays the piano. It's like giving your ears a massage. Extremely comfortable. The harmony of rhythms and the ultimate expression of timbre are the top secret echoes of earthly music and the ultimate that mortals can achieve. Everyone's mood was affected by Song Mo's piano playing. Their restlessness seemed to have melted away, and their hearts gradually calmed down. The song is finished. Song Mo stood up and bowed slightly. As usual, an elegant and gentle smile appeared on his cold face. The piano room is so quiet that you can hear a pin drop. Then, there was a burst of warm applause. Song Mo pressed down his palm, and the applause stopped immediately. Afterwards, Song Mo asked everyone to come one by one and play a piece of piano for him. He could accurately describe the strengths and weaknesses of each student's piano skills, and give extremely insightful comments and suggestions. Even if you are an outsider, when you see Song Mo teaching, this sentence will come to your mind. That's called professionalism. There is no such thing as being dissatisfied due to age. Song Mo conquered everyone with his strength. Xiaoyu didn't know how to play the piano, but while helping Song Mo record the video, she couldn't help but mutter in her heart, "It's over. My sister could like anyone else, but she actually fell in love."